Carlos left instead of waiting for me, Debbie thought, heartbroken and sad. She folded the papers, stuck them into her pocket, and reached out her hand. Emmett, give me the car keys. I can drive myself home. You're free. Do whatever you want. I'm available now. Why not let me drive? Emmett offered as he could tell something was not right with her. Thank you, but I'm good. Don't worry. I just need to go to the East City Villa first to fetch my luggage, and then head to the manor. Debbie took a deep breath, pretending to be calm. Left with no choice, Emmett handed her the car keys. Mr. Huo has the Emperor. This Mercedes-Benz belongs to the company. Just leave it in the manor, and I'll grab it later. Sure. Thank you, Emmett. Debbie took over the car keys and cranked the ignition. After hearing a satisfactory roar from the engine, she drove off. Little did she know that Emmett walked into the hospital as soon as she was out of sight. He went straight to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Several minutes later, Emmett called Carlos. Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo just drove herself back. After a short pause, Carlos asked, the test results? Recalling what the doctors had told him, Emmett swallowed before stammering. Mr. Huo, the pills would harm a woman's health. The doctors suggested Mrs. Huo stop taking. Before he could finish, Carlos hung up the phone. Emmett looked in the direction where Debbie left and wondered. I thought Mr. and Mrs. Huo loved each other. Why take the pills? What's more, everyone knows long-term use of birth control pills is harmful. Why did Mr. Huo allow his wife to take them? On her way, Debbie was absent-minded. She kept going over it in her head. What foods had she eaten recently? Could any of those foods cause the results to skew? She had eaten a lot of seafood lately, and scientists had recently found contraceptive compounds in fish. Could the doctors be detecting that instead? Sometimes she would pull over and think about whether there were the same steroidal compounds in seafood and what kind of seafood might have the same chemicals. But she had to admit that she knew next to nothing about this. When she arrived at East City Villa, she plugged her phone in to charge it, since the battery died. It was lunchtime. She ordered some food delivery on Mate One app. She sat down for a quick meal, then checked to make sure she had all her luggage and drove towards the manor. On her way to the manor, she kept thinking about what the doctors had told her. There must be something wrong with the two doctors. Is it possible that they were bribed? Maybe I can get a second opinion somewhere else. There was another large hospital not far away. Debbie decided to turn around and drive to the hospital. She stopped at a red light. That was when her phone rang. She saw the caller ID, and it was an unknown number. She connected the Bluetooth and then answered. Hello. It's me. Megan's voice reverberated in the car. Why did you call? Debbie asked in a cold voice. Is she in the manor with Carlos right now? She mused. Ah. Megan laughed out loud. You know what? Uncle Carlos came to me after leaving the hospital. He told me I was the one he truly loved. Oh, it turns out you always take birth control pills. You don't want to have his baby, do you? I really feel sorry for him. So, Debbie acted calm, but her long fingernails stuck into the leather steering wheel, leaving deep marks. So the thing he had to deal with was to be with Megan. Debbie, I feel bad for you. Uncle Carlos told me that he would never leave me, and that we'd be together forever. There was a trace of smugness in her voice. The traffic lights turned green, but Debbie paid no attention to it. Not until the driver behind her honked at her did she come back to her senses and start the engine. You're the daughter of the ones who saved his life. He's supposed to treat you like his own niece and take care of you. This has nothing to do with love. You understand? Really? Then why did Uncle Carlos tell me that he would take care of me after sending you abroad? You did know you would be studying abroad soon. No way. This is like a bad dream. I can't believe it, Debbie thought. No, you got it wrong. My husband's going abroad with me, and will live with me while I'm studying there, she snapped back. Ah, Debbie Nian, you're so naive. I'm here in Y City. Do you really think Uncle Carlos will leave me behind? Especially after I told him that you took birth control pills. What? Debbie interrupted her. You're the one that told him about it. Yep. Megan answered in a cheerful voice. I told Uncle Carlos that I saw you taking the pills all the time and that you didn't want his baby. And he believed it. He took you to the hospital to have an exam, didn't he?
Megan Lan.
You. Debbie was boiling over with rage. She guided her car over the bridge, the river surging madly under it. When she saw a car galloping at full speed towards her, she wrenched the wheel to the right. It was a serious miscalculation. She lost control of her car, and the black Mercedes-Benz flew straight at the guardrail.
Bang!
After a loud sound, the car crashed right through the guardrail and fell into the river. Bubbles rose for a bit, before the rapids once again reasserted themselves and the water covered the car like nothing had happened. The cars on the bridge all stopped, and some drivers got out to see if they could help. A few of them called for an ambulance, hoping against hope that the driver would be all right. They hadn't seen much before the actual crash, and who knew if the currents had already carried the car far from where they saw it go off the bridge. Hearing the loud bang coming from the other end of the line, Megan suddenly had a bad feeling about this. She heard a piercing scream and took the phone away from her ear. When she put her ear to the receiver again, she heard Debbie say in a calm voice, "Looks like you'll get your wish.
I'm done.
Enjoy living with your Uncle Carlos." Debbie's voice trailed off. "Megan, if I'm not dead." "Ahem. I swear I'll kill you." Silence ensued. Not knowing what happened to Debbie, Megan was frightened. She pried the back off the phone, took out the SIM card and dumped it into the trash bin. Under the water, Debbie tried to calm herself down. She had to save herself. She pried her white-knuckled hands off the steering wheel and covered her bleeding forehead. The water around the car was as black as ink. She picked up her phone, opened the flashlight app and looked for the life-saving hammer with the light. The posh car was well outfitted. In just a few minutes she found just what she needed. Good thing, since the air inside the car was getting thinner. A sigh of relief escaped her chest as she lifted the hammer out of the box under the seat. The cabin would soon be devoid of air. Debbie was winded and shaken. Her head wound was still bleeding, but she paid it little mind. Not much time left. Need to break the window. She held the hammer and put a ding in the window. At this point she might run out of air before she got through. But she swung the hammer again and again, with strength born of desperation. It didn't take long before a crack formed, then a spiderweb of cracks. Finally, the window exploded inward as torrents of water gushed into the cabin. Holding her breath, she swam out of the car and made her way upwards. The water was deep and she had to hurry up. The lack of oxygen made her feel dizzy. Although she had escaped the car, she had no idea whether she could make it all the way to the surface. How she wished she could call Carlos and listen to his voice. She wanted to tell him that she loved him and wanted to have his baby. But she couldn't right now. The water was muddy, and she was unable to open her eyes. She only heard a honk coming from far away. It was winter and the water was freezing. Luckily, she had taken off her down jacket in the car. Her soaked sweater alone was so heavy. She struggled to take it off and then she felt lighter. She kicked her legs hard and saw the blue sky. But then the rapids washed over her, and the currents dragged her under again, as she gulped a mouthful of water. Myriad feelings gripped her. Cold, hurt, terrified, sad. Carlos Huo. Save me. Although she could swim, she gradually lost consciousness after staying in the water for so long. She wasn't cold anymore. Instead, she felt comforting warmth embrace her. It was a fiction, though she knew the end was near. No. I can't die here. I haven't had a baby with Carlos yet. I haven't found my brother. I haven't said goodbye to my friends. Carlos had been nice to Debbie all this time, and she really couldn't die like this. Her will to live was so strong that she found the strength to swim upwards again. After what felt like an eternity, she could breathe again. She took several breaths and shouted for help. Help me. Her voice could hardly be heard. She grabbed onto one of the concrete supports of the bridge and hung on for dear life. Many people gathered on the bridge, and more people were arriving. A first aid team arrived as well. The moment she emerged from the water, someone saw her. Look, Someone's there. Debbie was too tired, and when her fingers slipped from the concrete and she sank into the water again, she heard several people jump into the river. Her chest burned like fire. She had no strength left at all. She closed her eyes and stopped struggling.
Carlos Huo. I'm sorry.
Then she lost consciousness. Debbie was awakened by the cold. She blinked, but the light was so blinding that she closed her eyes to stop the headache she felt coming on. She heard people talking in her ear. Opening her eyes slowly again, she saw the blue sky. Am I still alive? She thought. She's awake, said a strange voice. Is the ambulance here? She woke up. Girl, are you all right? Debbie nodded by instinct. But she felt very cold both physically and mentally. She was shivering and for some reason she was getting hot flashes. She wasn't sure why. Someone helped her to her feet. She then noticed that she was wearing a man's coat. It was part of a uniform and had patches on it as well as a name badge. It must belong to someone on the first aid team. Underneath, she was still wearing her wet knit shirt. She heard the ambulance approaching, and some men gathered around her when it arrived. She was bidden to lie down on a stretcher, and was carried into the ambulance by several men. In the hospital, sitting on a bench in the corridor, Debbie looked up and down the intake hall. The wards were fully occupied, and even the hall itself was overflowing with patients. A nurse bound her head, and then set her up within four. The four rack had wheels so she could walk with it if she had to. Miss Nian, we need you to contact your family. They need to pay for your treatment. The nurse demanded in a loud voice with a wad of test results in her hand. Debbie was still not entirely with it, and didn't hear the nurse at first. Not until the nurse called her several times did she come back to her senses. Pay the bill now, or you can't have another bottle of 4 fluid, the nurse said impatiently. She was practically yelling like Debbie was deaf or something. Debbie opened her mouth, but before she could respond, a familiar voice met her ears. I'll pay. How much is it? She raised her head to see Hayden. We have to stop meeting like this, she thought. Behind him was Portia, staring at her with burning eyes. $1.600. If she needs more 4 fluids, that's a total of $2.100. Here's the bill. The cashier's window is on the first floor. Hayden took the bill from the nurse and said with a friendly smile, Thank you for taking care of my friend. I'm going to pay now. The nurse, who had been impatient towards Debbie, was charmed by Hayden's handsome face and his impeccable manners. Although she was wearing a mask, you could tell from her reddened ears that she blushed with shyness. It's my pleasure, sir. After bidding goodbye to Hayden, the nurse left. He squatted down and looked at Debbie. Are you okay? What happened? And whose coat is this? Concern was written all over his face. In no mood to talk, Debbie just shook her head. I'm going down to the first floor to settle the bill. Wait for me here, he said softly and stood up. Thank you, she croaked. After her experiences, she was still shook. Hayden left, followed by Portia. Debbie could hear Portia berating Hayden. Why did you help her? Look what she's done to you. Hayden, you're a damn fool. Portia, I'll ask the driver to send you back home. Okay? You don't need to be here, Hayden coaxed. Not until Hayden and Portia were out of earshot did Debbie look away. She really wanted to stop Portia and ask her what she had done to Hayden. Sitting next to her was a woman with a baby in her arms. With an embarrassed smile, Debbie said to her, Excuse me, miss, may I borrow your phone? I fell into the river and lost my phone. I need to call my family. She was rather discomfited. She was soaked to the bone, and there was a blood-stained bandage around her head. The woman took out her phone and gave it to Debbie. She had no doubt that Debbie needed it badly. Debbie thanked her and dialed Carlos' number. Carlos, on the other hand, went directly to his office after he left the hospital. Under great stress, he decided the best way to bleed off this stress was to light up. After he lit the first one, he took a drag and let his chagrin float away with the smoke. He was still smoking when some unexpected guests entered his office. Damon whistled at his buddy and sat on the desk. Hey bro, it's rather smoky in here. Isn't there a smoke detector in your office? Before Carlos could respond, Damon spotted something and approached him. Wow! Guys, look at his lip. Who had the guts to bite you? It had to be your wife. She used to be so wild. Looks like he's in a bad mood. I wouldn't tease him, said Curtis. He knew Carlos well, and he felt he should remind Damon. He didn't want Damon to get hurt if Carlos flew off the handle. He sat on the couch and fixed his eyes on Carlos, wondering why he looked so upset. Wesley and Megan sat opposite Curtis, and both of them stared at Carlos, who had just tapped his cigarette on the ashtray to get rid of the cherry. He still sat wreathed in smoke. Carlos remained silent as if he didn't hear Damon. Curtis crossed his legs gracefully and adjusted his glasses. We heard you came back from New York, so we came here to meet you. Where's Debbie? In the manor? He asked. At the mention of his wife, Carlos still remained quiet. The rest of them looked at each other, puzzled. Hey bro, did you have a fight with your wife? Damon pried. Curtis couldn't keep his cool any longer. He stood up from the couch and came up to Carlos. You two were fine when I called you yesterday. What happened? Still Carlos said nothing. At this moment his phone rang and it was Emmett calling. They couldn't hear what Emmett said. Carlos just uttered a few words and then hung up. Silence blanketed the office again. Megan walked towards Carlos and coughed because of the acrid smell of tobacco. Uncle Carlos, did you guys fight because of what happened that evening? She asked in a concerned voice. While shaking his head, Carlos stood up from his seat, walked past Megan and stood in front of Wesley. Take care of Megan for me, okay? I need to deal with my wife. You know she's tough. You don't want my baby, so you simply took the birth control pills. You think that will do? Certainly not. You'll have my baby if I want you to. I won't let you go that easily. You don't like Megan. Fine. I get that. I can ask Wesley, Damon and Curtis to take care of her, Carlos mused. Upon hearing that, Wesley furrowed his eyebrows. Did you fight because of Megan? He asked. No, that's not it. She doesn't want to have my baby, answered Carlos. And she hasn't completely cut off relations with her ex. But that was too embarrassing for Carlos to admit in front of his buddies. The rest of them were rendered speechless. Curtis walked towards the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine. He poured everyone a glass of wine and asked casually, Debbie is still a student. It's not a big deal if she doesn't want a kid now. Why fight about it? Damon nodded and patted Carlos' shoulder. Does it bug you that I'm going to be a dad first? Carlos cast a murderous glance at him and said coldly, Fuck off. Delicately holding 2 glasses of wine, Curtis walked towards his buddies. I've managed to bring only 1 extra glass, he said while taking a sip from the glass in his right hand. Then he placed the second glass on the desk before them and added, Whoever grabs this first will have it. The rest of you can fetch your own. They all took it as a joke. Since when did they have to compete for a glass of wine? But even before he loosened his grip, Damon grabbed the glass, went to the couch and said casually, Well, seems I'm the lucky one. Then in the same casual manner, he sat next to Megan and offered her the glass. Little angel, you can have this, he said with a sideways glance at Curtis. Hey, are you trying to impress her with the wine that I've just brought for you? Shame on you, Curtis reprimanded. Thank you, Uncle Damon, but I don't feel like drinking. Megan declined his offer politely. She sat with her fingers interlocked under her chin, seeming very preoccupied. You were fine just a moment ago. What happened? Damon asked curiously. Casting a pitiful glance at Carlos, who was still smoking, Megan complained, Aunt Debbie doesn't seem to like me. She even had a fight with Uncle Carlos over me. I feel so sad. Carlos flicked the ashes from his cigarette and said indifferently, It has nothing to do with you. Poor at reading moods, Damon consoled Megan. It's okay. Pepper Nian is an odd woman. As far as I know, she has only a few friends. Besides, our Megan is so adorable. I can't see how anyone could not like you. Don't think about it too much. He stroked her hair gently, but the comments rubbed 2 of his friends the wrong way. Carlos looked at him with burning eyes and asked, Who is the odd woman? I dare you to repeat it. Gruffly, Curtis snatched the glass of wine from Damon's hand, poured the wine into his own glass and snapped, Boy, you have the nerve to speak ill of Debbie before Carlos. Try that one more time and I swear he'll beat the crap out of you. Instantly, Damon regretted his mistake. Why would he cross Carlos? To make up for his error, he went to the wine cabinet and brought the other glasses of wine that Curtis had poured for them.
I'm sorry, Carlos.
You know how clumsy I sometimes get in expressing myself. Guys, let's forget that dry joke and drink. They clinked glasses and settled down to some chit-chat. Turning to Curtis, Carlos asked, I've already gone through all the formalities for Debbie to study abroad. How about you? But Curtis, somewhat not in favor of the idea, made an incredulous face and asked, You want her to go there alone? Stubbing out the cigarette, Carlos shook his head.
No.
Although he was mad at Debbie for her refusal to have his baby and her insistence on taking birth control pills, he didn't want to have her study abroad alone. While the men were chatting, Megan went to the bathroom, inserted an anonymous SIM card into her phone, and dialed a number. When she came back to Carlos' office, the men were almost off, heading to the Orchid Private Club together. Wesley was the first to notice something was not right with Megan. You look pale. What's wrong? He asked. Megan was startled to see everyone staring at her with curious eyes. Flustered, she looked away and covered her face with both palms. Nothing.
I'm perfectly okay.
Since she looked calmer and more composed when she dropped her hands, no one around bothered to press further. Briefly, Carlos consulted with his secretary about some work-related issues, and then they all left the ZL Group's offices together. They had hardly left the building when the employees began to gossip about them. I envy Miss Lon so much. Lucky girl. She's surrounded by some of the finest eligible bachelors all the time. Now she's in the company of not one, not two, but 4 high-class men, everyone eager to please her. How lucky of her. Our very own Mr. Huo must dote on her the most. Did you hear the rumor that Miss Lon was the other woman between Mr. and Mrs. Huo? Maybe Mr. Huo is nicer to Miss Lon than to Mrs. Huo. Miss Lon must have saved the world in her previous life. What else could explain her never-ending streak of luck? At Orchid Private Club, after supper, Wesley answered a phone call and bade his friends adieu, unable to stay with them any longer. Being a military officer sometimes denied him time for his taste for the fine things of life. The members of his crew settled down to wine amid chit-chat. But Damon didn't stay long either. About 2 or 3 glasses later, he too excused himself. Hey guys, will you excuse me? I need to go back home and keep my wife company. See you tomorrow. That left only Curtis, Megan and Carlos in the private booth. In a bad mood, Carlos was inclined to seek solace in drink. After he and Curtis finished a bottle of fine Chinese spirits, the latter got a call from Colleen. As he stood to leave, Curtis had a hunch that Carlos might want to stay at the booth a little longer, so he reminded Megan to watch on him. In case he gets 2 extra glasses after I'm gone, please don't let him drive. I know Emmett will be on standby, so you can call him to drive the 2 of you any time, he advised and walked out of the club as well. Uncle Carlos, why are you not happy? Is it something that you could get over by talking? Should you feel the need to kindly talk to me, I'll be more than willing to listen. Megan propped her hand against her chin and looked worriedly at him. Staring at his glass, Carlos asked, How did you know she took birth control pills? Tell me the truth. Although he was not staring at Megan, sternness was obvious in his voice. Her heart skipped a beat at the question. I saw it. With my own eyes. Uncle Carlos, you don't believe me, do you? She stammered. At the beginning, Carlos didn't believe Megan's words. But after he had taken Debbie to the hospital, he could only accept the bitter truth that his wife had been taking birth control pills. After a long pause, he spoke. Your Aunt Debbie is short-tempered. Please be more tolerant towards her. Megan couldn't believe her ears. She looked Carlos in the eye, wondering whether he was already too drunk to reason. I'm only 18, yet Debbie is 21. Does he expect me to be the one to tone down and accommodate an older woman's whims? This can't be more sarcastic. If this can make Aunt Debbie happy, I'll do it. Uncle Carlos, I can do anything for you as long as you're happy. Tears welled up in her ears as she spoke. To change the subject, Carlos stroked her head lovingly and asked, "Have you decided what to major in when you go to university?" The question piqued Megan's interest. "Of course I'll go for economics and management like Aunt Debbie. Hopefully, after graduation you'll find me a slot for work in your company. It would be exciting to be part of your team at work," she enthused, smiling from ear to ear. Mulling over her excitement, Carlos cast her a meaningful glance. "Okay. An economics and management school in the United States is pretty good. You can." Before he could finish, she interrupted him. "Uncle Carlos, thanks for the generous offer. But I prefer going to the economics and management school right here in Y City. I don't want to study abroad. That would be like sending me away from you. I don't know how I could live far from here," Megan pleaded earnestly as she grabbed Carlos' sleeve and looked at him with innocent doe eyes. But Carlos simply drew his sleeve out of her delicate hands and poured himself another glass of wine. "We'll see," he said, sounding distant. Taking large gulps, he downed the glass without another word. He was watching, trying to see what she'd say next. "Uncle Carlos, you've had too much already. Let's go back home," Megan suggested, looking at Carlos, who was leaning against the couch now, his eyes shut as if in deep contemplation. When he opened his eyes, he took the phone out from his pocket and handed it over to Megan. "Call Tristan and ask him to drive me home." "Sure." Megan input the password, but to her surprise it was wrong. Jealousy flooded her as she knew it must have had something to do with Debbie. She took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Carlos, I have no password." With his eyes closed once again, he told her the numbers without even bothering to look at her. On call, Megan seemed to have poor connection in the private booth. Tristan couldn't hear what she was saying. Holding Carlos' phone, Megan said to him, "Uncle Carlos, the reception in the room is bad. I'll take the call outside." "Okay," Carlos responded. Megan hung up the phone and walked out of the private booth. She was about to call Tristan again when Carlos' phone started ringing. It was an unknown number. Megan stared at the number, wondering, "Who's this? Why are they calling on Carlos' private number?" She decided to answer the call. "Hello," she said. At the other end of the line, Debbie recognized the girl's voice. She smiled bitterly and said, "Put my husband on the phone." Megan had been nervous the whole afternoon, worrying that she would be held responsible if Debbie was dead. Now that she heard Debbie's voice, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank God. She's not dead. Uncle Carlos doesn't want to talk to you right now." Megan lowered her tone to a whisper. As far away as Carlos was, he was definitely out of earshot. The whisper was a voice that only she and Debbie could hear. The girl glanced around warily. But Debbie wasn't happy. "Doesn't want to talk to me? Who's this bitch to decide whom he talks to? Put him on the phone," Debbie demanded, balling her hands into fists. If Megan were standing in front of her right now, she would put one of those fists to good use, punching her in the face. "Uncle Carlos is in a bad mood. He really doesn't want to talk to you. It took hours for me to make him smile even a little. Just leave him alone. Moreover, Uncle Carlos told me to answer the call for him. He even told me how to unlock his phone. Just go away." "So, how do you unlock his phone?" Debbie doubted what she said. Anything Megan said was suspect at this point. To her surprise, Megan recited the new password to get into Carlos' phone. Debbie's birthday. She'd said it only a few days ago. Now she had to believe Megan was telling the truth. Heartbroken, she hung up the phone quickly. But Megan's performance had only just begun. Still holding the phone to her ear, she pushed open the door to the private booth and said in a persuasive tone, "Aunt Debbie, hang on. Why don't you tell Uncle Carlos that yourself?" "Hello? Aunt Debbie." Carlos opened his eyes suddenly when he heard Megan's words. Megan showed him the conversation log while holding the phone with trembling hands. "Aunt Debbie called from an unknown number. I thought it was Tristan, so I answered it, but it turned out to be Aunt Debbie. She asked me to tell you that she wouldn't be home tonight and then hung up." Carlos took the phone and glared at the number silently for a long moment before he called Debbie, but he didn't get through. It went straight to voicemail. He hung up in disgust and then dialed the unknown number. A woman answered the phone. "Hello. Where is Debbie Nian?" Carlos asked coldly. "Oh, you mean the young girl who borrowed my phone? She left with her boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Carlos stood up abruptly from the couch. "Where did they go?" The woman smiled. "I don't know. Her boyfriend carried her in his arms. It was so sweet. Lucky her. My husband and I were talking about the happy couple." Jealousy and anger filled Carlos, replacing the disgust he had felt before. These were raw and more powerful emotions, and Carlos was no stranger to them. In fact, he felt more powerful, more physically imposing when he was upset. At the hospital, Debbie gave the phone back to the woman holding the baby. Just then, Hayden was back with the receipt after paying the bill. Doctors were not far behind. "Deb, I asked them to get you a ward. Come with me," he said to her. Sitting there, Debbie looked pale and felt groggy. She nodded to Hayden and attempted to stand up. However, a surge of dizziness forced her to thump back into the chair again. Hayden scooped her up as soon as he noticed how weak she was. He made her comfortable in his arms and hurried towards the ward. The hospital had been packed with patients recently. There hadn't been a ward available in a long time. Right now, even the corridors of each floor were crammed with hospital beds. After pulling some strings, Hayden managed to get Debbie into an upscale double ward. When they got to the ward, Hayden placed Debbie on the bed carefully and tucked her in. A nurse took her temperature, 39.6 degrees Celsius. A high fever. In Orchid Private Club, Carlos couldn't be indifferent to Debbie, no matter how mad he was at her. He still cared for the woman, though sometimes he thought only God knew why. "Find out where she is. Now," he told Emmett on the phone. Emmett knew exactly who he referred to. When he and his men found Debbie, it was already past midnight. In the inpatient department of Y City Second General Hospital, a bunch of men in black stalked through the corridor, breaking the relative quiet of the hospital. The man in charge looked grimly at the hospital beds on either side of the hallway. Imagining Debbie in such terrible surroundings, he quickened his already hasty pace. Those menacing men drew most of their attention from the patients and their families. Their looks and presence made people wonder who they were and what they were doing there. Emmett pushed open the door to a double ward, after which Carlos walked in steadily. There were 2 beds and 4 people inside. A woman lay in the bed closer to the door, and a man sat next to it, head resting on the edge of the same bed, asleep. Carlos gave her a glance and walked on. She wasn't Debbie. In the other bed lay a woman with a bandage around her head. She was in deep sleep. She was hooked up to and for, a needle taped to her arm. Hayden sat on the sofa beside the bed, working. Seeing Carlos walk in, he smiled at him but didn't speak. The 2 men's eyes met. With a stern look on his face, Carlos said nothing to Hayden either. He strode over to the bed and stared at Debbie. She was the point. She was what he had come for. Her face was a sickly red. The bandage around her forehead was blood-stained. The fluid in the infusion bottle was mostly gone. Carlos promptly peeled back the tape and plucked the needle out of her wrist. Hayden stood up and tried to stop him, but Emmett walked over and kept him where he was. When Carlos lifted the covers away, he saw that underneath, Debbie was only wearing hospital clothing. Quickly, he took off his overcoat and wrapped her tight. Without a word, he picked her up from the bed. Maybe it was the warmth of his arms. Just then Debbie slowly opened her eyes. In a blur she thought she saw Carlos. "Mr. Handsome," she muttered. The ice around Carlos' heart melted. The tough man softened. The tenderness in his eyes went rogue. Nothing could conceal it anymore. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Don't worry, I'm getting you out of here." He was so gentle, so caring, Debbie thought she was having a beautiful dream. Slowly she closed her eyes again. If she stayed in that dream, she would rather never open her eyes again. Since the moment Carlos walked into the ward, Hayden hadn't been able to get much work done. He stood aside and watched Carlos' every move. Being a gentleman before leaving, Carlos said to Hayden, "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for taking care of my wife tonight." Hayden nodded in response. The whole thing was done rather quietly. The other patient never stirred. Onlookers gathered at the door as they left the ward. The bodyguards cleared the way for them ahead, so Carlos and Debbie got to the parking lot without disturbance. Emmett trotted to the car and opened the back door for him. After he and Debbie got in, Emmett sat in the passenger seat. They were heading for an affiliated private hospital owned by ZL Group. A VIP ward that was 3 times as big had been arranged. 2 chief physicians along with a few nurses were waiting for them at the entrance to the intake department. They walked up as soon as Carlos' car arrived. After a thorough examination, a doctor said to Carlos, "Nothing serious except the fever. The injury on her forehead was caused by some kind of blunt force. Looks unintentional. The bruises on her legs? Just scrapes." Carlos reminded him with a furrow, "She's on her period. Be careful with the medicine. I don't want her harmed." "Yes, Mr. Huo." When everything was settled, it was already past 2 a.m. Carlos sent Emmett home to get some rest and he himself sat on the wide bed. Sitting on the bed, his back against the headboard, Carlos carefully took Debbie in his arms. He took special care with the hand that was hooked up to and for. Stroking her other hand, he noticed how pale her hands were. Her face was pasty white. He had never seen her so fragile. His every movement was made with extreme care. Like she would break if he moved too fast or forcefully. A tough guy, he rarely showed his feelings, much less adopt a different facial expression. But when Emmett told him that Debbie had a car accident and her car fell into the deepest river in Y City, all the blood drained from his face. When Carlos and his men reached the accident site, Debbie's car hadn't been retrieved yet. Some professionals were working on it. The site was thronged with people, but few of them had witnessed exactly what had happened. Anxious to know how Debbie was, he told Emmett to ask around, see if anyone knew what happened to the driver. It took a long while before he found someone. They told him that the woman driving the car had been rescued and taken to the hospital. Then Emmett checked all the hospitals nearby. It took him a bit to cut through the red tape, but that was what he was hired for. He finally found Debbie in Y City Second General Hospital. Debbie had been asleep for quite a few hours, and had quite a few dreams to match that extended time. She remembered seeing Carlos in her dream. He told her gently that he came to get her out of that place. A man's exasperated growl interrupted her wandering thoughts. "Didn't you say she'd come around this morning? Do you know what time it is? 2 p.m. Why is she still unconscious? You call yourselves doctors? I spend a ton of cash on this hospital every year. I pay you good money. And what do I get in return? A bunch of idiots." "Please don't worry, Mr. Huo. Mrs. Huo is only sleeping." "Sleeping? She's been asleep since last night. You tell me that's normal?" "Carlos, why are you yelling?" a feeble voice scolded. Hearing her, Emmett said to himself, "Thank God, Mrs. Huo's finally awake. If she slept any longer, Mr. Huo would probably tear this hospital down around our ears." As soon as he heard Debbie's voice, Carlos' anger vanished like smoke on the wind. He and the others all rushed to her bed. The doctors looked at her, thankful and anxious. Now they knew their jobs were safe. At the same time, they prayed Debbie would be fine so that they wouldn't get another round of Sturm and Drang from Carlos. Debbie was surprised to see so many doctors surrounding her. One might think she was dying or had contracted some weird and highly contagious disease. But she knew that it was all because Carlos had lit fires under these doctors' backsides. They knew that their jobs were on the line, so they gave her the very best care. One of the perks of owning the hospital, Debbie figured. The director of the hospital himself examined Debbie, listening to her heart and lungs, checking her vitals, making sure that her reflexes were good. Afterwards, he assured Carlos repeatedly and unctuously that there was nothing serious with his wife. Only then did Carlos allow the doctors to leave the ward. Looking at Debbie's colorless face, Carlos was deeply worried. "Bring the food," he commanded Emmett. Yes, Mr. Huo. Emmett turned to fetch the food. The couple were left alone in the ward. Carlos seemed a little distant, while Debbie was silent. The atmosphere in the room turned awkward. What happened? Carlos finally broke the uncomfortable silence. Debbie turned her back to him. Isn't it obvious? Can't you see for yourself? Her car had been retrieved. After going over the car, they determined the brakes were working. The other parts of the car were all functioning fine. So the only thing Carlos could think of was Debbie's driving. Since you're such a bad driver, don't get behind the wheel. The driver can take you wherever you want to go. Debbie turned to look at him with a sneer. Your bedside manner needs work. She had been expecting him to say how worried he had been, maybe even treat her gently and comfort her, just as he had in her dream. But it turned out nothing was like the dream. No comforting words. No gentle voice. All she got was his accusing tone. She was beginning to think maybe she shouldn't have woken up. Just stay nice and warm and loved in her dream world. She was thinking maybe she should say she was tired and shoo him out of the ward. At least it would shut him up. She normally liked his voice, but now she just preferred silence. This wasn't how he used to treat her. Staring at her ghostly white face, Carlos didn't say a word. Indifferently, he turned around, leaving. His hands were in his pockets, balled into fists. Only he knew how much he wanted to hug her. But he had been telling himself not to. Carlos Huo! Debbie shouted, exerting all her strength to sit up. Carlos paused and turned. You're still too weak. Don't sit up. Get some rest. Without waiting for a response, he continued with a frown. Lie down. Lie down, my ass. Don't you even care how I fell into the river? Where were you when I fell? Were you having a sweet moment with Megan with her in your arms? The first thing I heard after waking up was you blaming me for being a bad driver. Was I ever a bad driver before? Why now? Did it ever occur to you that something happened before the accident? Or maybe you were hoping I died so that you could be with another woman. Debbie started panting after this. Only now had she stopped to take a breath. Carlos walked to the bed and made her lie down. I think you must have bumped your head. You're talking crazy. Maybe a CAT scan will reveal something. Debbie wanted to punch him in the face. While Carlos was tucking her in, she slapped his hands and snarled, Thank you, Mr. Huo. Save your energy. I'll do it myself. At this moment, Emmett walked in with the hot meal. This happened to be at the exact same time she slapped Carlos' hands away. It gave him great joy. Stifling his laughter, he put the food on the edge of the bed and said to Debbie with admiration, Mrs. Huo, let me adjust the bed for you so you can eat more comfortably. He reached for the button to elevate the head of the bed. No thanks, Debbie lashed out. I don't want to eat. Let me starve. Someone would be happy to see me die. Emmett persuaded. It'll break Mr. Huo's heart to see you starve. You can't imagine how happy Mr. Huo was to see you wake up. Emmett! Carlos shouted. Immediately, Emmett shut his mouth. Debbie retorted. Emmett, I bet you don't know that your boss fell in love with someone else. Wait, that's not it. He's always loved someone else. It seems that you're well enough. I guess we don't need the food. Emmett. Carlos' order was implied. Emmett was surprised to hear it. He had seen how upset Carlos had been when he heard Debbie had an accident. He had seen Carlos holding Debbie in his arms in the middle of the night and kissing her repeatedly, worry written all over his face. He had seen how Carlos roared at those doctors when Debbie didn't wake up like he was hoping. Mr. Huo, clearly you care about your wife more than anything. Why can't you just compromise and humor her a little? Emmett was disappointed to see two people who were obviously deeply in love hurting each other. Even though he knew one day Carlos would regret these stupid fights with Debbie, it was not his place to do or say anything. That was why he didn't, even though he wanted to. In spite of Carlos, in spite of himself, he found he liked Mrs. Huo more and more each passing day. He didn't like the way Carlos treated her, but he had to keep silent. He followed Carlos' orders and took the food away. Debbie's mouth had been watering at the delicious smell of the gourmet food, but right now she had to watch them being taken away. So this was how Carlos punished her? So unfair. Emmett. Debbie called when Emmett reached the door. Yes, Mrs. Huo, Emmett responded loudly. Debbie sat up in bed and asked, Can I borrow your phone? Of course, Mrs. Huo. Someone you want to call? Emmett walked back with the food. Yeah, I want to call someone and ask her to get me out of here. I know someone doesn't want to see me here. Emmett stole a glance at Carlos. The man's gloomy face made him hesitate. As he was wondering if he should lend Debbie his phone, the door to the ward opened. Emmett saw the people that walked in. Mr. Liu, Miss Song, he greeted. Too worried to respond to Emmett's greetings, Curtis hurried to the bed. After examining Debbie carefully with his eyes, he asked anxiously, How did this happen? How's your forehead? Still hurting? Is anything else hurting? Curtis' concern opened the floodgates for Debbie's tears. Compared to Carlos' cold tone, Curtis sounded so warm. Debbie embraced Colleen, who was standing next to him and was equally worried. Finally, someone cares about me. Mr. Liu, Colleen, please take me with you. Can't stay here anymore. My husband loves another woman. He won't let me eat and talks to me coldly all the time. She sobbed. Curtis rarely got mad. But upon hearing what Debbie had said, he turned to Carlos with a sullen face and demanded, Carlos, is this true? Don't you know she just had a near-fatal experience? Carlos glanced at Debbie and said, It's all bullshit and you know it. Not having the heart to watch his boss make a bigger mistake, Emmett walked to Carlos and reminded him in a whisper, Mr. Huo, with all due respect, don't say anything you'll regret. Carlos glared at Emmett. The dutiful secretary's voice trailed off. Assuming the couple were fighting, Colleen rolled her eyes at Carlos. Debbie, don't cry. Gregory's not busy. So if your husband can't take care of you, I'll call my brother and ask him to come and look after you, she said, trying to comfort Debbie. Recently, Colleen learned her brother had a crush on Debbie, Carlos' wife. She knew that Gregory stood no chance and that it would go nowhere. She felt sorry for her brother. Now that there was an opportunity for Gregory to show how much he cared, Colleen grabbed it for him. And with both her and Curtis around, she believed Carlos wouldn't be tough on her brother. Colleen took out her phone and was about to dial the number, when Carlos observed, Colleen, you're a bride-to-be. Don't you have a wedding to plan? His tone was full of warning. Colleen stared at him and put her phone away. After twitching her lips unhappily, she commented, Debbie just had a serious accident. Why do you have to be so mean? Couldn't this wait until she's well? You're so rude. Honestly, I don't know how Debbie puts up with you. Then Curtis took the tray out of Emmett's hands and put it beside the bed. He sat down on the edge of the bed and picked up a bowl of congee. Gently, he spooned some food out of it and placed it to her mouth. Here, eat something. We'll get you to another hospital. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Liu, Debbie said sweetly. Carlos watched and listened. Just as Debbie was about to take a bite, the proud man who had just been criticized by everyone else in the ward snatched the bowl and spoon away from Curtis and snapped, She's my wife, Mr. Liu. Now go away. Curtis was simply pushed off the bed. Looking at the overbearing man, he shook his head. This man's ego sometimes makes him lose his head. But at least now the reverse psychology is working. If he won't take care of her, we'll make a show of it. Then, he'll be forced by his jealousy to act, even if he wants to punish her instead of cherishing her. Open your mouth, Carlos ordered bluntly. Debbie snorted. Since you're so gallant, I guess I'll have to open my mouth. A spoon of warm congee was put into her mouth. Shut your mouth. 1 minute you ask me to open my mouth, and the next you ask me to shut my mouth. You're so high maintenance. Mr. Huo, if I shut my mouth, how will you feed me? Asked Debbie, blinking. The man of few words was again rendered speechless, while Colleen and Emmett burst into laughter. This was too good. She was giving as good as she got. Another group of visitors came sauntering into the ward while Debbie ate. They were Jared, Damon, and Damon's wife Adriana. Damon walked beside Adriana protectively. This was the first time Debbie had met Adriana. She hoped she was good for him. Jared had made some questionable choices when it came to girlfriends. But then again, Damon was not Jared. This woman was almost 9 months along. Thanks to the pregnancy, her face was round and chubby. Her almond-shaped eyes were bright and beautiful. A smile lingered around her lips. She wore a simple orange designer down jacket and soft flats. Her long hair was tied back casually. Debbie's first impression of her was that she was a high flyer. Their eyes met. When Adriana saw Carlos himself feeding Debbie, she was very curious about the woman in the hospital bed. Jared saw the gauze around Debbie's forehead. Before anyone could say anything, he dropped everything and sprinted towards Debbie. "How you feeling, tomboy? I was worried to death when I heard about the accident. I couldn't sleep. I even lost my appetite. How are you? Let me have a look." He approached Debbie to hug her, but Carlos pulled him away by the sleeve, putting the boy at a distance from Debbie. "I haven't even gotten to hug my wife yet today. You? Back off." Everyone was stunned by Carlos' possessiveness. With his hands around Adriana's waist, Damon kicked Jared in the leg and berated him. "Behave yourself around Mrs. Huo. Otherwise, next time if Carlos gets pissed and throws you into space, I won't help you." Jared scratched his newly dyed yellow hair and explained, "Mr. Huo, I was just worried about Tomboy. Don't get me wrong." Carlos only threw him a cold glance and continued to feed Debbie. With one arm around Adriana's waist, Damon moved closer to the bed and said, "Debbie, let me introduce my wife Adriana Mu, CEO of ZL Group, New Zealand branch. Sweetie, this is Carlos' wife, Debbie Nian, a student from Curtis University." Debbie swallowed the food in her mouth and exclaimed, "CEO? Wow, you're a successful woman."
Adriana.
"Nice to meet you." Adriana walked over and shook hands with her. "What successful woman? I only got this position because your husband felt bad for me. But you even melted Carlos the iceberg. That's impressive."
No.
Debbie wanted to ridicule Carlos. On second thought, it seemed to be inappropriate on such an occasion, so she said instead, "Me too. I got the title of Mrs. Huo only because Mr. Huo felt sorry for me." The others hooted, but Carlos' face darkened. He picked up a cookie and put it into Debbie's mouth to shut her up. Damon nodded his head. "Mrs. Huo, you're my heroine. Few people dare to talk about Carlos like that." Carlos cast Damon a cold look. Damon wrapped his arms around his pregnant wife protectively and took one step back. Pretending to be afraid, he said, "I'm warning you. Don't be a smart. Your wife is here today." All of Carlos' good friends felt bullied by him all the time. Today they all wanted to see how weak he was in front of Debbie. It was a sight for sore eyes, and they enjoyed every minute of it. She was the only one who could really mess with him and not get hit for it. Anyone else, well, they knew better. Colleen smiled at Emmett and said, "Emmett, if Carlos gets angry at you guys again, call Debbie. She knows how to calm him down." Emmett gave Colleen a thumbs up and whispered, "Works like a charm." He had tried many times. Never let him down. By word of mouth, "Call Mrs. Huo for help when Mr. Huo is mad," had become a well-known secret in the offices. Debbie actually wanted to say, "No use calling me. Call Megan." But in the end, she swallowed those words and simply smiled awkwardly. As soon as Debbie finished eating, Carlos peeled a banana and handed it to her. Damon saw this. He looked at Carlos earnestly and said, "Bro, I'd like a banana too." For the first time since Jared, Damon and Adriana had walked into the ward, Carlos spoke. "Beat it." Seeing his brother getting bullied, Jared snorted, "Don't be so bossy. Your wife's here." The others laughed. The atmosphere inside the ward was pleasant. Everyone was happy except Carlos. "Tell us what happened," Curtis said to Debbie. The smile on Debbie's face froze when the accident was suddenly brought up. She looked at Carlos. He was confused by her look. "If you have something to say, just say it." "It's true. I mistook the gas pedal for the brake." They were rendered speechless by her careless mistake. Debbie, however, was wondering if her friends would believe her if she told them that Megan was involved in the accident. And Carlos, would he trust her words? Luckily, Wesley wasn't in the ward. Among the four, Carlos and Wesley valued Megan the most. If Wesley were there, He would be pissed at her if she told them that the accident was caused by Megan. Should I tell them that Megan not only provoked me, but also purposely told Carlos that I had taken birth control pills? Debbie pondered silently. She blamed herself for being too weak. She shouldn't have let Megan get to her so easily. She had learned her lesson. Even if she decided not to tell the others the truth, she would get back at Megan sooner or later. She promised herself. Noticing that she was in a bad mood, Colleen patted her hand and said, "It's okay. If you don't feel like talking, just forget about it now. You are fine, that's all that matters." Adriana chipped in. "Get some rest. When you are ready to talk, Mr. Huo will be here beside you. If there's some problem, I'm sure he'll fix it for you." Debbie was still silent. Jared couldn't hold his tongue anymore. "Tomboy, you have never been so hesitant before. What's wrong with you?" It was true. She used to speak her mind anytime, anywhere. That used to be her trademark. But now she couldn't. And it was because of Carlos. She was wondering if he would believe her. If he didn't, then whatever she said would be pointless. And he might even think that she was trying to frame Megan. When that thought hit Debbie, she forced a smile and said, "This is just the result of me being a bad driver. It's nothing else. Relax, everybody." They could tell that she was definitely hiding something, but no one forced her to share. The others left the hospital together after spending some time with her. Left alone with Carlos, Debbie fell silent once again and slept immediately after. When she woke up, it was already dark. The ward was quiet. Debbie was alone. Bored, she stared at the half-empty infusion bottle. "Hello? Anybody there?" she shouted after clearing her throat. Carlos walked in from the next room. He walked to the bed and pressed the nurse call button. They were engulfed in complete silence as they waited. Soon after, 2 nurses walked in and Carlos said, "Bring her dinner." "Yes, Mr. Huo." The nurses turned to leave, but Debbie said, "Please wait." "Yes, Mrs. Huo." "What can I do for you?" asked one of the nurses. "Could you help me get out of bed?" Since Carlos was standing right beside her, the nurses were confused by her request. They stared at him in search of an answer. "She is ignoring me completely." His face clouded over in anger. "Get out," he ordered icily. Seeing his furious face, the nurses fled from them quickly. "Hey, you scared them away. I need their help," Debbie complained with a frown. Carlos walked over to her, rolled the bed up for her, and put a pillow behind her back so that she could lean against it comfortably. Debbie threw the covers aside impatiently and tried to get out of bed on her own. "Where are you going?" Carlos blocked her way. "The bathroom. It's urgent." "What? You have a problem with that, Mr. Huo?" Debbie yelled. "If you don't want to be here, then leave. Why the long face? No one forced you to stay." Carlos walked around the bed and picked up the infusion bottle. He slowly hung it on the mobile rack. Debbie wanted to do everything herself, but Carlos refused. He led her towards the bathroom, supporting her with one hand and pushing the rack with the other. After she was done, Debbie washed her hands and walked out of the bathroom. Carlos was waiting at the door. Silently, he escorted her back to the bed, one arm protectively around her waist. It was unnecessary, but he insisted. So in the end, she was kind of carried back to her bed. As soon as she sat on the bed, her dinner arrived. It was a huge meal. Since her hands weren't injured, it never occurred to Debbie to ask Carlos to feed her. She told the nurses to lay the table for her, and began eating. However, Carlos was angered because he thought that as her husband, he wasn't being relied upon at all. He closed his eyes to suppress the anger building inside him. When Debbie finished eating, he sat on the bed and said, "Now tell me." Debbie stared at him and asked, "Tell you what? How did you fall into the river?" The car window had been broken. It seemed that she had been smart enough to break the window with the emergency hammer to save herself under the life-threatening circumstance. "Where were you when I fell into the river?" she asked as she wiped her mouth and studied his face carefully. Carlos thought about it. The accident had taken place yesterday afternoon, so he was in my office. During the time she had her accident, He hadn't arrived at Orchid Private Club yet. But he was about to leave. Debbie sneered. Is it so difficult for you to tell me the truth? She knew that he had gone to Megan's place and had told her about the examination result as soon as he had left the hospital. Carlos' brows knitted tightly. He didn't understand what she was talking about. Have I ever lied to you? You're lying to me now. If he wasn't lying, how would Megan have known that they had gone to the hospital? Debbie Nian, why are you trying to push my button? What good does it do you to make me angry? Carlos lifted her chin and forced her to look at him in the eye. Debbie wasn't afraid. She brushed his hand away and retorted. Push your button? How? Are you angry because I exposed your lie? Carlos stood up, trying to calm down. Sleep. We'll talk when you have a better attitude. He started walking towards the door. Carlos Huo. Debbie called from behind him. Carlos stopped but didn't turn. If I tell you that the accident had something to do with Megan, will you believe me? Carlos turned around now. Debbie looked serious. What do you mean? He asked with a frown. While I was driving, I got a call from Megan. She told me that you went to her place after you left the hospital, and that you told her you were very disappointed in me. Debbie stressed every word and spoke slowly. She also said that you told her that you'd realize that she was the one who loved you the most, and that you would never leave her. And she was the one who told you about the birth control pills. That was when Debbie had been stimulated. In a fluster to avoid the vehicle coming in the opposite direction, she had mistaken the gas for the brake. As a result, the car veered out of control and ran into the river. Sounding morose, Carlos said, Although I was disappointed in you, I didn't go to Megan's place. It was indeed Megan who told me about you taking birth control pills, though. It was also true that he had told Megan he would take care of her forever, as her uncle. Did you lose your composure because your lie was exposed? He asked. Debbie looked at him in disappointment. So, you think this has nothing to do with her? At the moment, Carlos wasn't sure how much he should trust Debbie. It had just been confirmed that she had been taking birth control pills behind his back. Besides, Hayden was never out of her life. You're a grown woman. You should take your own responsibility when there's a problem instead of blaming others. Understand? Apparently pissed off, Debbie laughed sarcastically. Grabbing the pillow from behind her back, she threw it at Carlos angrily. To hell with your blaming others. Get out of my sight. I don't ever want to see you again. Ever. Unflappable, Carlos didn't duck. The pillow softly hit him. Get some rest. With those 3 words, he picked the pillow up, tossed it on the sofa and left. Left alone, Debbie's eyes reddened. One of the most enjoyable feelings she had with Carlos was his constant reassurances. It was a priceless part of the relationship. Made her feel like a princess. But when he ignored her, it made her feel like a weed in his backyard. Something which he didn't give a damn about and could as well be trampled under feet. Her phone had been destroyed in the accident, so when Debbie was left alone in the ward, she had nothing to do but aimlessly switch between TV channels. Yet, she didn't find anything of interest. When she finally got bored with the telly, and Carlos had been gone for more than 1 hour, she decided to get out of bed to play on the computer in the ward. Leaving the TV on, she heavy-heartedly dragged herself out of bed and sat at the computer. That was when the TV in the background drew her attention. CEO of ZL Group, Mr. Carlos Huo, is present at the fashion show. Instantly she turned to check what was on the news. On Y City Fashion Satellite TV, an international fashion show was being broadcast live. Countless cameras were on Carlos, the grim-looking, well-dressed man. His date wore a cloud dress and white stilettos. Arm in arm, they walked on the red carpet towards the venue. Watching all this, Debbie couldn't help but move closer to the TV. But there was no mistaking the woman next to him, Portia. Walking beside Carlos, the ever-proud and aloof woman enjoyed the envious gazes from everywhere. Obvious excitement written all over her porcelain face. Clenching her hands tightly, Debbie wanted to smash the TV. Didn't he say he always kept a low profile? Didn't he say he never allowed the media to take pictures of him? Then what the hell is this? Everything he says is a lie. He is a lying, cheating son of a bitch. Even after he and Portia had sat in their VIP seats, the reporters kept on taking pictures of the two. After all, it was rare for Carlos to be willing to face cameras. Besides, he and Portia looked great together. Previously there was Olga, and then Megan, and now Portia. Mr. Huo, aren't you a philandering old dog? Debbie cursed inwardly. Portia was never nice to her. And now she was wrapping her arm around Carlos in public, for the whole world to see. Unable to take in the eyesore anymore, Debbie grabbed a glass from the bedside cupboard and smashed it angrily against the TV, sending the nurses gasping in shock. In a short while, still on the set at the fashion show, Carlos got a call from Tristan not long after he had sat down. Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo. What's wrong? A panicky Carlos asked. Although he tried as much as he could to remain calm, the anxiety was detectable in his tone. Mrs. Huo smashed the TV. Why? What happened? Regretting having come here, Tristan turned to Debbie, who had wrapped herself in the covers in bed. Disturbed, he tapped his middle finger at the side of his forehead, now sinking deeper into thoughts. Why did he have to walk into the ward just when Debbie was about to smash the TV? Now he had to be the one telling his boss what she was up to. While he fumbled for words, Debbie shouted in the background. Well, do you ever get tired of fooling around with all kinds of women? Aren't you such an amorous wildflower that entertains anything and everything, from poisonous bees to deadly butterflies? You philandering, thoughtless scumbag. Tristan listened on without a word. His anxiety only grew worse. Carlos said calmly, ask her if she had a good time smashing things. If one set is not enough, give her more sets to smash. It had only been a short while since he had left, but she had already started creating drama. He was livid. He couldn't even find the right words. Yes, Mr. Huo, Tristan answered respectfully. Sitting next to Carlos, Portia listened carefully to the conversation on the phone. She couldn't hear anything from the other end of the line, but she got every word that Carlos had said. Who is this her? Is she Carlos' wife? Behind the scenes, Portia's parents had pulled a lot of strings to get her this opportunity to attend this fashion show as Carlos' date. And since the chance was here, she had decided to use it to its fullest, making sure she left a favorable, lasting impression on Carlos. The very best she possibly could. When Carlos hung up the phone, she asked in affected confusion and thoughtfulness, Mr. Huo, is anything the matter? But in an unreadable mood, Carlos simply put away the phone and responded coldly, without even the courtesy of looking at her. Nothing happened. In an instant, it all began to sound as if he were talking to a stranger rather than his date. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Tristan moved another TV set into Debbie's ward, just as Carlos had ordered. This infuriated Debbie. Carlos Huo, what's this supposed to mean? You don't have time for me, do you? What do you want me to do? Tear this hospital down. As soon as the last bottle of fluid ran out, Debbie immediately asked the nurses to pull out the needle in her wrist. I can't stand this place any longer. I want to be out there going about other things. Discharge me right now, she demanded, on the verge of turning hysterical. It took Tristan a long while to calm her down. Mrs. Huo, the gauze is still on your head, and the stitches in your forehead haven't been taken out yet. Why not wait until the cut heals before you start throwing tantrums? He urged. I don't give a damn about the stitches. My husband is showing off out there as a couple with another woman. Do you want me to sit here and wait? Get me an invitation to the show. I have to get in there and personally witness whatever mischief he is up to. Without waiting for an answer, Debbie got out of bed and started searching for clothes in the cupboard. Looking at her, Tristan began to regret his thoughtless promise to Emmett that he'd take care of Debbie for him. After a moment of searching in the room, she found there were no spare clothes she could wear, not to mention a suitable outfit for her to wear to the event. Your boss' wallet was lost in the river. By now she was getting very frustrated. Tristan shook his head and responded, Mr. Huo intended to let you stay in the hospital for a week. There are still 5 days to go, so I haven't prepared the clothes yet. Me being here for a week, while he plays around with his other women? At the mere thought of it, Debbie was on the verge of ripping the gauze off. How would she convince him that she had recovered and was ready to leave the hospital soonest? But then as she studied the anxious nurses around her, she had an idea.
Fine.
Then I guess I'll have to stay. Half an hour later, Tristan called Carlos again. Mr. Huo, is this a good time? To which Carlos snappishly replied, Go ahead. Just a glance at the model on the runway and he almost lost his temper. Mrs. Huo ran out of the hospital, Tristan stammered on the phone. How? Watching the hospital surveillance footage, Tristan cleared his throat and answered. Mrs. Huo asked me to grab some real food for her. After I left, she snatched a nurse's uniform, changed into it and ran off. Carlos closed his eyes with resignation. He felt as if the old rebellious Debbie was back, always giving him a headache. Where did she go? Asked Carlos. His voice betrayed no emotion. The camera shows she hailed a cab at the entrance, and the cab drove toward Skyline Road. You know, she lost your wallet in the river. With no money on her. Where do you think she went, Mr. Huo? Tristan wondered how Debbie paid the fare, since she didn't have a penny on her. Carlos stood up from his seat and left the venue quietly. Portia grabbed her handbag and followed. The manager of the fashion show had kept an eye on Carlos the whole time. The moment he saw Carlos leave the show, he tagged along. Tell Emmett to call Casey. Tell her to stay put until I get there. Carlos ordered on the phone. Portia trotted after him. She almost sprained her ankle, thanks to a strap on her heel coming loose, but she didn't dare complain. She followed him all the way to the parking lot. Seeing Carlos hang up the phone, she asked, Taking off, Mr. Huo? He glanced at her and said, Yeah, Zelda will drive you home after the show. Portia refused thoughtfully. Thanks, Mr. Huo.
No worries.
I'll call my brother. Carlos got in the car. Without one more look at Portia, he ordered Zelda to start the car. When the manager of the show came out to the parking lot, Carlos' car was already gone. Cautiously, he asked the woman standing there with an awkward expression on her face. Miss Gu, Mr. Huo left because... Portia regained her composure and answered. He had to leave for work. I see, the man replied. Then he pried. Miss Gu, are you a close friend of Mr. Huo's? Portia cast him a cold look. The manager grinned and shut up. Since Carlos had left, Portia decided not to go back to the show. She called the driver and asked him to pick her up. When Debbie arrived at the gate of Casey's block of flats, she told the driver with embarrassment that she didn't have any money. The cabbie was annoyed. Are you screwing with me? Nurse, don't you know you have to pay for the ride? Debbie smiled awkwardly. Just a minute. Can I borrow your phone? I'll call my friend and ask her to meet me here. She can pay you. Left with no other option, the cabbie reluctantly handed Debbie his phone. It was either that or risk not getting paid. At this point, he still wasn't sure if he would. Casey, where are you? She asked once Casey answered. Outside. Glad you're awake. What's up? Christina and I went to the hospital to see you this afternoon. But you were snoozing, so we left without waking you up. Hearing that Casey wasn't home, Debbie was flustered. You're outside? Where? I took a cab to your place, but I have no money to pay the fare. I'm at the entrance to your block. What? Emmett and I are having dinner outside, Casey replied. Then Debbie heard her say to Emmett, Emmett, don't answer your phone yet. Tomboy went to my place. Let's head back now. When Casey answered Debbie's call, Emmett's phone started ringing too. Debbie asked, Have you eaten yet? If you're not finished, I can find you at the restaurant. If you don't mind me being the third wheel. There was a moment of quiet on the phone. Then Emmett said on Casey's phone, Mrs. Huo, we're on our way back. Tell the cabbie we'll be right there. Without giving it too much thought, Debbie said, Okay, hurry please. Bye. She gave the phone back to the driver and explained, My friends are coming. You'll have to wait a moment. But I'll pay you double the fare. At that, the anger disappeared from his face, and he visibly relaxed. He even chatted a little with Debbie. He had quite a few questions, but she must have presented quite a sight. She didn't have time to gather up winter clothing, and some of her clothes were lost in the accident anyway. Her scalp had stopped bleeding, but she still had the bandage on, which people's eyes were naturally drawn to. And of course with nurses' scrubs you couldn't really tell where she worked. Debbie had eschewed the name tag when she donned the nurse's outfit. "Which hospital do you work in? That looks like a nasty wound. It's freezing cold. Why are you not bundled up? Aren't you cold?" Debbie looked at the clothes she was wearing and feigned embarrassment. "I spilled water on my own clothes. These clothes belong to my friend, and I came to borrow some clothes from another of my friends." "Oh, you should be more careful. You could catch a cold dressed like that." 10 minutes later, Debbie saw someone approaching. It wasn't Casey but Carlos. When Zelda got out of the car and paid Debbie's fare, her first thought was, "Holy crap, run." She opened the back door quickly and ran away from the Emperor like crazy. Watching her fleeing figure, Carlos took out his phone and ordered, "Mrs. Huo is running down Riverside Lane. Stop her." Soon enough, a Bentley pulled up in front of Debbie, blocking her path. She almost ran into it, and had to put her hands on the door to steady herself. 2 bodyguards walked out of the car and stood in her way. "Good evening, Mrs. Huo." They greeted her respectfully. "Good? Nothing good about this evening," Debbie thought in frustration. She turned her head. The Emperor rolled up alongside her. The car window was rolled down. Carlos looked at her and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Clad in only the nurse's outfit, Debbie trembled from the cold, but still, she rolled her eyes at Carlos and responded stubbornly, "None of your damn business." "Gosh, why is it so cold?"
I'm freezing. Kropka.
Zelda stared at the shaking woman with mixed emotions. Recently, she had learned that Debbie was Carlos' wife. She had seen Carlos with Megan. And word had it the Huo family and the Lee family were going to form a bond by marriage. So shouldn't Mr. Huo marry Megan or Stephanie? Why did he marry Debbie Nian? Lifting her head high in defiance, Debbie walked past the Bentley and the Emperor and continued walking down the road towards Casey's building. Carlos opened the door and got out. Even though her teeth were chattering from the cold, the stubborn girl didn't intend to yield. Steady footsteps came from behind her. Suddenly, she was scooped up and fell into familiar arms. "Hey, let go of it. Now. So damn cold. If you don't want to freeze to death, shut up," Carlos scolded. Debbie's anger flared. "You're the one fooling around with another woman while I was in the hospital suffering. You don't get to be mad, mister." "Put me down," she said, struggling with him while he held her fast. Although she was furious due to the cold, her words sounded weak. She felt as if her lips were not hers anymore. She had lost command over them. Carlos was at a loss. He had only gone to a fashion show. Why was Debbie accusing him of fooling around with another woman? This woman is unbelievable. He came to the Emperor and put Debbie down. The woman, however, gave the car a heavy kick. "No, I won't. You get in. I'd rather freeze to death out here." Her teeth clattered as if they were composing a special symphony. She was far from shivering now. Great convulsions rocked her body. The innocent Emperor was the one to receive the kick. Zelda sat stiffly in the driver's seat, not daring to move. This was her boss' favorite car. Carlos' aura got grimmer. "Debbie Nian," he warned. Debbie wasn't scared. Glaring at Carlos, she snapped, "What?" Somehow, her angry tone made him laugh. "If you're angry about something I did, then be mad at me. Don't take it out on the innocent." "The innocent?" "Mr. Huo, by innocent, did you mean your car or Megan?" Carlos' anger had worn out. He wondered since when he had become so patient. For the last time, get in the damn car. Making sure nobody was around them, Debbie kicked Carlos in the shin while saying, "No problem. I'll take it out on you." Looking at the footprint on his suit pants, he asked, "Are you happy now?" "Yes, I am," she replied. She could hardly stand the cold anymore. Besides, she had just nerved herself to kick Carlos. She had had enough. Without waiting for Carlos' reply, she got into the warm car. After she was driven back to the hospital, Debbie walked to the changing room silently and changed into her hospital clothing. She shoved the nurse's uniform at Carlos' arms, but the man just stood and stared at it. Debbie glared at him stubbornly. Her bright white eyes read, "Are you going to take it or not? If you're not, I'll be very mad." Carlos looked at the uniform in disdain and said, "This is another woman's clothes. I don't want to touch it." Debbie was lost for words. Debbie grumpily walked to the next room and said to the nurse on duty, "Please return this to your coworker and apologize for me." "Thank you." Then she ran back to the bed and slipped under the covers without another word. Again, Carlos was neglected. After some time, how long Debbie couldn't say. She was about to drift off when Carlos said to her, "Here, take this." She didn't respond. Carlos lifted the covers. Debbie opened her eyes and gave him a cold look. In his hand was a new high-end phone developed by ZL Group. "Your SIM card is already in it." She grabbed the phone from him quickly without so much as a thank you, and tucked herself in again. The first thing she wanted to do was talk to her friends on WeChat. She thought that she might have to log in first. To her surprise, when she opened WeChat, her account had already been logged in. She wondered if Carlos had logged into her WeChat account. There was no chat log, and it didn't seem that anyone had browsed through her messages or her updates in moments. She opened the group chat with her closest friends and typed, "Jared, Casey, Christina, Dixon. Let's do something crazy after I am discharged from the hospital." Jared didn't respond. Casey sent an emoji which had a face with the question mark. Christina sent an astonished face emoji. Dixon said, "I heard you had an accident. I called you but your phone was switched off. How are you?" "I'm fine now, but I can't leave the hospital yet." "Dixon, are you back in Y City?" "Not for another 2 days." Dixon had gone to visit his hometown for the spring festival. They still had several days to go before the new semester began. Debbie had slept a lot during the day, and since chatting with her friends was so much fun, she was still busy typing on her phone past midnight. After his evening routine, Carlos came into her room. As soon as he lay on her bed, Debbie covered her phone with her hands, as if she was hiding something from him. "What are you doing?" she asked warily, rolling her eyes. "Sleeping," Carlos said, stone-faced. He knew what she was doing with her phone. He decided to ignore it. He had read her updates in moments. Just as he had anticipated, she had gone straight to WeChat and other social media as soon as she had gotten her hands on the phone. She had posted an update in moments. "I won't forgive you." She didn't care whether Carlos saw it or not. Actually, she hoped he would. Then she wouldn't have to tell him again. "Why don't you go home? How am I supposed to sleep if you stay here?" Debbie locked the phone screen and stared at him instead. Carlos ignored her attitude. "I'm married. I'm supposed to sleep with my wife, and this bed is big enough for 2 people. We're having a fight." "I didn't fight with you," he shrugged. "If this isn't a fight, then what is it?" Debbie wanted to ask him. On second thoughts, if she chased Carlos away, she might get frightened at night to be alone in a hospital. So she dropped the topic. Turning her back to him, she unlocked her phone screen again and continued replying to her friend's comments. However, Carlos grabbed her phone from her clutches and said coldly, "It's late and your wound hasn't healed yet. Go to sleep." "I slept too much during the day. I'm not sleepy now. Give me back my phone. I have to reply to my friend's messages." Carlos put the phone aside and pulled her into his arms. "Do it tomorrow." "Hey, we're having a fight. You can't hug me like this. I'm mad at you." "Mr. Huo." She was silenced by his kiss, a long, gentle kiss. "You'll make me lose control over my urges. You're on your period. I don't want to be an inconsiderate asshole. So stop moving," he warned in a husky voice. In the darkness of the hospital room, Debbie smirked. "Am I that sexy, turning a universally acclaimed good man into a horny asshole?" Debbie wanted to talk to him, but she was afraid that the topic might become upsetting and that the conversation might go ugly. She would end up sleeping alone in the hospital. She decided to silently fall asleep in Carlos' arms while listening to his steady heartbeat. Debbie behaved well in the hospital the next day since she had her phone. In the afternoon, Casey, Christina and Jared came to see her. They talked for the whole afternoon. While Carlos and his secretaries were working outside her ward, Debbie and her friends were hatching a big plan. Debbie began in a conspiratorial tone. "Wanna take someone out?" The other three looked at each other and then shook their heads vigorously. Debbie rolled her eyes. "You don't have to kill anyone." "Then don't say take someone out," Christina corrected her, sighing.
Fine.
"How about doing something really crazy?" "Interested?" Jared nodded. "Of course. How could I miss that?" Since nobody needed to die in their little operation, Casey and Christina nodded too. "As long as it doesn't go against the law, count us in." "Against the law?" Debbie thought about it. "Does it?" "It doesn't, I suppose," she said with a grin. For a moment, her friends stared speechlessly at her. Christina finally said, "I doubt it." Debbie scratched her head in hesitation, mulling over her plan.
No.
"I don't think it's anything criminal, but we'll be stepping on Carlos' toes. Will you guys still do that for me?" Her friends all looked perplexed at her words. Casey couldn't bear hearing Debbie speak in riddles anymore, so she asked, "Okay, Tomboy, just lay it out. What are you planning?" "Get this. I'm lying in a hospital bed, wearing these ugly patient clothes, and I've been put on a drip and had stitches in my forehead. This is all thanks to one woman. So I need your help to teach her a lesson," Debbie said between gritted teeth. Her. Even though Debbie didn't explicitly spell out the name, they all knew who she was talking about. Familiar with upper-class circles, Jared and Casey were both well aware of the consequences. They simultaneously shook their heads disapprovingly. Jared blurted out, "Don't do that. Mr. Huo and Mr. Li are protecting her. She's the apple of their eye." Casey slapped Jared's shoulder to stop him. "Shut up. That was then and this is now. Tomboy is Mr. Huo's wife." Jared noticed a dash of sadness flash through Debbie's eyes. Realizing that his words had hurt Debbie, he was full of remorse and hastily apologized. "Yeah. My bad. Tomboy, I'm in. Whatever you want." "Okay. Count me in. Anyway, Mr. Huo will probably take your side. There's nothing to be afraid of. Look what that bitch has done to you." "She needs a whooping," Casey said. She knew most of the story. She couldn't swallow her anger over what Megan had done to her best friend. Hearing them, Debbie slapped her leg and said resolutely, "Exactly. I'm tired of being a doormat. I never did anything to get back at her because I didn't want to hurt Carlos. But she's crossed the line. She's sabotaging our marriage. My husband and I are being driven apart because of her. I won't let her off the hook. On top of that, I almost died thanks to Megan's phone call." She thought angrily. "Casey, you can swim, right? I may need your help for this. And Jared, I just need you to do me a little favor. Christina, you don't have to come with us. Just stay at home and wait for the good news." Then, Debbie told everyone her plan and assigned a task to each of them. At last, Christina looked at Debbie embarrassed. "Debbie, I want to go with you too." She also was angry with Megan and wanted to watch this good show. However, she didn't have someone that had her back once things turned serious. Everyone else had wealthy parents that could pull some strings. Touched by Christina's gesture, Debbie patted her on the shoulder. "Christina, don't follow bad examples. It'll make you a bad girl. I know your heart. Thank you. Just wait for us at home and prepare a big meal to celebrate our success." "Okay." Christina had no choice but to nod. "Okay. Take care all. Especially now." When the three of them left Debbie's ward and saw Carlos sitting outside, they all bade farewell to him politely and formally. "Goodbye, Mr. Huo." "Bye, Mr. Huo, see you." Carlos felt suspicious of them. His intuition told him these kids were planning something behind his back. They had always been courteous to him, but this time it was more than that. They seemed to want to butter him up, as if trying to get on his good side. Especially Jared. He had even clasped his hands in prayer when he left the ward. With that thought in mind, Carlos turned to Emmett and instructed, "Go and get some information from your girlfriend." Emmett understood what he meant. "Yes, Mr. Huo." But he suddenly felt baffled. Casey was on Debbie's side and so was he. Besides, Casey was one of Debbie's best friends. Not exactly a reliable source, especially if she was part of the plan. No matter what information he had gotten wind of, he wouldn't betray Debbie. He liked the girl, though he was curious what she was up to. As a protest against Carlos, Debbie was determined to endure a long, boring stay in the hospital rather than bow down and beg him to take her back home. A week later, Debbie was finally discharged from the hospital. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Debbie felt a surge of excitement coursing throughout her body. No more smell of disinfectant in the air. "Amazing!" she exclaimed in her mind. Truth was, if it weren't for the new semester starting in 2 days, Carlos wouldn't have allowed her to be discharged from hospital until the scar on her forehead vanished. So she felt really lucky. After leaving the hospital, Carlos drove her back to the manor. Much to her disappointment, he left for his office at once, even before she'd been properly settled there. Watching him slowly disappear from sight, she could do nothing. She searched her brain, but found no excuses to make him stay a little longer. The rhythm of an old song began to play in the back of her mind. She tried to recall the lyrics. "Yeah, I remember now." Then she cleared her throat and began to sing. "I hide my tears from you to play cool. I give you a cold shoulder however I care. Never thought you'd leave me along the way. My heart is dripping blood, but I have no courage to make you stay. I watch you go to a world far, far away." As she sang the sad song, Debbie felt much better. Sad songs sometimes had a way of doing that, curiously. They were cathartic in a way, and sometimes more effective than all the antidepressants a pharmacy had to offer. Then she remembered Carlos told her to buy whatever she needed, because her luggage had been lost. They weren't going to drag the river to find someone's dresses or makeup collection. Besides, she had stayed in the hospital for so many days. She needed to break out, hang out, and do some shopping. "Your tenderness is nowhere to be found, and I lose all reasons to be strong." Debbie continued to sing to herself as she slowly made her way upstairs. Funny enough, she suddenly sped up the rhythm, changing the sad melody to a cheery tune. Meanwhile, Carlos had made a call to a housemaid before driving out of the manor. He asked the housemaid what Debbie was doing at the moment. With complicated feelings, the housemaid looked at the woman who was singing happily, and replied honestly, "Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo is singing." Carlos was surprised. "Singing? So she's quite happy even without me," he thought, upset. Unsatisfied with the answer, he hung up the phone at once, his face darkened. He was as gloomy as ever, and the mood around him darkened as well. Debbie went to the music studio and enjoyed herself there for a short while. She even got the inspiration to write a few lines for the song she was putting together. After that, she asked the driver to get her to the shining International Plaza. Debbie spotted a hair salon after getting out of the car. She touched her long hair. The idea of having a haircut came to mind. It is about time for a change. Maybe they can make me look like $1,000,000. In the hair salon, a handsome man with gray-dyed hair greeted Debbie enthusiastically. "Hi, pretty girl. Welcome. What'll it be?" Debbie scanned the spacious studio and replied casually, "My hair is a bit too long. I want it cut a little." She hadn't expected the interior of the salon was this luxurious. The price should be quite high. "Okay, please come this way. Let me wash your hair first." Then she followed the handsome man to another room to have her hair washed. "So just a haircut, or? What about a dye job or perm too? Actually, you're lucky you came in today. We're running a special offer now. It'll be cost-effective if you buy a VIP card." Debbie paused. "Just to trim and perm the ends of my hair a little. And how do I get a VIP card?" As the gray hair man dried her hair, he gestured to another young man, asking him to come over. When Debbie saw another young man coming up to her, she couldn't help but marvel in her mind. "Wow! Another handsome boy. Why are all the hairdressers here so handsome?" Do they need to win a beauty contest before becoming a hairdresser? When Debbie knew that the price of a simple haircut was already $200, she was taken aback. Her lips twitched. God, I'll never get a haircut in the shining International Plaza again. That's way too expensive. Are they hoodwinking the customers? How can Carlos allow such a hair salon to open here? She wondered. But if you apply for a VIP card and save $10,000 in it, you'll get an extra $5,000. And we have different bonuses at $30,000, $50,000, or $100,000. Besides, we'll give you a coupon for one free hair dye and hair perm, which is worth $888. It's our 10th anniversary, so that's what we have for you. It's really a bargain. You look so beautiful, and to come here more often would only add to your beauty. Debbie felt a little dizzy hearing the young man's endless prattling. They were doing the hard sell here. It seemed that it would be a better deal to buy a VIP card. She would actually get a 50% discount, if her calculation was right. And moreover, she'd have a free dye and perm. Okay, please help me apply for a $10,000 VIP card, Debbie said to the young man. Deep down, she wondered if Carlos made her become bolder in spending money. This guy talked her into buying a $10,000 card, and that was not chump change. He appeared to have done so easily, like he had a gift for fast talk. It only took 3 minutes for her to be $10,000 poorer. Even before Debbie's hair was dry, the handsome hairdressers had quickly fetched the VIP application form for her to fill in and sign. They couldn't show more hospitality to Debbie by entertaining her with fresh fruits and beverages. In no time, a pus machine was put in front of her. So, without moving an inch from her seat, Debbie sealed the deal. So, with her new hairdo, Debbie was warmly sent off by the handsome young men. Her hair was dyed brown, yet it looked black. It was trimmed, yet it looked as long as before. Well, the so-called new hairdo didn't seem that different at all. In a daze, Debbie stepped out of the hair salon holding the gold card in her hand. This gold card was given to her by Carlos. She hadn't brought this bank card to New York and had kept it in another handbag. She never expected to waste $10,000 so soon. She mourned a bit, feeling sad to waste money so impulsively. Then, she opened the WeChat app and posted an update in the moments. She wrote, "Wow, nowadays hairdressers are all young and handsome, but with mad sales skills. They got me to buy a VIP card. Ah, poor me. My heart is aching and so's my wallet. If I could turn back time, I would have never stepped into that store." She then put 2 crying face emojis below the words. On the other hand, working in his office, Carlos heard his phone beep when Debbie posted her update. He had set her account as the top focus so he would get her updates right away. He immediately tapped Debbie's moments. However, as he read the content, his frown deepened. Young and handsome? She always calls me old man. Is she saying I'm old? He wondered. And why was she sad for buying a VIP card? He was intrigued. How much money had Debbie put down on that card that made her so frustrated? He called Emmett in and asked, "Emmett, check how much money Debbie spent just now and where. All accounts." 10 minutes later, Emmett reported, "Mrs. Huo spent $10,000 on a VIP card in a hair salon at the shining International Plaza." What? Just $10,000? And she's sad. Carlos couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Go and upgrade the card. The highest amount they have," he demanded.
Yes, Mr. Huo," Emmett replied.
He hadn't made it to the office door yet when Carlos added, "Don't let her know." Emmett nodded. While she was hanging out at the shopping mall, Debbie chatted with her friends on WeChat. She complained, "I should have asked you guys along. You could have stopped me." It was just that she didn't want to bug her friends to keep her company all the time. So she decided to set out on her own and do her shopping that way. It would give her time to think at any rate. Dixon sent a voice message. He said, "Bad idea. If Jared and Casey were there with you, you would have spent $100,000. Dixon was right. Jared and Casey led a more extravagant life than she did. But she didn't like squandering money for the most part. Money was to get something you needed, not everything you ever wanted. Casey sent a rolling eyes emoji to Dixon and said, "You kidding? She's Mrs. Huo. If anyone knew who she was, and that she was crying over $10,000, they'd laugh at her. Tomboy, it's only $10,000. Show off a little. Money's no big deal for your husband." Remember, Megan spent $80,000 for 3 shades of lipstick. She didn't even feel bad. They might be right. Debbie sent a heart emoji to Casey and wrote, "You're right. If I don't spend my husband's money, Megan will use it up sooner or later. I shouldn't give Carlos any chance to waste money on her." Seeing the two women's words, Dixon felt that he'd better zip his mouth. Then, as Debbie walked into a cosmetics chain store, she tapped the comments in her WeChat moments. There were already dozens of comments under the new post. Gail's and Portia's comments caught her attention. Gail commented, "You bragging about something?" Portia wrote, "I have a VIP card with $50,000 for the largest hair salon at the Shining International Plaza. Go ahead and use my card." Debbie could sense the sarcasm in Portia's comment. Portia had become more and more aggressive against her. She seemed to smell blood and, like any shark, was attracted to it. Debbie didn't know why. "I've been done with Hayden for a long time. Why is she still pissed?" Debbie wondered. "Thank you for your kindness, Portia. But I have." Debbie was typing a reply. She paused and wondered what was the highest amount of the VIP card in that hair salon. She giggled mischievously. Anyway, Portia didn't know any better. Debbie decided to brag about it. She continued to write, "I have a VIP card with $200,000 in it. If your $50,000 VIP card isn't enough, you can call me, and we can use mine together." Portia didn't take the bait and reply instantly. Instead, she asked her man to confirm it. Emmett had already upgraded the card of the hair salon by the time Portia's men called the receptionist there. The worker had already put the money into Debbie's VIP card 5 minutes before the call. After getting the answer, Portia's man reported to her, "Miss Gu, Debbie Nian's VIP card indeed has $200,000, and together with the $50,000 bonus, she has $250,000 in total." Portia was dumbfounded, her mouth agape. Clutching her phone tightly, she hung up quickly. She wondered, why does Emmett have so much money to spend on Debbie? He's just an assistant. Maybe he takes bribes. Now the thought of hitting on Carlos burned stronger inside Portia's heart. She began to fantasize the day when she would be the new Mrs. Huo. The first thing she would do was ask Carlos to investigate Emmett. If he was found out to have accepted any bribes, he'd be locked up. That way Debbie would lose everything. She grinned broadly as she pictured the scene. There was still no reply from Portia. Debbie didn't care either. She closed the WeChat app and shifted her attention to the various lipsticks inside the lit glass counter. There were tons of shades and accents on top of that. With exotic names like After Midnight, Love Bites, Everglow, and A Little Magic, there was a lipstick for practically every mood. If your mood was to attract a guy, of course. And with selections in matte, satin, or metallic finish, it was difficult for Debbie to make a choice.
No, Debbie.
You have more than enough lipsticks at home. Leave now and stop spending money. But this color is so beautiful. Debbie battled with herself in her mind. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation and bought one more shade of lipstick. In the end, she decided on Moonlit Night, a mauvish shade that promised to give her a refined and elegant look. Debbie had eaten dinner outside before coming back to the manor. Carlos hadn't come home from work yet, so she went to the yoga room. After doing a few poses like tree pose and downward dog, she decided to head to the music room afterwards. Carlos didn't come back until 11 o'clock at night. He found Debbie in the music studio and she was concentrating on writing a song. He caught a glimpse of her scribbles on the paper. There were crosses or dots under most of the words. It seemed that she wasn't satisfied with the lyrics she had come up with. Carlos stood behind her and patiently waited for a few moments. Yet, she didn't notice his presence. He stayed silent, even held his breath, trying to make himself as unobtrusive as possible. You. Arg. Her high-pitched shriek interrupted his unspoken words. Debbie jerked around to stare at the man who had sprung up from nowhere, her face white as a sheet. His sudden voice startled her so much that she felt like she was having a heart attack. As it was, she was still trembling. Carlos inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Am I that scary? Debbie nodded, but then shook in panic. No, you're handsome. A dash of satisfaction flashed through his eyes, but soon it vanished into thin air as he heard her say, as handsome as a vampire. Carlos sighed. He threw a cold glance at her and demanded, go to bed now. Don't stay up late. That's none of your business. Anyway, I can use my husband's money to buy the most expensive eye cream. I can use my husband's money to keep healthy no matter how late I stay up. Her words made Carlos happy but also angry at the same time. In the end, he grabbed hold of her wrist and dragged her out of the music studio to keep her from talking any more nonsense. Let go of me. My legs work just fine. Debbie yelled as she struggled in an attempt to break his grip. But Carlos didn't loosen his forceful grip on her hand until they reached the edge of the bed. With strength, he freed her hand, throwing her onto the soft bed. Debbie awkwardly lay prone on the bed, bouncing a bit while shouting angrily, Carlos Huo, are you nuts? If you don't want to see me, then don't come back home. Oh well. This is your home, not mine. I'll get out. As she said this, she got out of the bed and trotted toward the doorway. Stop, Carlos ordered coldly. With his authoritative voice, he always could assert power over everyone but Debbie. It occurred to him that she was the only person in this world who dared to go against him time and again. The angry woman had disappeared from the bedroom after slamming the door loudly, leaving Carlos alone with himself. Why did she constantly get angry with him when he only wanted the best for her? It seemed to him that their relationship was a bit like a child and a parent. He would make a rule or redirect her, and she would throw a fit because she wasn't allowed to do what she wanted right then and there. Sometimes she would bring him to the end of his rope. She had only gotten a few steps away when Carlos caught up with her and carried her in his arms. Feeling her legs leave the ground all of a sudden, she yelled, Let go! You jerk! I don't want to see you! Her voice was suddenly muffled. The man had kicked the door closed and pressed her against it to kiss her blabbering lips. Realizing his intent, Debbie took the chance to ridicule him while gasping for air. You want to have sex with me? But aren't you angry with me for taking birth control pills? Aren't you worried I'll take them again? Thanks to this topic, Carlos flared up more. He glared at Debbie intently, warning, Debbie, if you eat just one more pill, I won't let you have even one bite of food. Whatever, no sex anyway then. Since you don't trust me, why sleep with me? Get lost. Get away from me. Arg. Ouch. You're hurting me. Debbie stopped her attempt to wriggle out of his arms by his sudden gesture. Carlos tightened his grip on her waist. Why are you turning me down? For Hayden. Debbie really wanted to pop him in the face. Why was he talking about Hayden? What did he have to do with this? In a huff, she snapped, Are you high right now? Hey, stop. I was wrong. I didn't. Debbie was now shrieking, her deafening pleading sounds echoing through the house, even though their bedroom was well insulated. Until the wee hours in the morning, the pleading, moaning, and heavy breathing sounds finally subsided and everything returned quiet again. Weakly lying prone on the sofa, Debbie felt really remorseful. She felt like a fool. She shouldn't have angered a night beast who hadn't tasted its prey for a long time. She had reaped the consequences herself now. Some people say that fight sex of a couple is some of the best sex you can ever have. Your blood is already surging through you, your adrenaline is high, so why not? Angry sex can sometimes make you feel better. But not in this case. They had sex for a whole night, but Carlos wore a cold face the whole time. Even when they reached climax, he didn't affectionately call her Deb or honey, as he usually did. Thinking of it, Debbie felt even more frustrated. Whoever talked about fight sex never met my husband. It's not true at all, she thought gloomily. The next afternoon, Debbie woke up from her long sleep, and she slept even longer due to her exhaustion. Like usual, Carlos had already gone to work. She raised her sore arm, grabbed her phone and texted Carlos. "Shouldn't you go visit my uncle and aunt during Spring Festival?" When they were in New York, Lucinda had called Debbie, inviting her to have a meal together with Carlos. Debbie had promised to go. She had intended to visit her aunt and uncle after coming back from New York. However, she'd had a fight with Carlos even before flying back, and had even experienced a near-fatal accident. So she hadn't had the chance to visit them. Since she had almost recovered now, it was time to show respect to her elders. On the other hand, when Carlos received Debbie's message, he had just arrived at Megan's house. He took a look at the message and put his phone away. Megan put a cup of coffee in front of him and said happily, "Uncle Carlos, this is fresh brewed coffee. I made it for you. Have a sip, please." As she said it, she suddenly noticed a love bite on his neck. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. She found it hard to take her eyes off it because it was too obvious. Sensing Megan fixing her eyes on him, Carlos already knew what she was looking at. The truth was, he had gotten a lot of curious and strange glances from his staff all morning. He remembered Debbie did it on purpose last night, and she got what she wanted thanks to this little trick. Now everyone knew Carlos had spent a crazy and romantic night with a woman. They believed that the couple must have been so passionate that they gave each other love bites in the heat of the moment. Thinking of Debbie, Carlos couldn't help but grin tenderly. He grabbed the coffee mug and took a sip, trying to hide the affectionate look in his eyes. Then he put down the mug and nodded. "It's good." Megan came back to her senses and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Uncle Carlos. I'm glad you like it." But the next second, what Carlos asked made her smile freeze on her face. "I'm curious. When and where did you see your Aunt Debbie taking birth control pills?" That was his purpose of visiting Megan's house today. I already told you about it. In New York, in the Huo family's house." "Uncle Carlos, why do you ask?" Megan stammered. Carlos cast her a sidelong glance and said in a very stern voice, "Megan, be honest with me. You know I hate liars." Megan was frightened by his stern tone. Carlos had never talked to her like this. Unable to take it, she felt hurt, her eyes reddened. I'll tell you the truth. Your mom told me." "My mom?" Perplexed, Carlos continued to interrogate her. "What did she tell you?" Bowing her head in fluster, Megan uneasily played with her fingers. She looked baffled. "Uncle Carlos, please stop asking me. I don't want to betray your mom." Seeing the flustered expression on her face, Carlos did stop asking about it. He changed to another topic which, in fact, brought more unease to Megan's heart. "Did you call Debbie before her car accident?" "And no," Megan replied, her lips trembling. "Megan!" Carlos shouted, his tone becoming stern again. Unlike Debbie, Megan couldn't resist this man's powerful demeanor, and he broke her resolve. This time she couldn't hold back her tears. They flooded her eyes and poured down her cheeks.
"Uncle Carlos, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to do it. I didn't think she'd get in an accident. That day, I knew you had a fight with Aunt Debbie and that you were unhappy. I felt really guilty, so I went out to call her in order to soften her anger. At first, she didn't answer. Then I used another phone to contact her. When the call finally went through, I apologized to her sincerely. Instead of accepting my apology, she confronted me about telling you about the pills. I admitted it and then she hung up on me. I didn't think she'd have an accident after the call. Uncle Carlos, please don't get mad at me. Please." Stone-faced, Carlos stared at her and continued to ask, "What else did you talk about?" "Aunt Debbie said that you loved her the most. So she warned me to stay away from you. That I've been pestering you all the time, annoying you. Promised her. Uncle Carlos, I feel bad now. I know it's wrong to hang around with you so much since you're married, but I just can't get you out of my head.
I'm sorry.
It's all my fault." Megan sobbed, her breath becoming short. Carlos massaged the upper part of his nose near the eye sockets, feeling his head pounding for the trouble. To avoid her asthma attack, He had no choice but to comfort her. Don't cry. I didn't mean to blame you. Uncle Carlos, I hear you. I won't cry as long as you don't get angry. She turned her tears into smiles as she went to get a tissue. After leaving Megan's house, Carlos got in his car and called Tabitha. Mom, it's me. Carlos, what a surprise. You're not busy now.
No.
Mom, when did you see Debbie take birth control pills? Carlos asked outright. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Tabitha figured that it must be Megan who told Carlos. Carlos waited on the phone patiently. After a while, Tabitha finally opened her mouth. I think it's good she took a contraceptive since your grandma and dad don't like her. It'll be a problem divorcing her if she gets pregnant with your child. Mom! Carlos' powerful voice interrupted Tabitha's mumbling. Whether they like Debbie or not has nothing to do with me. Just answer my question. When did you see Debbie taking birth control pills? Carlos. Tabitha raised her voice. His cold voice stung her heart. You've never talked to me like this before. You've become distant from me because of Debbie. I'm heartbroken by your coldness. Carlos remained silent. Suspicion rose in his heart. It wasn't a difficult question to answer if she had indeed seen it with her own eyes, but she kept jumping over this issue. It dawned on him that things were not as simple as he had thought it to be. Sorry, Mom. I have work. I'll call you later. Bye. Carlos. Carlos. Tabitha wanted to talk to her son for a while longer, but he had ended the call without waiting for her reply. She sat staring blankly at her phone for a while before coming back to her senses. She stood up and walked to James' study. James was talking to someone on the phone with a smile on his face when she pushed open the door and walked in. At the sight of her, he instantly pulled a long face and ended the call in haste. The smile had vanished from his face. In a cold voice he asked, "Anything?" He returned to his seat and randomly grabbed a file which was on his desk. The expression on his face had changed so abruptly that it was impossible for Tabitha to not have noticed it. Her face went pale. Carlos knows about Debbie taking contraceptives, she said, trying to sound calm. James put aside the file and asked with a frown, "So soon?" She merely nodded without saying anything. The truth was that she was the one who had blurted it out to Megan. But she couldn't dare tell James that, afraid of his ill temper. There was a moment of silence in the study. James lit a cigar, took a drag and slowly blew out a stream of smoke. Tabitha wanted to stop him from smoking for the sake of his health. Yet the words were stuck to her throat. She dared not interfere with his business. After a few moments she vaguely heard him muttering, "It looks like it wouldn't be that easy to get rid of Debbie Nian. I might have to finish her off for good." Tabitha stared at the man in a daze. His face was emotionless as he said those devilish words. She wondered if she had heard it right. In the manner, Debbie changed into a set of clean and casual sportswear, and was all set to go out. Before she left, she called Emmett to inquire about Megan's new address. Megan wasn't living in her previous residence anymore. Carlos had arranged another expensive house for her in a high-class neighborhood. Debbie felt gloomy when she saw the beautiful houses flash by her, as the car drove through the neighborhood. It was like her husband was keeping a mistress in broad daylight with no concerns. Emmett had informed the entrance guards about their visit beforehand. So Debbie, Jared and Casey were able to smoothly pass through the heavy security. Jared, who was driving the car, stole a glance at the sumptuous houses in the neighborhood and marveled at their beauty. "Tisk tisk," he clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Tomboy, your husband is so wealthy that he bought a house in this prime location for someone unrelated to him. I bet even the smallest house here occupies at least 150 square meters, and it would be worth tens of millions of dollars." Debbie angrily hit his head. "I know that. No need to rub it in my face." Of course she knew how expensive this area was. This was the center of Y City. The average housing price in Y City was already high even for a standard middle-class house, not to mention a house in this prime location. Casey, sitting in the back seat, rolled her eyes. "Jared, you idiot!" she cursed in her mind. She quickly comforted Debbie. Tomboy, Mr. Huo has bought you a villa in East City Villa. That one is much more pricey than any house here. And the manor you're staying in now is probably more expensive than this whole neighborhood. So don't go too much into it. Your husband loves you far more than her. East City Villa was well known as a brownstone district. Each of the villa there was valued at least 100 million. Everyone in the city knew about its sky-high price. Debbie understood Casey's intention to comfort her. She leaned against her seat, remaining silent. When they reached building number 8, Debbie asked the other two to wait outside and walked towards Megan's apartment by herself. She rang the doorbell and waited. She said to herself that she was strong enough to deal with a weak woman like Megan on her own. As she waited for Megan to open the door, Debbie caught a glimpse of the two tall and sturdy bodyguards who were standing in front of the door and staring vigilantly at her. They were arranged by Wesley and Carlos to protect Megan. Debbie smiled ironically. They did treat Megan well. If the bodyguards hadn't known Debbie's identity, they wouldn't have allowed her to come an inch close to the door. Then again, she was confused. Carlos and Wesley spoiled Megan so much. Why didn't either of them get engaged to her while they were still single? That way, things would have been simpler. As Debbie was lost in her complicated thoughts, the door opened and Megan stood in front of her, wearing pink pajamas with bunny ears and a pair of pink slippers. She looked like a lovely young girl. Megan was surprised to see Debbie at her door all of a sudden, but she returned to her usual self and greeted her with a sweet smile. Well, if it isn't Aunt Debbie? What brings you here today? Debbie wasn't in the mood to pretend to be on good terms with her. She snorted coldly and cut to the chase. I just happened to drop by. Come with me. I will buy you a drink and we can have a good talk. Megan frowned upon hearing her invitation, but she hid her emotion and smiled again. I'd love to. Please come in and wait till I get changed. She stepped back from the doorway to allow Debbie to enter. Debbie had had no intentions of going into her house, but then she was curious to know if there would be any of Carlos' belongings in there, or if she might find some clue regarding their past. She decided to go in and find out. At the hallway, Megan brought a new pair of slippers for Debbie to put on. After that, they walked into the living room. Wait here, Megan said indifferently and went straight to her bedroom without giving Debbie a second glance. The fake smile had faded away from her face the moment they had walked in and closed the door behind them. She dropped her pretense since there was nobody else here except the two of them. Debbie didn't care about her cold attitude. She stood in the middle of the living room and scanned the space. The decor was the sort of style most girls would have loved. The walls were painted in pastel hues and pink. Even the furniture was colored in either baby pink or light blue. Exquisite and rare ornaments were placed on the tables and the cabinets. Everything looked pricey, but Debbie didn't find anything strange or special. Suddenly, a photo frame on the table caught her attention. Curiously, Debbie walked towards it. She stood there and looked at the picture without touching it. There were 3 people in the picture: Carlos, Wesley, and Megan. It must have been taken a few years back, judging from the complexion of Carlos' face. He looked tanned. Besides, he looked much younger in the picture. Carlos and Wesley were both wearing a set of camouflage clothes. They had a thin smile on their usually calm faces. A short and young Megan stood in between them with a sweet smile, wearing the same camouflage uniform. In the background was a blue sea. It was a warm picture. Debbie already knew how Carlos looked in camouflage uniform because he had a lot of group pictures of himself and other big shots hanging on the walls of his study in the manor. Those pictures were taken while he was serving in the Special Force. That picture was taken 5 years ago. Uncle Carlos had just fostered me and had been taking care of me for a while at the time. Megan's voice came from behind her. Debbie turned around and saw her wearing a blue long overcoat. In a sincere tone, Debbie praised as she turned back to look at the picture once again. It's a nice photo. 2 handsome men and a beautiful mixed girl. Breathtaking. Debbie couldn't help but think that if Megan hadn't fallen in love with Carlos, she would have been fond of this girl too. Megan remained emotionless even after hearing Debbie's praise. I'm ready, she said flatly. They went out together. Megan's bodyguards followed close behind them and got in another car. It wasn't until Megan opened Debbie's car door that she was shocked to see the other two guys sitting there. After a pause, she climbed into the back seat without a word. Casey shot her a cold glance and moved over, and then looked back down at her phone. That showed Megan the proper amount of contempt and disdain Casey was going for. Jared was in the driver's seat, and he turned around to glare at Megan. Well, you do have the guts to come along. You think Mr. Huo will back you up so Tomboy won't do anything to you, he remarked with sarcasm. Debbie settled down in the passenger seat. After fastening her seatbelt, she grabbed Jared's head and made him look at the road ahead. Let's go, she ordered. Hey, watch the hair, Jared protested. If it were someone else other than Debbie, who dared to lay a finger on his new hairdo, he would have kicked the guy away. Or at least he would have given him a good punch to remind him. It wasn't easy to manage the new hairdo. He had spent more than an hour making it look just right before he went out today. He anxiously looked at his reflection in the rearview mirror and carefully smoothed the tousled hair, making sure he looked as handsome as usual. After 2 minutes, the flamboyant guy still hadn't started the car. Impatient, Casey kicked the back of the driver's seat and yelled, "Are you going on a date? Quit messing with your hair. You already have a tons of pretty girls around you. Let's get going." Jared finally started the engine. He complained, "But it's you guys, not my Mrs. Right. I'm not looking for a friend or a girlfriend. I'm looking for a wife." "A wife?" Debbie mocked. "You? The eternal bachelor? Dream on," she said as she played on her phone. Jared sighed helplessly. "Come on, Tomboy. Have some respect." On the other hand, Megan showed no interest in their bantering and secretly texted Carlos. "Uncle Carlos, are you free now?" She waited a while but there was no reply. Megan assumed that Carlos was busy with his work at the moment, so she texted him again. "Aunt Debbie is taking me somewhere. She wanted to have a talk. But she's bringing a couple friends alone."
Uncle Carlos, I'm scared.
In no time, Carlos flat out called her. Seeing the caller ID on her phone screen, Megan instantly silenced the ringer. She didn't answer the call. Shortly, Debbie's phone rang. Confused, she shot a glance at Megan, who was just sitting quietly with her phone in her lap. The screen was off, so she wasn't playing with it. After a little hesitation, Debbie decided to answer the call. "What's up? Where are you now?" Debbie's lips twitched. "Why do you ask? Where are you taking her?" Carlos asked as he leaned back in his chair, massaging his aching temples. "I just want to talk to her." "What are you worried about?" Carlos could sense the irony in her tone. "Don't do anything rash. Her health is bad." "Ha ha." Debbie chuckled ironically. "Let me guess. You're worried that I'll hit her. Since her health is bad, why can't she just behave and stop pissing me off?" Debbie thought to herself. A bad feeling rose in Carlos' heart. He knew Debbie too well. There was a good chance she wouldn't let Megan off the hook easily this time. He tried his hardest to control his emotions and did his level best to calm her down. "Debbie, listen, she's innocent." What caused this mess was that Debbie was accused of taking birth control pills. Megan was the one who told Carlos about it, but he already knew that there was something more complicated behind the accusation. Megan might have been a pawn in a game that someone else was playing, trying to get rid of Debbie. He had asked Emmett to investigate the truth. "She's innocent? Then what about me?" Hearing him defend Megan disappointed Debbie. She felt she was owed at least the same amount of respect, and he definitely wasn't showing it. He just grew enraged and colder when he found out the result of the blood test, and didn't even listen to her side of it. True, with the steroidal compounds showing up in her blood, it didn't look good for her, but there had to be some other explanation. Maybe someone had ground it up in her food or something else. But Carlos had jumped to conclusions immediately. She was his wife, damn it. He should believe her over Megan. "Have I done anything to her that deserved all the pain she put me through?" Debbie thought sadly. Whatever he said, she couldn't swallow her anger this time. She had almost died because of Megan's call. "I won't let her go this time." As she finished this sentence, she hung up at once. She wasn't interested in hearing any more excuses. Everyone in the car remained silent and held their breath the whole time. They were all well aware who Debbie was talking to. Debbie's phone rang a few more times, but every time, she rejected the call as soon as it rang. Carlos called one of Megan's bodyguards and figured out where they were going. Realizing her intent, he hurriedly drove out with Emmett, tracing their routes. But a few minutes later, the bodyguard called again, reporting to Carlos that they had lost track of their car. Carlos immediately called Tristan and asked him to check Debbie's GPS position. Jared finally stopped the car by the side of a river. This location was carefully selected by Debbie. She had personally come to study the surroundings beforehand. It was quiet here with no cars passing by. No one to see what was going on. No one to call for help. Megan was forced to get out of the car. At the sight of the surging waves of the river, she was frightened, feeling the colors drain from her face. This was how Debbie almost lost her life, she thought. Does she have a similar fate in mind for me? She was hoping to rely on Carlos, but she wasn't sure he'd be able to find Debbie, or get here in time if something drastic happened. She tried to compose herself. You wanted to talk, so talk now. But Debbie remained silent. Why did you bring me here? It's so cold outside, Megan said, hoping to break the awkward silence. Debbie grabbed her by her wrist, dragging her closer to the riverbank. Megan's legs were trembling. What are you doing? If Carlos and Wesley hear about this. When Carlos was mentioned, Debbie chuckled. Carlos will love me like he always has. Only this time you won't be in the way. Flustered, Megan quickly looked around, hoping to find anyone to turn to for help. But there was nobody else except the four of them. She didn't even see her bodyguards. She inhaled sharply and shouted to the three surrounding her. This is a crime. Debbie found a block of stone and sat on it. Squinting at Megan, she said casually, I know my husband cares for you, but don't forget, he cares for me more. Do you think my husband would lock me up if I killed you? Worst case scenario, I still have someone else to save me like Mr. Lou Hayden Gu. Of course, Debbie just brought up these two names to brag. She didn't really think that Curtis and Hayden would get themselves in trouble for her sake, had she been locked up in jail. But Megan didn't know that, and it was possible they might be able to pull some strings and get her out. Of course, she might lose Carlos in the deal, and she wasn't willing to bank on that. Megan got even more frightened, her face now white as a sheet. Just calm down, she said in a shaky voice. Calm down. Debbie snorted. She stood up, drew closer to her and looked into her eyes as she whispered with resentment. When I fell into the river with my car, I was really calm. You know why? Because I felt despair. I was ready to give up and quietly waited for my last breath. Overwhelmed by the great fear, Megan slowly stepped backward with each word Debbie said. Why did I bring you here? I want you to feel the same way I did. Megan, do you want to have a talk with death? Debbie said as she backed her to the edge of the river where there was no guardrail. A 1-meter-tall warning sign was visible on one side with the words, Danger. Deep water. Megan tightly clutched a branch of a small tree, her heart pounding. Taking a deep breath, she apologized.
I'm sorry.
I'm really sorry. Please, I didn't want you to get into an accident.
No.
I don't want to die now, she exclaimed in her mind. You're sorry. Suddenly, Debbie heard a car squeal to a halt behind her. Somebody came. If her guess was right, it should be Carlos who had come to save Megan. And she was certain of her guess when she saw Megan shed crocodile tears again. Debbie had threatened her for a bit now, but she didn't even shed a tear. Now, as soon as her Prince Charming came, she began to cry. The next second, a familiar voice came to Debbie's ears. Debbie, get over here now. Debbie turned her head around to glance at Carlos. The sullen man stood on higher ground some distance away, glaring at her with his sharp and piercing eyes, his face serious. Emmett, worry written all over his face, also tried to persuade her. Tomboy, cool your jets. It's not. He wanted to say it wasn't worth risking her future just to get revenge on Megan. But he swallowed his words as Carlos was right next to him. He didn't think much of Megan, but Carlos did. And it wasn't worth letting his boss know. His personal feelings weren't necessary for him to do his job, and he knew that. He also knew that he could be replaced at a moment's whim, and he'd been on thin ice more than a few times where Carlos was concerned. He hurriedly tagged along with Carlos, rushing towards the group. Seeing Carlos darting towards her like an arrow flown from a bow, Debbie got anxious. She lost her composure and glared at Megan with resentment. "I meant what I said. Arg!" Splash. Following a shriek, Megan fell into the river, making a loud splash. By the time Carlos reached them, Debbie had already pushed Megan into the river. He glared at Debbie angrily, eyes burning with rage. "I thought you were just being rebellious. I never knew you could be this evil," he scolded. Debbie stared at him without uttering a word. Seeing that Carlos was about to take off his coat, she got flustered, demanding, "What are you doing? Don't save her." Her words added fuel to the fire. His body radiated a frozen aura, which made Jared, Casey and Emmett all hold their collective breath. Without taking his eyes off Debbie, Carlos decisively barked orders to the group. "All of you, jump in now. Save her." In fact, the reason why Debbie had to include Casey and Jared in her plan was that they could save Megan at the last moment. Casey was a good swimmer and Jared was a strong guy who could easily carry another person. She didn't truly intend to kill Megan, so she had people back her up in case Megan couldn't easily save herself. She wasn't going to kill her, but she was sure going to put the fear of God into Megan. So Casey had already been on standby from the moment Megan fell into the river. Now as soon as Carlos gave his order, she instantly jumped in. It wasn't wise to disobey Carlos, despite the fact that she might not be entirely ready. She steadied her strokes and angled her body so that the currents might not carry her away too. She had no intention of drowning today. Seeing Casey jump, Emmett followed her. He had to obey Carlos. Moreover, he wanted to make sure Casey was safe. He didn't care too much about Megan, but Casey was his girlfriend. While they hooked up over a few bribes, God helped him, he was starting to have feelings for the girl. He could see why Debbie liked her. Megan kept struggling after falling into the river. She finally surfaced, but was only able to stay afloat for a second or two, coughing up water. Then she went under again, dragged down by the strong undertow. She wasn't a strong swimmer to begin with, and being wet, cold, and suddenly dragged into the water really didn't help things. The very second she surfaced, Emmett spotted her and swam towards her. His sleek body cut through the darkened, menacing waves. He knew this was a life-or-death situation, and one slip meant he'd be in danger too. On the riverbank, Carlos grabbed hold of Debbie's wrist. "You crossed the line this time," he yelled angrily. He held her hand tightly so it hurt. He was beginning to lose control of his anger, and it bubbled to the surface now that Megan was in danger. Surprisingly, Debbie broke his grip. "She just fell into the river. And now you're worried? What about me? I could have died. I nearly did." Carlos' face became livid. Feeling the tension between the couple, which was like the calm before the storm, Jared felt like a tornado was on its way to come and destroy everything. As Carlos responded with silence, Debbie continued to mock him. "Aren't you always so composed? I remember you being quite calm when you had me tossed overboard." Carlos coldly cast her a sidelong glance and took off his coat while roaring, "It's a life-or-death matter. I can't just sit back and watch." "Then why did you just sit back and watch when I was in danger? Huh? Carlos Huo, if you jump down to save her now, you marry her." Debbie didn't dare to spit out the phrase, "we divorce." "You trying to piss me off?" He flung his coat to one side and grabbed hold of her wrist, pulling her closer to the edge. "Then we go down together." He was determined to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, he was afraid she might kick Megan off a skyscraper next time. Before Debbie got what he meant, he had dragged her down to the river with him. Everything happened in a split second. Jared was completely taken aback, his jaw dropped. There were 6 people who had come here, and 4 of them had jumped down to save one woman. What in the world was going on? The icy cold water pierced Debbie to her bone, but that was not why she was cold. It was not her body so much as her heart. She struggled to break Carlos' forceful grip on her wrist. In a muffled and weak voice she said sadly, "Carlos, I'm so cold. It's not my body, but my heart." After spitting out a mouthful of water, she tried to speak again. "You said you had my back, no matter what." But now wigs snatched. As Debbie kept surfacing and sinking, her words were lost in the flurry of activity. "Damn it. This is how you back me up? Carlos, did you lie? Do you really love me?" Her voice trailed off. She felt drained of energy and didn't want to swim anymore. The cold water closed around her throat, suffocating her, which brought back the horrible memory of her sinking into the river last time. All of a sudden, she felt like she was drowning in an ocean of fear and loneliness. Why was Carlos choosing Megan over her? Didn't she have a claim to him too? Carlos had initially wanted to swim toward Megan, but now regretted having done such an impulsive thing. Debbie looked like she'd lost the will to do anything. He immediately approached Debbie, wrapped his arm around her waist and swam towards the bank. After getting Debbie onto dry ground, he quickly took off her wet clothes and wrapped her in his overcoat. At the same time he ordered Jared, "Turn on the heater in the car." Snapping back to his senses, Jared rushed towards his car, started the engine and turned the heater on high. He hoped that the heat rushing through the vent could warm up the pair. This was getting too weird. It was just supposed to be a prank they played on Megan. Right as Carlos carried Debbie to the car, Emmett also pulled Megan from the water. At the hospital, with a dark face, Carlos leaned against the wall of the corridor, deep in thought. Curtis and Damon soon arrived there in a rush. "What's going on? Is Megan okay?" Curtis asked, confused. Carlos looked at him. A single word left his lips. "Debbie." Curtis was more confused. He ventured a guess. Did Debbie push Megan into the river? Carlos made no response this time. Curtis dropped into silence and even the talkative Damon kept his mouth shut. Pin-drop silence filled the air around them. Since Megan was still in a coma, they couldn't visit her now. Then Curtis asked Carlos about Debbie's ward number and found out it was just a few steps away. When he pushed open the door of Debbie's ward, he saw the girl lying in bed, looking rather annoyed. Hearing the footsteps, she instantly sat up. "Hello, Mr. Liu," she said by way of greeting. Curtis nodded to her. Debbie flashed an awkward smile. "Mr. Liu, let me guess. Is this about me pushing Megan into the river?" The four most respected men in Y City had always spoiled Megan, so Debbie had already mentally prepared for any blame from them before she carried out her plan. Unexpectedly, Curtis touched her head and smiled to her tenderly. "What are you talking about? Debbie, you have a far more important place in my heart than Megan." "What? Wait. What's that affectionate look in his eyes? Does he?" In a fluster, Debbie moved away to avoid his touch and stared at him. "Are you a two-timer?" she stammered. Curtis was amused by her question. He slightly patted her head and said, "Wow, you definitely took that wrong. You aren't scared of Carlos, but I'm scared of Colleen throwing me out of the house." Debbie wanted to laugh, but with Carlos' name being mentioned, she suddenly pulled a long face. Seeing the gloom on her face, Curtis sat down next to her and pulled the corner of the quilt. He said helplessly, "Didn't Colleen tell you not to fight with Carlos over Megan? Why can't you get that through your head?" Debbie smiled bitterly. Megan went too far this time. There wouldn't have been so many fights if it weren't for her. Their relationship was worsening these days because of Megan stirring up trouble all the time. And besides, Carlos seeing her and Hayden stay in the villa together also made things worse. "Carlos has been in a pickle because of you two girls. But he already knew you and Megan were like water and fire. So he granted guardianship of Megan to Wesley, asking him to spend more time taking care of her. I'm sure you're much more important to Carlos than Megan," Curtis said, patiently comforting her. There were a lot of things that Debbie didn't know. But Curtis had seen with his own eyes how much Carlos cared about her. So he thought he should at least tell her that much. Before Debbie came into Carlos' life, Carlos had almost devoted all his spare time to Megan. But after he fell in love with Debbie, Megan was no longer his top priority. Especially knowing that Debbie didn't like Megan, Carlos had always tried his best to keep his distance from Megan. Curtis saw all of this. He knew for that to happen, the cold, proud man must care deeply for her. Besides, Curtis had never heard Carlos trash Debbie in front of them, and likewise, no one was allowed to speak badly of Debbie. Mr. Liu, did you come to defend Carlos? Debbie smiled helplessly. Curtis was indeed Carlos' loyal friend. She still remembered when they had a fight the other day. Curtis did the same thing and kept putting in a good word for Carlos. He would go to the mattresses for him, and wasn't likely to abandon him even in difficult circumstances, which was exactly what a good friend was supposed to do. Curtis shook his head. No, I'm telling the truth. Can you get me out of here? She asked expectantly. She was safe and sound without any injury this time after being saved from the river. But much to her frustration, Carlos stuck her in the hospital again. She couldn't bear another boring stay in the hospital. She was tired of inhaling disinfectant. Curtis raised his eyebrows. You don't want to stay here? No, not another second. More importantly, she also didn't want to see Carlos for the time being. Moments later, Debbie blatantly stepped out of the ward, tagging along with Curtis. Carlos and Damon were busy chatting in the corridor. They stopped talking all of a sudden when they heard the footsteps. Curtis walked up to Carlos and said, Hey Carlos, Colleen has something to say to Debbie. You'll get her back later. Carlos didn't say anything, nor did he look back at Curtis. He had kept his eyes glued on Debbie the moment she walked out of the ward. Debbie, of course, had sensed his intent gaze, but she just looked away, trying to avoid eye contact with him. Curtis looked between the silently bickering couple and laughed. He shook his head helplessly while patting Carlos on the shoulder. She's still young, so childlike. Do you have to be so serious with her? Carlos finally broke the silence. In a cold voice he snapped, Childlike? Have you seen any of your students do something like this? Beyond all her bad habits and outrageous behavior, she's gone overboard. She tried to kill Megan. In broad daylight. Carlos thought angrily. Curtis wasn't able to find the best words to defend Debbie. Hearing his reply, Debbie finally shifted her gaze to Carlos. She sneered and taunted him. Carlos, kettle black. You had the guts to have your wife thrown to the sea to feed the sharks. I was lucky to survive, but then you wanted to bury me alive. Again, I was blessed by God and escaped your deadly grasp. But then you dragged me into the river to drown me. Am I your wife or your enemy? Carlos lost control of his temper and darted toward Debbie to grab her. Calm down, Curtis said. He hastily moved and blocked Carlos standing in between the couple to stop things from escalating. Debbie stuck her head out from behind Curtis and smiled at the angry man. Oh wait, Mr. Huo. I almost forgot. Congratulations on marrying Megan. Granted, if I'm your ex, then it makes sense that you did this. So now we see who you really are. Resorting to violence. Debbie. Curtis stopped her. He had been signaling her with his eyes the whole time. Carlos, who was controlled by Curtis, slowly shut his eyes, bearing his anger. A moment later, without parting his eyelids, he accurately pointed at Debbie and ordered between gritted teeth, Get her out of here now. He didn't know how far he'd go if she didn't disappear from sight as soon as possible. Fine. I know how to follow orders. I should get going now. Just leave me alone. As she was finished, she turned around and headed for the elevator. Thanks to her parting words, Carlos was now overwhelmed by an urge to tie Debbie to a bed and punish her good. She always knew how to push his buttons and get his blood boiling in seconds. He wondered why he put up with her sometimes, but he also knew that the moments where he felt deep affection for her made it all worth it. She was his one and only, but sometimes she pushed him to his limits. Finally, he broke free of Curtis' grip and shouted to Debbie, You stop there! Hearing the heavy footsteps coming from behind her, Debbie picked up her pace to rush toward the elevator. When she began to run, the usually mature man also started to run after her. They looked like two kids playing cat and mouse in the corridor. Curtis and Damon were both dumbfounded by the funny scene. Fortunately, this was the VVIP floor of the hospital, so there was no one else here. Debbie quickly slipped into the elevator and pressed the button. The door closed at the very moment Carlos reached it. Carlos quickly moved to another elevator, but it was still going up. This was the 18th floor. He couldn't catch up with Debbie if he chose to descend the staircase on foot. Left with no choice, he called one of the bodyguards on the ground floor, asking them to head to the elevator and stop in Debbie's tracks. However, 2 minutes later, the bodyguard called him and reported, "Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo got away." Still waiting for the elevator, Carlos asked in a cold voice, "How?" She ran too fast and we couldn't overtake her." The bodyguard stammered, embarrassed. Carlos tried his hardest to hold back his anger. "So get in a car." Gasping for air, the bodyguard looked in the direction where Debbie had disappeared and replied, "Mrs. Huo ran into the garden as soon as she saw us. Then she stopped a car on the road and jumped inside." "Stopped a car?" "Yes. Unless I miss my guess, that was Mr. Gus Liu's car." Carlos turned to stare at Curtis, his face fell. After a while he said, "Okay, I see. Just report to your post and stand by for more orders." Confused by his stare, Curtis asked with doubt, "What happened?" Carlos put his phone away and tidied up his clothes, returning to his stoic and imperious self. He said calmly, "Mr. Gus Liu, Curtis, why did you come here? Are you and your brother trying to make trouble? Or, my brother? Gus?" Curtis suddenly realized that Gus had come to the hospital for another checkup today. He chuckled under his breath. Gus didn't mean anything by doing this. He had the stomach flu 2 days ago. He's recovered, but the doctor asked him to come back to make sure. So Deb got lucky. Curtis laughed in his mind. Damon had been silently watching the show the whole time. He was laughing because the situation was so absurd. Debbie was definitely giving Carlos a taste of his own medicine. Now he walked up to Carlos and rested his hands on Carlos' shoulders, looking into his eyes. A moment later, under the stoic man's cold glance, Damon finally said, "I'm sorry." As amused as he was, he did feel sorry for Carlos. Debbie was such a troublemaker. Meanwhile, he felt lucky that his own wife was mature, composed, and charming. Outside the hospital, in the driver's seat while driving the car, a young man took a glance at the cars behind them in the rearview mirror. When he confirmed that there was no suspicious car following them, he finally let his guard down. Glaring at the panting woman in the passenger seat, he confronted her. "Hey Debbie, you running from someone?" Debbie patted her chest to steady her breath. "Yeah, my husband," she exclaimed in her mind. "Gus Nortet." He wouldn't believe her words. He didn't bother saying anything more about it. Instead, he said outright, "Get out of my car at the next intersection. And remember the fare. You're charging me for the ride? Should I call Mr. Liu now?" As she said this, she pulled out her phone from her pocket. Gus shouted with anger, "Hey, if it weren't for me, those guys would have caught you. Is this how you thank me?" Debbie relaxed her whole body and leaned back weakly in her seat. "Can I ride a little while longer?" "Long enough for a few phone calls." Then she called Jared first. "Hey Jared, drinks tonight." Unexpectedly, it was Jared's dad who answered the phone. "Debbie? It's Uncle Jasper." "Oh, hello Uncle Jasper," Debbie said politely. Jasper smiled and replied in a more formal and courteous voice, "Hello Debbie. I'm afraid Jared isn't free tonight. Take a rain check." Debbie felt that something was strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "Okay, doesn't matter. Uncle Jasper, I shouldn't take up more of your time. Goodbye now." Don't be a stranger. Come to our house to have fun next time. I'll have Jared's mom make your favorite desserts," Jasper said. Debbie had been to Jared's house a couple of times. Fei Ji, Jared's mother and Damon's stepmother, had been very nice to her, as she thought Debbie was Jared's girlfriend. They corrected her, and she was somewhat embarrassed by her mistake. Nonetheless, she still treated Debbie very well. "Okay, thank you Uncle Jasper." "Goodbye," said Debbie. "Bye Debbie." After hanging up, Debbie called Casey, but unfortunately her phone was off. She sighed and then tried to contact Christina. But before she could do that, her phone rang. It was Colleen. "Hi, Colleen," Debbie called out in a depressed voice. Colleen could tell that she was in low spirits. "Hey, Debbie. What are you doing now? You free? How about we go out for drinks?" This was exactly what Debbie wanted. She slapped her thigh and agreed cheerfully. Sure. Why not? She was trying to find someone to hang out with when Colleen called. "I'll book a place and send you the location on WeChat," said Colleen. I'll be waiting for you." Debbie heaved a sigh of relief as she could drown her sorrows this evening. "I thought you weren't allowed to drink," Gus said to Debbie in confusion. Puzzled, Debbie asked in reply. "What? Who told you that?" "Curtis. He told me your husband banned you from drinking," he answered honestly. His brother also told him that if he saw Debbie drinking, he should not only pay her tab, but also get her to a safe place so that Carlos couldn't lecture her. Debbie was left speechless. Really? Ban me from drinking? Well, he might be someone else's husband soon. And he has no right to tell me what to do anymore. She was more convinced than ever she was right about that. Carlos chose to defend Megan over her, so as far as she was concerned, they were done. Besides, she thought it was a stupid rule that she couldn't go out and drown her sorrows in alcohol. How else was she supposed to bleed off stress? Meditate? Not knowing where else to go, Debbie asked Gus to drop her at a shopping mall. She had originally planned to visit her aunt and uncle with Carlos, but now it seemed impossible. The stubborn girl didn't want to even think about her errant husband right now. Debbie went on a shopping spree, walking past all the things the mall had to offer. Movie theaters with the latest releases, karaoke lounges, lively gaming arcades, tranquil beauty spas, indoor ice rinks, not to mention the hottest restaurants in town. It seemed a great place to kill some time, but she knew what she had her heart set on. She took a cab to the Mu family's house with loads of shopping bags. Only Lucinda and Sasha were home. Lucinda opened the gate and got confused when she saw Debbie's haul. "Why all the bags?" she asked. With an embarrassed smile, Debbie told a lie. "I wanted to visit you and Uncle with Carlos, but he's too busy to make it. So I came here alone." "Really?" Lucinda was still not convinced. "Carlos called me and said he was too busy to visit. He already sent us gifts. Why did you buy more?" Debbie was shocked. "Gifts? When did he send them?" Lucinda helped Debbie put the bags in a corner and led her to the living room while saying, "Yesterday, Emmett dropped by and left gifts, along with Carlos' apologies. Your husband said you guys would come by when he wasn't busy. You didn't know." Sasha was lying on the couch, a facial mask covering her face. She greeted Debbie in a mumble. "Deb." Debbie nodded at her and then said to Lucinda, "He didn't tell me. Forget it. I can still bring you gifts even if he already did. The more the merrier." Carlos didn't reply to her message, so she thought he didn't want to visit Lucinda with her. Lucinda rolled her eyes at Debbie. "Come on. Don't say it like that. You're husband and wife and you should behave like a couple. Come here. Have some fruit." Emmett brought all kinds of fruit, flown from overseas. So sweet. Debbie was again speechless. She was still mad at Carlos and didn't want to eat anything he sent. However, she didn't want her aunt to worry about her. So she picked up a slice of mango with a fork, pretending to enjoy it. She couldn't deny that it was succulent and delicious. In a few minutes, Debbie got Colleen's WeChat message along with a location. It said, 6 o'clock. We'll grab some dinner first. Then clubbing. Cool. Debbie replied, cool. See you then. She didn't have other plans, so she stayed there until nearly 5 p.m. She then bade Lucinda and Sasha goodbye. At the Han family's house, as soon as Damon got home, he went upstairs to find Jared. The door to Jared's bedroom was open. Damon could hear Jasper lecturing Jared. "What? You thought you were 3 years old? Do you know what you did? How dare you offend Mr. Huo?" Covering his head, Jared tried to avoid his father's strikes. "Just stop, okay? You grounded me and took my phone. I just wanted to get some sleep. Yet you came in and started hitting me." Fei Ji was standing off to one side, looking anxious. When she saw Damon, she grabbed his hand and said, "Stop your dad and cool him down." Damon rolled his eyes and leaned against the wall, thinking, "They can't pay me enough to do that." Watching the scene, he said casually, "Why not enjoy the show? Dad should teach him a lesson so that he won't mess around with Debbie again." "Hey, what? I didn't mess around. You messed around. Your whole family messed." Arg. Jasper caught him off guard and gave him a heavy blow with his duster. He stared fiercely at Jared and said through gritted teeth, "Your whole family? Are you cursing me? You ungrateful cur." Damon laughed out loud at his father's words. Jared listened to Dad. "Mom, don't worry about it. Do you know what he did today? He pushed a young girl into the water. 10-meter deep water. That girl was Megan, Carlos' niece. See, Carlos would probably stick up for Debbie. But a prick like Jared? Ha! Watch your language. Megan deserved it. She caused Tomboy's car accident," Jared retorted angrily. Damon rolled his eyes. "You believe whatever Pepper Nian says, don't you? Megan wasn't there when she had the car accident anyway. How could she have caused it? Come on. Pepper Nian was just jealous and tried to frame her." Jared fumed with rage when he heard Damon. He pushed Jasper away, who was about to hit him again with the duster. Jasper staggered and fell onto the bed. Jared grasped Damon's collar and shouted, "You said Debbie framed Megan? Don't talk about her like that. Dude, I've known Megan for more than 5 years. She wouldn't do anything like that," said Damon angrily. "Damn it. I've known Debbie for 7. She wouldn't do that either." As he said this, Jared raised his arm and threw a punch towards Damon's face. Damon was quick enough to dodge the attack. Now that Jared started a fight, he wouldn't take it lying down. He aimed a hammer fist at his brother. Jared blocked it. Then the brothers began to fight in earnest. Fists flew and tempers flared. Jasper and his wife stared at the two mouth agape. The brothers fought over girls. The funny thing was, those girls weren't even their girlfriends. Faye was freaked out when Damon and Jared came to blows. She grabbed Jasper's arm and said anxiously, "What are they doing? Don't just stand there. Do something." Jasper was boiling over with rage. He rubbed his arching brows and cursed, "Stop! Why are you fighting over this? Cut it out, you idiots." Damon and Jared didn't stop, though. It was as if they hadn't heard their father's barked command. Left with no choice, Jasper decided to threaten Damon. "Damon, if you don't stop right now, I'll tell Adriana that you fought for another woman." Adriana was out shopping with her friends. Damon was supposed to pick her up at the mall tonight. Jasper's threat worked. Upon hearing that, Damon immediately stopped. Jared didn't care, and seized the chance to give his brother a sucker punch. Despite his fury, Damon didn't fight back. Jared wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a sly smile taunted, "When Adriana comes back, I'm telling. Damon, get those knee pads ready. You'll be spending a lot of time kneeling." "Damn it. Jared, I'll tell your future wife all your one-night stands," Damon said through gritted teeth. "Ha!" Jared sneered. "I don't even have a girlfriend, not to mention a wife." Jared was a playboy, and he didn't want to settle down yet. He swore to himself that he wouldn't get married until he was more than 30 years old. Before Adriana came back home, Damon had already paid Jared $100,000 to keep his mouth shut. Jared had been paid off. Jasper and Faye wouldn't say anything about this to their daughter-in-law. Besides, Adriana was with child. No one wanted anything bad to happen to her. As a result, the fight was soon forgotten. When Adriana asked about the fat lips and bruises, the brothers mumbled something about dropping a heavy chest their parents asked them to move. Debbie, on the other hand, arrived at the restaurant at 6, just like she and Colleen had agreed. When she found the table, a boy was already there. Upon seeing Debbie, he stood up and greeted her cheerfully. "Hi, Debbie." She looked at Gregory in confusion. "Gregory, why are you here? And where's Colleen?" Gregory knew Debbie would be coming, so he dressed up and decided to get here first. Carlos wasn't in the picture anymore, right? He was wearing white casual clothes and a pair of Adidas Yeezy 350s. bouncy and full of energy. He knew Debbie usually wore casual clothes, and he was right, they looked like a young couple. Polite to a fault, he pulled out the chair for her and said with a smile, "Colleen's stuck in a traffic jam. She'll be here soon. Here's the thing. I owed her a meal, and she happened to be free this evening. So I offered to buy her supper. She didn't tell me until later that you'd be here." "Really? I hope I'm not intruding," Debbie said with an embarrassed smile.
No, Gregory denied instantly.
"I should be the one to apologize. It's a girls' night out, right?" Debbie shook her head.
No.
"It's just a meal." She liked him, at least what she saw so far. It wouldn't hurt to have a meal with him, she thought. Gregory called over a waiter and handed Debbie a menu. "Get whatever you want. It's on me." His serious expression amused Debbie. "I have a big appetite. I'm afraid you might burst into tears when you see the bill," she teased. Gregory replied with a laugh. "I saw how you packed it away at South End Village. I don't think you have a big appetite at all. I probably eat more than you." As if she didn't want the waiter to hear her, she covered her face with the menu and approached Gregory, whispering, "I'm 100% sure I have a bigger appetite than you. Once I ate more than 10 dishes dining at the Alioth building. Back then, Carlos was having dinner with his business partners on the 5th floor of Alioth building. He called her over and ordered a full table of dishes for her in another private booth. Although the dishes were small, there were still more than 10. Even Carlos, a tall and strong man himself, was unable to finish them alone. After bidding goodbye to his partners, he went to her booth and was shocked to see she'd polished them off. He gave her a thumbs up, sincerely convinced. "Shush." Debbie shushed Gregory with a forefinger to her lips, embarrassed. Suddenly, an idea struck Gregory. With a cunning smile, he offered, "How about this? If I eat more than you tonight, you owe me a meal." "Okay. Why not?" Debbie agreed without hesitation. She thought it an interesting game. Gregory took another menu from the waiter and said, "How about we order the same set menus just to make it fair?" "Fine with me. But Colleen hasn't arrived yet." Debbie began to read the menu. "Don't mind her. You know what? She's always late." Gregory was used to Colleen's tardiness. Debbie burst into laughter. "Are you throwing shade at Colleen right now?" she joked. Gregory was about to say something, but he lost his voice when he saw someone. Debbie saw his change of expression and asked, "What's up?" She turned her head to check what made Gregory's smile disappear. A man entered the restaurant, followed by a woman in a long beige coat. Debbie's face soured as the two approached. Her eyes met the man's, and then she looked away and turned back. She pretended to ignore him and read the menu. Gregory stood up from his seat, because the man not only saw them, but also came up to their table. Gregory greeted them with a friendly smile. "Hi, Carlos, Olga." Carlos fixed his eyes upon Debbie, who neither stood nor raised her head. "A date?" he asked in a cold voice. Debbie's hand came up between her and him. "Talk to the hand, Carlos," she thought. Embarrassed, Gregory tried to explain. "It's not what you think, Carlos. We..." Before he could finish, Debbie raised her head and looked Carlos in the eye. "Yes, it's a date. You're on a date as well, right? I shouldn't have trusted him. He told me he had nothing to do with Olga. But now he's dating her again," she thought angrily. Olga was a little taken aback by Debbie's defiant manner. Who does she think she is, talking to Mr. Huo like this? Does she forget how he punished her before? Fury could be seen in Carlos' eyes. Gregory tried to keep the peace, saying, "Hey man, Debbie didn't mean it. She..." Carlos raised his hand to stop Gregory from defending Debbie. Then he told the restaurant manager standing behind him, "Clean the table for us." He pointed to the table next to Gregory and Debbie's. The manager called several waiters over and began to set the table. The two tables were so close together that the four of them could easily hear each other. Carlos and Olga took their seats inside a minute. The more Debbie thought about Carlos and Olga, the angrier she got. She finally figured out what she wanted and consulted with Gregory over the selection. When he readily agreed, she decided to place the order. Gregory looked at the set menu Debbie was pointing at, and felt his stomach grumble. In order to not be a killjoy, he gulped and told the waiter, "Same for me." The waiter's jaw dropped at their request. Trying to suppress his astonishment, he offered with a smile, "The dishes you have ordered are a bit too much. How about I take you to a bigger table?" Debbie turned him down politely, saying, "No thank you. This table is just fine." Carlos and Olga were sitting at the nearby table. Debbie wanted to see how her husband was going to flirt with another woman right before her. Soon a couple of waiters walked to their table, pushing trolleys of food, and served the dishes. Olga was shocked. Looking at the 3 small plates before her, she said to Carlos in a whisper, "Oh my God! How can a woman eat so much? Just one of those set menus she ordered is enough to last me 3 days, and 2 of them will last me a week." Carlos cast an indifferent glance at her and replied, "A good appetite is a blessing." Olga hadn't expected him to defend Debbie. She gave him an awkward smile and shut her mouth. After a pause, she added, "She's already big-boned. If she keeps eating like this, no man will like her." "I like chubby girls," Carlos said with a stern face. Olga didn't know how to respond. Why is Carlos defending Debbie again? Or does he say that because he doesn't like my skinny body? She wondered. Olga said nothing more, and began to eat her food in a graceful manner. Debbie swallowed a mouthful of spaghetti and began to stab the beefsteak with her fork. She looked at Gregory, who seemed dumbstruck, and said, "I'm gonna consider this beefsteak as my husband, and I'm gonna stab him and tear him apart." She cut through the meat with so much anger. But that was all she could do. She sliced a piece and put it into her mouth. "Your husband?" "He." Gregory stole nervous glances at Carlos from time to time. He knew that the couple had a fight, and he was afraid that Carlos might lose his temper and take Debbie away any time. But his sister had once told him that Carlos was his wife's slave. Gregory thought his worries were uncalled for. Debbie swallowed the meat and cut Gregory off. "My husband? He eloped with an old woman." Ahem. Gregory choked on his drink and coughed violently. He stole a quick glance at Carlos, curious to know his reaction. Carlos looked at the woman in front of him and thought, although Olga is not even 30 yet, she does seem like an old woman compared to Debbie. His face twitched at that thought. Olga didn't know Carlos was Debbie's husband. She almost laughed out loud when Debbie said that her husband had eloped with an old woman, and thought that she deserved such a fate. She hated Debbie because the latter had spilled wine all over her dress and had made a fool of her before Hayden. But she felt much better now. She even thought that Carlos had brought her here to watch Debbie make a fool out of herself. "Gregory, are you all right? That's so careless of you." "Waiter." Debbie patted Gregory's back softly in an attempt to help him. Gregory, however, coughed more fiercely because of her actions. He really wanted to tell her, "I'm all right. Don't do this. Your husband will become jealous." But every time he opened his mouth, he began to cough harder. Eventually, Debbie had the waiter bring a glass of water. Gregory finally stopped coughing after drinking it. Embarrassed, he apologized to Debbie. "I'm really sorry. I made a show of myself." She shook her hand. "It's no big deal. Are you okay now? How about another glass of water?"
No, no.
"I'm good. Let's just eat." Now that Gregory was fine, Debbie got back to her food once again. It was Carlos' turn to stir up some trouble. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and told Olga, "There are some latest cosmetics in Shining International Plaza. Why not pick some after the meal?" Overjoyed by his generous offer, Olga didn't know how to thank him. She looked at him with affectionate eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, Mr. Huo. You are so kind." Debbie stopped eating once she heard that. How she wished she could overturn his table and hit it on his handsome face. She put down her knife and fork and told Gregory flatly, "I'm going to the ladies' room. Be right back." "Okay," Gregory nodded. Debbie stood up and walked towards the ladies' room. Olga put down her knife and fork casually and told Carlos, "Mr. Huo, I need to go to the bathroom for a moment." Mm. Carlos didn't raise his head to look at her. Olga didn't mind his cold response. She knew he was a man of few words. She grabbed her purse and walked towards the ladies' room as well. Debbie sat on the toilet seat, boiling with anger. She opened WeChat and sent Carlos a message saying, "Carlos Huo, you not only plan to marry Megan Lan, but are also buying cosmetics for Olga me. I really can't live with you any longer. Name your price and we'll have a clean breakup." Carlos' reply came almost immediately. "A clean breakup? Why don't you stay where you are and I'll come to you? We'll discuss our future in the ladies' room." He's coming in here? Discussing something in the ladies' room? He is so weird, she thought. "Just discuss it on WeChat," she typed angrily. "You want to have a clean breakup with me so that you can be with Gregory Song, don't you?" he replied. Debbie gripped her phone tighter. It took her several deep breaths to calm herself down. To piss Carlos off, she answered shortly, "Yes." Then she readied herself and walked out of the cubicle. Olga was smoothing her hair standing before the wash basin. Seeing Debbie through the mirror, she sneered, "Debbie Nian, you are really good at seducing men. First, you hooked up with Mr. Gu. And now you are with the son of the Song family." And she had even hugged and kissed Mr. Huo. Good thing that Mr. Huo doesn't like her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to mock her like this now, Olga thought with a smirk. You should feel lucky that I'm not interested in Carlos Huo. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hooking up with that unfaithful man. Debbie snapped back in a cold tone. Olga fumed with rage when she heard Debbie call Carlos an unfaithful man. Stepping on her high heels, she walked up to Debbie and glared at her. "How dare you call Mr. Huo an unfaithful man? I'll tell him about this. He will definitely wipe you from the face of this world. Just wait and see." Debbie grabbed a tissue to dry her hands. Feigning terror, she mocked a plea. "Oh, please don't do that, miss me." Olga was pleased when Debbie looked frightened. She cast a disdainful glance at her and mocked, "Well, if you beg for mercy sincerely, I won't tell Mr. Huo what you just said." "Beg for mercy? Why would I do so? You're not Mrs. Huo," Debbie said with a raised eyebrow as she stared at Olga. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Olga's face at the mention of Mrs. Huo, but she stood upright. "Yes, Mr. Huo is married, and I'm not Mrs. Huo. But he doesn't love his wife. So what's the point of being Mrs. Huo? He loves me, you know. Beg me for my forgiveness and I'll put in a good word for you," she said with a smug expression. Debbie couldn't help but burst into laughter. She eyed Olga from head to toe and taunted. "He loves you? Come on, Auntie. You look even older than him. He should be blind to fall for you. Besides, he has had so many women. Who do you think you are?" Olga's face twitched when Debbie called her Auntie. "You? How dare you? I'll tell him that you called him an unfaithful man." "Go ahead. Tell him," Debbie shrugged. "Megan, Olga, Portia. He has been with so many women," she cursed inwardly. How Olga wished she could point at Debbie and call her names at that moment. But someone entered the ladies' room just then, and she had to leave to keep her image. Debbie started after her. "Auntie, you'd better hurry up. If I reach Carlos Huo first, I'll snitch on you." Since Debbie was wearing sneakers, she trotted towards the dining hall effortlessly. Olga believed her threat, so she quickened her pace. Debbie had almost reached Carlos' table, while Olga was still pretty far away from him. She started running to catch up to her. Her 6-centimeter leather heels gave away as she stumbled and fell to the floor, spraining her ankle. And yet again tragedy struck Olga. "Arg!" she screamed, lying on the floor in the middle of the dining hall. Everyone turned to look at her. Even the pianist stopped playing and stared at the woman on the floor with his mouth agape. Olga was too embarrassed to even raise her head. Debbie cast a sidelong glance at the emotionless Carlos, and feigning surprise, she said in a loud voice, "Oh, is that Miss Olga Me? The general manager of the Me Group?" If she remembered correctly, that was how the host at the investors' dinner she had attended last time had introduced Olga to the crowd. This was a top-notch restaurant in Y City, and the guests were all rich and famous. The Me Group was one of the leading enterprises in the city. Olga was not only the general manager of the Me Group, but had also appeared on TV with Carlos before. So many people knew her. Hearing Debbie's words, many of the guests took a closer look at Olga. "It is indeed Miss Me," someone echoed. "Yes. Her grandfather is the famous Mr. Me. How did she end up like this? If you're not used to wearing high heels, then don't wear them, Miss Me." "Exactly. This is so embarrassing." Debbie didn't expect all these rich people to be so rude. Carlos sighed with profound resignation. He put down his knife and fork and was about to stand up. Debbie looked him in the eye and threatened, "If you dare help her, I swear I'll sleep with Gregory." Gregory froze instantly. "I should have listened to Colleen. I shouldn't have interfered in Carlos and Debbie's problems," he thought, shaking in his boots. Carlos cast a cold glance at Debbie, stood up from his seat and walked towards Olga. As he walked past Gregory's table, he said, "Gregory, keep an eye on her." He swore to himself that he would teach his relentless wife a hard lesson this time. "Gregory, let's go. My husband has no problems in me sleeping with you." Debbie's words made Carlos stop in his tracks. He cast a warning glance at her before walking towards Olga again. Everyone was shocked when Carlos carefully scooped Olga up in his arms. "I told you. It is Mr. Huo," someone exclaimed. "Wow. He's so handsome. So manly. Is Miss Me his wife? Who knows?" Olga cuddled Carlos' neck and pouting her lips complained, "Mr. Huo, this is all Debbie Nian's fault. She said that you were an unfaithful man and that she dumped you. I was so angry at her, and I wanted to defend you. I ran after her but tripped. Stupid bitch. You have embarrassed me again. I swear I'll make Mr. Huo get rid of you from this city," she thought to herself. Was Carlos' short reply. Not knowing what was on his mind, Olga continued to snitch on Debbie. "Mr. Huo, I bet Debbie is trying to seduce you. You don't know how flirty she is. I saw her making out with Hayden Gu at the investors' dinner last time. And now she's dating Gregory Song. Mr. Huo, you need to." Before she could finish, Carlos interrupted her. "You want to seduce me as well, don't you?" he asked in an emotionless tone. Olga didn't expect Carlos to ask her such an embarrassing question. In a shy voice she replied, "Mr. Huo, I've been in love with you for years. You know." Again Carlos stopped her. "Olga, I'm a married man and you know that. Go to the shining International Plaza and buy whatever you want. That is my thanks to you for accompanying me to dinner tonight. We won't be seeing each other anymore," he said coldly. Earlier this evening, Curtis had told him that Debbie and Gregory were going for dinner at this restaurant. He had then called Olga and invited her to dinner. Olga panicked when she heard his abrupt words. "Mr. Huo, She tried to say something to save the situation. In the parking lot, Carlos' driver held the car door open for them. Carlos placed Olga in the back seat, straightened his suit and said in an icy tone, "And do not offend Debbie Nian ever again." The fierce look in his eyes told Olga that he was not joking. Besides, Carlos was never a man to joke. His threat was like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky to Olga. She didn't know how to respond. Watching Carlos retreat, Olga had a bad feeling. Is it possible that Debbie Nian is Mrs. Huo? No. That's impossible. Mr. Huo would never marry a woman like her. When Carlos returned to the restaurant, Gregory and Debbie, who had been busy with their eating contest earlier on, were nowhere to be found. He rubbed his arching brows and dialed Colleen's number. "I'm at the restaurant. Why didn't you come?" With a guilty conscience, Colleen explained, "I'm stuck in traffic. You better ask your brother to send my wife back right now. If he fails to do so in the next 10 minutes, he will be missing some very important parts of his body," he threatened. "Gregory will be missing some very important parts of his body?" Colleen was taken aback by Carlos' threat. She knew Carlos meant it, and figured she'd better warn Gregory. After all, whenever it came to Debbie, he was a raging jealous mess. She hung up on Carlos and immediately dialed Gregory's number. To her dismay, his phone was off, and the call went straight to voicemail. She dialed the number again and again, but to no avail. She didn't dare to call an angry Carlos. Instead, she sent him a private message on Facebook saying, "I'm sorry, Carlos. Both Gregory's and Debbie's phones are off." Of course, Carlos knew it. He had called his wife 5 times but couldn't get through. The last time, he slammed the phone down on the seat next to him in disgust. He'd seen his dad ruin enough phones to know that when he was that mad, he needed a cushion he could throw his phone at. He couldn't call with a broken phone. The tall, proud man sat in the back seat of his car, visibly upset. Suddenly, his phone rang and it was Wesley. "I'm at the hospital now. Megan just woke up and she's asking for you. Where are you?" Rubbing his arching brows, Carlos felt a little annoyed when Wesley mentioned Megan. "I can't make it now. Just keep her busy till I get there." His wife was about to sleep with another man, and he was eager to find her. He had no time for anything or anyone else. Wesley answered. "What happened? How did Megan fall into the river? Was it Debbie?" His voice was as cold as ice. "It's not what it looks like. Debbie might be a brat, but she's not psycho. She wouldn't kill anybody." Carlos' head cleared after he took some time to cool himself down. Debbie had always been square with him before, so he saw no reason not to defend her now. She tried his patience a lot, but in the end she always had a heart of gold. And now he knew her spirit was broken. And her heart. He figured that maybe if he could clear the air, she'd believe that she was his one and only. Wesley paused as Blair's words entered his mind. "If Megan's so important to you, then marry her." She had once yelled at him like this. None of the two men hung up, nor did they say anything. They were both lost in their own thoughts. On the other hand, when Debbie and Gregory left the restaurant, she got into his car and made sure both of their phones were powered down. "If our phones were on, Carlos would call and find us and then we'd be screwed," she said. Gregory couldn't do anything but glumly retort, "I don't think it'll help." He knew Carlos far too well. Everyone did. The arm of his vengeance was long, and he had men who were quite efficient at carrying out his orders, whether they were to seize someone, break up a fight, or finish one. They were pretty ruthless, often as efficient as Carlos himself. If he couldn't handle a situation personally, he put his assistants or bodyguards on it. Could he find 2 people with ease? Does a bear poop in the woods? Even if you hid in those same woods, it was just a matter of time before he found you. Gregory's words did make sense to Debbie, but she was stubborn. She murmured, "Carlos was too busy to look for us. He's holding Miss Me in his arms right now. And he might go to the hospital to keep Miss Lawn company later." Gregory looked at the sad and dejected girl, and felt it necessary to console her. "I really think you're taking all this wrong. Carlos treats Megan well just because she's his niece. But you're different. Gregory, you don't know her. Megan had once told Debbie that she would have married Carlos if it weren't for her. She even tricked Debbie once, making her think that Carlos had chosen Megan over her. But Debbie didn't tell him, as she didn't think it was anyone else's business. Whenever Megan wasn't around, Debbie was 100% sure that Carlos loved her very much. She was sure the man thought of her often. However, as long as Megan was around, Debbie was not so sure anymore. Silence befell the car. Gregory was a young man of few words. He wanted to comfort Debbie but didn't know how. He wasn't even sure he could. But he was sure of one thing. Even with tear stains lining her face, she was a lovely sight. "Gregory, if Colleen's busy and can't make it, just drop me off here," Debbie said. "I'll figure something out. Colleen's not busy. She called me when you were using the ladies' room. She's at the rock bar now," Gregory said quickly. He didn't want to leave her alone. "Oh, really? Awesome. Thanks for driving me there," she said with a smile. She felt a little embarrassed. Gregory had paid for dinner this evening, and now he was driving her to the bar. She felt like a leech. "Come on. It's no big deal. We've known each other for years." Gregory flashed a smile. "Yeah, from school. That was you." Gregory's song, a straight-A student, always made the dean's list. "It took me a while to figure out it was you." That was the reason why his name came up so often. The teachers always praised him. Although she'd heard the name, she hadn't paid any attention to him. Gregory had always kept a low profile. He was never a class monitor or student body president. She hadn't gotten to know him until her third year of college. The traffic lights cycled to red, and Gregory eased the car to a stop. Seriously? Was I that low-key? Maybe I was just an ordinary, boring guy that you wouldn't look at twice in high school. He cracked a joke, if only to make her smile. Truth was, Gregory would ask the head teacher to remove his name from the rolls when he was voted into a student body position. After all, his mother was his father's mistress, and he didn't want to attract too much attention. His family's reputation was on the line, and he didn't want to do anything to drag their names through the mud. An ordinary, boring guy? Debbie eyed him from head to toe. You're tall and handsome. You could be a model. Women of all ages would think Gregory was hot. He could become famous overnight if he wanted. Gregory burst into laughter. Ha! As if. Believe me. You'd be a heartthrob. Debbie shook her head, sighing. I thought that was actually what Gregory wanted, to become a star, but his family forced him to major in economics and management, she thought. When they arrived at the bar, Colleen was already there, waiting for them in a booth. Before they sat down, Colleen couldn't resist asking, "What's wrong with you two? Debbie, your husband is super angry. What happened?" Debbie got more depressed at the mention of Carlos. "I don't care. I'm not happy either," she grumbled. Colleen poured Debbie a glass of beer and pride. Why not call him back? She was really frightened by Carlos' threat. If he did something bad to Gregory, how could she face their father? Debbie pouted her lips.
No.
I want some wine. Let's get drunk tonight. She drained her glass and asked the waiter for 2 bottles of Cassia wine. Both Colleen and Gregory were startled. After several glasses, Debbie began to curse Carlos. Go to hell. You piece of trash, she kept repeating. The siblings didn't know what to do. This didn't seem to be easing her depression. Instead, it seemed to be making it worse. Half an hour later, Emmett entered the bar and walked over to them. Mr. Song, Miss Song, he said in greeting. Then he turned to Debbie, who was leaning over the table. She could barely hold her head up, so she used her elbows to keep herself steady. Emmett said in a loud voice, Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo asked me to drive you back home. The music was deafening. Debbie raised her head and looked at him asking, Emmett, what did that asshole tell you to do? Despite discouragement from those around her, she emptied her glass rapidly. Emmett wanted to answer that asshole asked me to drive you home, but he didn't dare to say so. After all, walls have ears. Come on, Mrs. Huo. You can't escape. Mr. Huo has men at all the exits. Just come with me. To be honest, Emmett sympathized with his boss. Carlos had to ask people to surround the bar to get his wife back home. Debbie was already drunk. She put a hand over Colleen's shoulder and told Emmett, I'm not going to see Carlos. Just leave me alone. Colleen, let's drink some more. The two women had had a happy evening drinking together. Colleen was a little drunk as well. Resting her head on Debbie's shoulder, Colleen dismissed Emmett saying, You may leave. Debbie is mine now. Emmett was left speechless. He wanted to leave, but his boss would kill him if he left without Debbie. Mrs. Huo, it's very late, and you must be sleepy. Just come with me for now, okay? He coaxed Debbie patiently. She tried to open her sleepy eyes and fixed her gaze on the anxious secretary. Okay.
No.
Okay. Is that a yes or a no? Emmett wondered, feeling defeated. Eventually, he managed to carry Debbie out of the bar with Gregory's help. Carlos Emperor was parked at the entrance. The man sitting in the back seat instantly had a headache at the sight of the drunk woman on Emmett's back. He got out of the car and retrieved his wife from Emmett. He frowned when he smelled the alcohol emitting from her. Debbie opened her eyes and found herself in the car. She then spotted Carlos sitting next to her, but she was too drunk to keep a cool head. It's you. Asshole Huo. Mr. Asshole. Ugh. I'm so full. Another sip will make me burst. How Carlos wished he could throw her into the snow to cool her down. But that was just a thought. He pulled his wife into his arms and listened to her constant grumbling. "Why are you here in front of me?" she asked. "You don't want to see me, do you?" he asked in reply. His voice was low as he asked that. Debbie nodded and blurted out, "Carlos Huo has changed. He no longer treats me like he used to. I'm not going to love him either. I'll marry someone else." "Whom do you want to marry?" Carlos tried his best to suppress his growing anger. After a moment's consideration, she answered, "Gregory. Or Curtis or Gus or Hayden or Emmett." The name she uttered shocked the two men in the car. Emmett, who was driving, was unwillingly dragged into their fight. He trembled and almost lost control of the car. Carlos sat there quietly as his wife told him that she was going to marry someone else. His face was ashen with fury. "Whom do you want to marry the most?" he cried. I want to marry Gregory the most," she grumbled. Carlos cared so much for Megan. Curtis had Colleen and Emmett had Casey. Only Gregory was single. Little did Gregory know that Carlos was growing a grudge against him because of Debbie's drunken talk. When the car slowly rolled into the Manor's parking lot, Debbie pushed the car door open and jumped out. She ran towards the swimming pool without even noticing that she had lost one of her shoes. Carlos picked it up and ran after her. Standing before the wide pool, Debbie pointed to the water and yelled, "I hate water. I hate swimming. I hate this pool. Get out of my way. Get out of my way, you stupid pool." If she didn't know how to swim, she would have gotten drowned last time. Then she wouldn't have to face all these annoying things in her life. Carlos squatted down in front of her, raised her foot and coaxed, "Hold my shoulder." The lights around the swimming pool were off. The road lamps were too dim for Debbie to see who was in front of her. She bent over and cupped his head in her hands, rubbing her cheeks against his head. "Since when is there a puppy in the manor?" "Hi, little puppy. You're so fluffy. Did Carlos buy this puppy for me?" she thought in her drunken state. Carlos went rigid when she called him a puppy. He tied her shoelaces quickly, stood up and pulled her into his arms. "Do I look like a puppy to you?" he asked angrily. Debbie squinted her eyes to look clearly and then screamed, "Embark! It's you. Carlos Huo, you asshole. Let go of me." She struggled hard to break free, but to no avail. Eventually, she burst into tears. In a choked voice, she complained, "Why are you so annoying? Let me go. Just go and date your dear Megan or Olga. I don't want to see you again. Go ahead and marry Megan. I'll be with Gregory. I'll sleep with him." Carlos believed he would be driven mad if he allowed Debbie to continue talking, so he scooped her up into his arms and threatened, "One more word about Gregory and I'll throw him into the Pacific for the sharks to feed on. Then you won't see him ever again." He hated Gregory more than Hayden now. There was a crisis in Hayden's company, and he hadn't left his office for a couple of days. As for Gregory, Carlos didn't want to deal with him for Curtis and Colleen's sake. He could only threaten Debbie with his life. Debbie was restless in his arms. She cried, yelled and thumped him with her fists. When he finally managed to get her into the bathroom, he broke out in a sweat despite the cold winter. After stripping her clothes off, he put her in the bathtub and then took off his own clothes as well. Debbie shivered when she was dipped into the warm water. "Old man, where are your clothes? Are you going on some fashion show?" Carlos just stared at her. Did she go to some fashion show with naked models? It's so cold. Hold me in your arms." She threw herself into his arms and held his waist tight to keep warm. Carlos was instantly turned on. With intense passion rising inside him, he kissed her mercilessly, while his hands ran all over her body. And she was so obedient this time that he couldn't help but have sex with her in all kinds of positions again and again. The next morning when Debbie woke up, her head was killing her. She turned over in her bed. She felt like her body had been run over by a truck. When she yawned, she found that her mouth was sore. What the hell happened last night? Why am I feeling so tired? She sat up, looked around and then realized that she was in her and Carlos' bedroom at the manor. How did I get back here? When did I get back? Why can't I remember a single thing? Rubbing her aching temples, she threw back the covers in an attempt to look for her phone. Arg! She screamed in a hoarse voice. She was shocked by what she saw. Marks. Marks all over her body. This is Carlos Huo's work, she thought angrily. She found her phone and dialed Carlos' number, a spur-of-the-moment decision. When it connected, she yelled into the phone. Carlos Huo, what did you do to me last night? She sounded as if she had been compelled to engage in prostitution. Carlos curled his lips as he remembered what had happened last night. Wesley, who was sitting opposite him, snorted upon seeing his reaction. That must be his wife calling, he thought. Carlos cast a sidelong glance at Wesley, who was feeding Megan, and left the ward with his phone. Entering an empty room, he locked the door behind him and put the phone to his ear. Last night you kept insisting you were freezing and asked me to hug you. Then you threw yourself into my arms. Surveying Y City from the window, he flashed a broad smile and went on resignedly. I just wanted to help you take a bath, but you started hugging and kissing me non-stop. I'm your husband. You think I was going to say no? Carlos' words made Debbie blush. That's not possible. Debbie denied rapidly, eyes wide open. Deep down inside, she asked herself, really? Am I that horny when I'm drunk? Nope. It's true. I was glad to oblige, he said in a serious manner. So I did what you wanted. And then you asked to try something new. Variety's the spice of life. You taught me a few things. Debbie's mouth was so sore that she suddenly had a bad feeling. And, she cried, you gave me a blow job, he said, stifling his laughter. Debbie wanted to kill herself when she heard this. You're lying. I'd never do that, Debbie retorted in a loud voice. Her face was as red as a tomato. He has to be lying. I'd never. She thought.
No lie.
I have to say you were pretty wild last night. Thanks for the memories, said Carlos with a laugh. Thanks. For the memories? Go to hell, Carlos Huo, she yelled inwardly. How dare you take advantage of me when I was drunk? Now you've gone too far. You asshole, she yelled into the phone. Tell you what. His voice was cold. After a moment's pause, he added, visit Megan. Apologize. Then I'll forgive you. Megan had cried to him and insisted Debbie apologize to her. Carlos really had no other choice. Visit her? Apologize? Forgive me? Bitterness flooded Debbie. In your dreams. I don't give a damn about your forgiveness. Stay with Megan. See if I care. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Carlos called her back, but she rejected it. She even sent him a text message saying, if you have Megan apologize to me, I might go to the hospital to see her. Otherwise, don't talk to me. Having read the message, Carlos simply put his phone back in his pocket and came back to Megan's ward. When she saw Carlos, Megan asked, Uncle Carlos, was it Aunt Debbie? Carlos nodded. If Aunt Debbie won't apologize to me, just let it go. Uncle Carlos, please don't be mad at her. I just want you to be happy. I'll keep you at arm's length, and maybe she won't be jealous. Tears welled up in her eyes. Wesley frowned when he heard Megan. Your wife pushed Megan into the river. I don't think it's too much to ask her to apologize, he said in a cold voice. Instead of replying, Carlos turned to Megan and said, Megan, I'll ask her to come here. She had a car accident and fell into the river because of your call. When she gets here, you need to apologize. Wesley and Megan couldn't believe their ears. What the hell? Wesley swore through gritted teeth. Uncle Carlos, Megan cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. I just called her. I didn't cause her to crash her car and fall into the river. Carlos looked away and said coldly, if you won't apologize, I won't force you. Wesley, take care of her. I still have work to finish. With that, he started to walk to the door. Megan pulled off the tape with a grunt, removed the 4, and jumped out of bed. Wesley tried to stop her, but she pushed him away and gave Carlos a back hug. In a choked voice, she said, Uncle Carlos, I'm sorry. I'll apologize. Please don't leave me. Uncle Carlos used to care for me. Don't do this. Wesley pulled Megan away from Carlos and into his own arms. His eyes were red with fury, his expression dangerous. If you don't get Debbie to apologize, I'll drag her here myself, he said slowly, every word dripping with menace. Carlos cast a warning glance at Wesley and said coldly, "No one lays a finger on my wife." Wesley snorted. "She's a killer, yet you still defend her. Are you crazy? Megan is fine, isn't she?" After saying that, Carlos left the ward without looking back. "Stop," commanded Wesley, but to no avail. He wanted to catch up to Carlos and teach him a lesson, but Megan stopped him. She wiped her tears and said, "Uncle Wesley, don't fight with Uncle Carlos over me." Wesley sighed and stroked her cheek. "Don't worry, Megan. I'll make that woman apologize to you." At the manor, when Debbie walked out of the villa, she saw people working feverishly and heard several motors droning. Drawing closer, she could see the motorized pumps and people holding hoses into the pool's dwindling supply of water. Confused, she asked a maid who was trimming trees, "What are they doing there?" The maid put down the shears and answered peacefully, "They're pumping the pool, Mrs. Huo. Mr. Huo asked them to fill it with concrete." Debbie's jaw dropped. "With concrete? Why? Does he hate to swim? Or did he almost drown?" The maid shook her head. "I have no idea. Why not ask Mr. Huo?" "Okay. Thanks. I'll let you get back to work." Despite of her curiosity, she didn't plan to ask Carlos. She came to the parking lot and stared at the cars, wondering whether she should drive on her own. She was still a little gun-shy, given what happened the last time she was behind the wheel. She decided to ask Matan to drive her for now. Matan came by soon and Debbie got in the car he drove. As the car approached the gates to the manor, they opened to admit military car. It was a JZ Tiger 4x4 infantry mobility vehicle, manufactured by the Russians. This was the closet thing the army had to a Humvee. There were only 3,000 of those things made. Many were still roadworthy. "Wait, could it be?" Debbie realized who it was. She was about to ask Matan to pull over so that she could say hi to Wesley, but then the Tiger stopped. It was blocking way. "Mrs. Huo, it's Wesley Lee," Matan reminded her. Debbie nodded as she pushed the car door open and got out. Wesley also jumped out of his car and fixed his sharp gaze upon her. Despite his reluctance, he greeted her politely. "Hi, Debbie." Noticing his livid face, Debbie guessed this was about Megan. "Hello, Colonel Lee," she said with smile. Wesley nodded and got straight to the point. "I'm here for you." "Oh, really? Why?" she asked. "I want you to apologize to Megan. She's very unstable right now," Wesley said bluntly. Talking obliquely was never his thing. Raised at the military residential quarters and having grown up to be a serviceman, he was even less tactful than Carlos. Debbie didn't know whether she should laugh or cry at his words. "Colonel Lee, Megan should be the one apologizing, not me. Even Carlos couldn't make her apologize." Wesley was just wasting his breath. He said in a serious tone, "Megan is just a little girl. You should be more tolerant with her. Besides, she's the one in the hospital right now, not you. Wesley, you and your friends are all biased towards her. You don't even care who's right and who's wrong when it comes to Megan, do you?" Debbie asked with a glare. Just because he and Carlos treasured Megan didn't mean that they could cover for all her mistakes. And there was no way that Debbie would apologize to her. Wesley cast Debbie a complicated look. Then he said, "I'm sorry, Debbie." With that, he trotted towards the military vehicle in a standard military style and opened the back door as if saying, "Get in, please." Debbie's anger grew. What the hell? Is he gonna force me to apologize to Megan even though she is the one who is in the wrong? Does he think I will gladly get into the vehicle just because he asked me to? I don't even listen to my own husband. What makes him think that I will ever listen to him? How big a pushover does he think I am? "Colonel Lee, new semester begins in 2 days. I'm going to buy some new stationery. Show yourself around the manor if you want." Debbie turned to walk towards her car. Wesley, however, caught up with her after several strides and closed her car door which she had just opened. He stood rigidly in front of it. "What? You want to fight?" asked Debbie. She didn't give a damn about his status or rank. Wesley was about to say something when his phone rang. He took the call and simply said, "I'm at your manor." "I know," responded Carlos as he walked into the elevator. "I'm warning you, don't you dare harm a hair on my wife's head." Wesley looked at Debbie and then replied, "Don't worry, I respect her. That's why I'm politely asking her to get into my car." Debbie guessed it had to be Carlos on the phone. Hearing Wesley's reply, Debbie scoffed. "Politely? Thank you, Wesley, for showing so much respect." The doors to the sightseeing elevator closed. The view of the city flashed before Carlos' eyes. She does what she likes. Even I can't force her to do anything she doesn't want to. Your words are not gonna budge her, he continued. Wesley's lips twitched scornfully. Can't force your own woman to do what you want? I'm sure you're just unwilling to force her. He sneered within. She must come to the hospital with me today. If you take her to the hospital forcefully, you will only make her angry. She won't apologize to Megan. Instead, she will tear the ward down. And she will make you watch as she smashes the place into bits. Is that what you want? Though they hadn't lived together for too long, Carlos knew his wife very well. Wesley hesitated. Why are women so troublesome? She's just like that woman, the one that left me. Since I'm already here, I will take her to the hospital. Don't lay a finger on her. I'm on my way. Don't do anything until I get there. Carlos hung up quickly. He drove the car himself and sped towards the manor. Wesley put his phone away and looked at Debbie, who was standing in front of him silently. You can't deny the fact that you pushed Megan into the river. Now she's suffering from the aftermath trauma and is hospitalized. You must follow my orders. I order you. When he saw that Debbie's expression was quickly changing into something ferocious, he realized that she wasn't one of his soldiers. He changed his tone immediately. Debbie, you must apologize to her. What did Carlos say? Asked Debbie. Wesley's face twitched. He asked me not to lay a finger on you. So I won't. Please get in the car yourself. Debbie scoffed. Carlos wasn't a heartless asshole after all. Even if I go to the hospital with you, I won't apologize to Megan, she declared. Get in the car first. Wesley felt that time was pressing. He was losing his patience. Unfortunately, Debbie sensed his impatience. You're the one forcing me to get into your car. What are you impatient about? Wesley was speechless. Women are so touchy. Without another word, he walked back to the military vehicle and opened the back door again for Debbie. She snorted. After telling her driver to go back, she walked to the car and climbed into the big vehicle. On the way, Debbie scanned the interior of the car. She asked, Wesley, this vehicle is so cool. Can I borrow it sometime? Wesley replied honestly, military vehicles can't be used for civilian purposes. That was an expected reply from Wesley. Debbie didn't mind. She changed the subject. Did Carlos serve in the same unit as you when you were in the army? Why did he leave the army? We both served in the special force. That was all Wesley divulged. Curiosity getting the better of her, Debbie asked again. Why did he leave the army and become a CEO? She remembered asking Carlos the same question. What was his answer again? Crap, I forgot. Wesley steered the vehicle as easily as breathing. Why don't you ask him that directly? He can answer it better than anyone else. Debbie felt defeated. Soldiers are so tight-lipped and vigilant, she thought, sighing. Silence engulfed them. After a while, Debbie asked, You're unmarried, right? Since you liked Megan so much, why don't you just marry her? Wesley was caught off guard by her sudden question. The woman he had loved used to say the exact same words. Those words had rung in his head countless times even after she had left. Hearing them again, the words struck him hard. He said solemnly, She's not the one I want to marry. Debbie was intrigued. Is there someone else you like? Who is she? Where is she now? Have you been dating her? Silence was the only reply she got from him. Sensing the change in Wesley's mood, Debbie figured that she might have accidentally rubbed in a sore spot. She refrained from asking any more personal questions. Both of them remained silent till they reached the inpatient department. It was Carlos who opened the door for Debbie when she got out of the vehicle. She wanted to jump to the ground herself, but Carlos was quick to catch her as she jumped down. He held her hand and wasn't going to let go, but Debbie pushed him away, blushing. "Don't touch me," she reprimanded. Carlos grabbed her waist and said flatly, "That's not what you said in bed last night." Wesley, who had walked around the vehicle to meet them, happened to hear what their little conversation. "Why? All I did was bring his wife to the hospital. Did he have to punish me by making me listen to that?" Debbie tried to cover Carlos' mouth, but it was too late. The words were already out in the open. She shook off Carlos' hand and said sarcastically, "Shall we go inside now, guardian angels?" "Oh, I'm not talking about me. How could I flatter myself like that? Only Megan deserves your ultimate care. Everything about her is such a big deal. What perfect guardian angels you make when it comes to Megan." Debbie scoffed. Carlos and Wesley exchanged a look as they walked behind her silently, and quickened their pace to catch up with her. When they reached the ward, Damon was talking and laughing with Megan, who looked nothing at all like a sick person, nor did she seem like someone who had just fallen into the river. Aunt Debbie. Seeing her, Megan looked frightened. She grabbed the covers nervously and moved to the corner of the bed. Debbie sneered. "She makes it look like I am about to kill her." "Bravo, Megan. They owe you an Oscar for this act." She did want to kill her, but Debbie knew better than to spend the rest of her life in prison just for a lesser, evil bitch like Megan. Damon noticed how scared Megan was. He stood between Megan and Debbie, glaring at the latter with hostile eyes. Debbie laughed. She ignored him and asked Megan, "Didn't you want me to come and apologize? Now that I'm here, why are you hiding from me, huh? What is this, Damon?" Damon had hardly ever been serious, but at that moment he gritted his teeth and asked, "You don't sound like you are here to apologize." Debbie snorted. "When did I say I came here to apologize? Me apologize to Megan? That's not gonna happen even in my next life." "Then why is she here?" Damon asked Carlos and Wesley, who were standing behind her. Debbie walked around Damon and tried to reach the other side of the bed, but Wesley strode ahead of her and stood in front of Megan. The two men were blocking Debbie's path on either side as if she were some kind of beast. Their fear was hilarious to watch. Turning to Carlos, who was standing nearby quietly, she asked, "Honey, are you going to jump over here to protect her if I make another move?" She pointed to the other end of the bed. "Move away, you two," said Carlos, giving Damon and Wesley a cold glance. Damon looked at him in disbelief. "How can we? Do you see how arrogant she is? What if she hurts Megan again? Don't forget that she knows martial arts." "Damon, you flatter me. Don't forget that Wesley and my husband used to serve in the special force. They could easily throw her out of the room if they wished to." Wesley figured that he might have overreacted a bit, so he stepped aside a little. Debbie finally came to the bedside. Megan clutched at the covers tightly. She watched a stone-faced Debbie approaching her bed, and her eyes widened with fear. "Are you so frightened of me? It's very unlike you. I still remember how complacent you sounded when you called me that day. What happened to that side of you?" Debbie wanted to throw her to the floor and step on her lying mouth. Megan shook her head. Even before Debbie could see how she did it, tears streamed out of her eyes magically. "Aunt Debbie, I don't know what you are talking about. You have already pushed me into the river. Wasn't that enough for you? Why are you still trying to frame me for something I didn't do?" Slowly, Megan removed the covers to reveal her tearful face. "I saw how angry Uncle Carlos was and I felt bad. I didn't want you two to fight over me. You fell into the river because you were bad at driving. How could you take it out on me by pushing me into the river too? I know that you don't like me, but what you did was vicious." The next second, regardless of the needle in her hand, Megan pushed the covers away and knelt on the bed.
I'm sorry, Aunt Debbie.
"I was wrong. Could you please let this go? Please, please, I'm sorry." "Megan, get up. Why are you kneeling in front of her? Damon asked angrily. He rushed over and sat Megan back onto the bed. Wesley pulled the covers back and tucked her in. It was a scene out of a fairy tale. Debbie gaped at Megan's performance. She applauded. Megan, I beg you to. Please do become an actress after college. There's no doubt that you will make it big. Deb. With a frown, Carlos stopped her from saying more. He strode to Debbie's side and said to the others, whether the accident happened because of Debbie's bad driving or because of Megan's provocation, both of them have been hurt equally. So let's just move on and stop talking about this. Debbie let out a sigh. This whole thing had been stressful and irritating from the beginning. She didn't want to waste more time on Megan either. However, Megan acted surprised and cried, "What? Uncle Carlos, I am innocent. How could you protect a murderer? You know I can't swim. I would be dead if you hadn't come to save me in time. How can you let me suffer like this after what my parents had done for you?" Megan got agitated as she thought about her parents. Calm down, Megan. Don't get too excited, Demon comforted her. Megan inhaled deeply to steady her breathing. Then she looked at Carlos in the eyes and said in a choked voice, "All I want is an apology. Is that too much to ask? Uncle Carlos, you used to give me everything I wanted. But now, I can't even get an apology." Carlos wanted to put the whole thing behind him. Besides, he didn't want to lose his friends over this matter. He took Debbie into his arms and whispered to her, "Honey, you pushed Megan into the river after all. And she's younger than you, isn't she? Could you just apologize to her?" Debbie wrenched herself from his arms and dashed towards the bed. She tossed the cover away as Megan screamed. Wesley grabbed Debbie's arm and pushed her aside forcefully. Luckily, Carlos followed her and caught her promptly. Debbie bumped into his chest. Carlos embraced her, as he glared at Wesley furiously. He declared in a raised voice, "Wesley, I dare you to touch my wife again. And now he is protecting me. Who was it that asked me to apologize to Megan just now?" Once again, Debbie squirmed out of Carlos' arms and yelled at him, "Save your hypocrisy." Then she pointed at Demon and Wesley. "You and you. You're both acting in collusion with him. You two play the bad cops and plays the good cop just to make me apologize to her. But guess what? I am not as gullible as you three. Damon Han, Carlos Huo, Wesley Lee, you three idiots are all being played by this venomous, manipulative bitch, and you don't even have a clue. I wonder how you became a colonel or a CEO. Damon, if I were Adriana, I would have left you too." The three men's faces had turned coal black. Never had a woman given them such a harsh tongue lashing in their whole life. Debbie took a deep breath and lowered her voice. "Apologize? No problem." She walked towards Carlos and grabbed his hand, trying to remove the ring from his finger. "I'll apologize to her right now. But after that, you will have to send me abroad for further studies as soon as possible. Or we get a divorce." Carlos wouldn't let Debbie take his ring off. He grabbed her hands that tried to snatch the ring and said, "Enough! It will be enough when I say so. She has been making trouble for me from the very beginning. This ends today." Debbie tried to free her hands from Carlos' grip, but failed. Furious, she bit into his hand. It hurt, but Carlos didn't let go. He gritted his teeth to swallow the pain while she bit deeper. But Debbie's heart softened. She let go. He was her husband after all. But her anger didn't settle. She was mad at herself for being such a sucker for Carlos. She let out a sharp sigh and then turned to Megan. "You want me to apologize to you? Beg me. If you beg, I will not only apologize, but will also give you my husband." Ow. Carlos' hand squeezed hers hard. It hurt so much that she grimaced and closed her eyes tightly. But she didn't stop talking. "Megan Lan, if you don't apologize to me and admit that you have been defaming me, I will tear this ward down." Carlos squeezed her hand again and tried to persuade her. "Calm down. Calm down? My husband is protecting the other woman. Tell me, how am I supposed to calm down?" Her words, "the other woman," stirred Wesley's and Damon's anger again. Damon shoved his hands into his pockets and looked at Debbie with a devil-may-care attitude. Debbie Nian, Megan met Carlos long before you did. Debbie froze. A trace of despair flitted over her eyes. What do you mean? Are you saying that I am the other woman? Damon, shut up. Carlos snapped. His eyes shot icy cold daggers at Damon. Debbie felt her heart sink to a place that was as dark and cold as the bottom of a lake which had been frozen for 1,000 years. She looked at Carlos and asked in a low voice, "Please send me abroad now. Can you?" She couldn't afford to study and live abroad on her own, so she had no choice but to rely on Carlos for the moment. "No," was all he said, his eyes cold as usual. "No."
Fine.
Then watch the show and do enjoy. Rage consumed her. She straightened up and walked towards Megan's bed. A weird smile hung over her face. She reached out her hand and lifted Megan's chin. Wesley intended to intervene, but since Debbie was being calm, he stepped back. "Megan, I have a suggestion. This drama is crazy. Let's make peace." Debbie's offer took the three men aback. Megan acted happy to hear it. Instantly, her eyes reddened. She said excitedly in a trembling voice, "Oh, Aunt Debbie. Really? Really? Oh, not today. I'll show you what happens if you mess with me." Her smile disappeared. Her tone changed. Before anyone could realize it, she hauled Megan out of her bed. Arg! Unprepared, the girl slumped to the floor. The needle in her hand was plucked out forcefully during the fall. It happened so fast that none of the men was quick enough to stop her. Wesley and Damon ran towards Megan to help her to her feet. Debbie ignored them and demanded, "Megan Lawn, apologize to me." It took Megan a long while to realize what had happened to her. Her leg was hurt. Immediately, Damon pressed the nurse call button, and Wesley scooped her up and placed her back on the bed gently. Feeling an oncoming headache, Carlos pinched the middle of his brows helplessly. Disappointed at how things had turned out, Wesley shouted at Carlos, "If you can't stop your wife, allow me to do it for you. I can't stand by and watch her bully Megan." Carlos replied nonchalantly, "I warned you not to bring her to the hospital, didn't I? Now that things have gone out of control, you want to make it all her fault? If you touch her, you will only make the situation worse." Wesley didn't understand. It was clear as day that Debbie attacked Megan. He wondered why Debbie and Carlos were acting as if justice was on their side. The doctor came running with two nurses close behind him. He was surprised to see so many people inside the ward. "Mr. Huo, Colonel Lee, Mr. Han," he greeted them. Anger had been building up inside Damon's chest. The doctor served as a good outlet for his fury. As soon as he saw him, Damon roared, "What are you waiting for? Come in and examine her injury. Check her hand and leg." The doctor and the nurses trotted over to the bed immediately. Their faces were pale from fear, but Debbie wasn't scared. She strode towards the bed and stood in front of it. "Don't even think about giving her a checkup until she apologizes to me," she said slowly and furiously. Damon's eyes flamed with rage. He pointed at Debbie and cursed, "I've been putting up with you just because you're Carlos' wife. Don't push me." "Damon." Carlos stopped him before his words got any harsher. Unable to vent his anger, Damon walked back and forth restlessly with a twisted, irritated face. "Fine. You're the boss. You make the final call. I've had enough of this shit. I'm out of here. My wife is waiting for me at home." "Wesley, you don't have a wife or girlfriend. You stay all you want. Carlos, you are so bossy around us. Why can't you handle your wife for once?" "Whatever, I'm off." With that, he left. Hands pressed against her hurting legs, Megan apologized in a feeble voice. "Please calm down, everybody. I apologize.
I'm sorry, Aunt Debbie.
I vilified you."
Sorry.
Sincere or not, Megan's apology satisfied Debbie. When she walked by Wesley, Debbie said flatly, "Unattached young man, I've heard that your ex-girlfriend left you and married someone else because of Megan. As a serviceman with glorious achievements in war, how are you so easily deceived by a girl? Such a shame on your family which had generations of valiant servicemen." Saying that, Debbie left the ward with panache, not giving the others so much as a second look. Wesley stared at her straight back. deeply embarrassed. She called me unattached young man. Everything in the ward went back to normal after Megan's apology, and Debbie had left contentedly. Wesley had brought Debbie to the hospital to apologize to Megan. How ironically things had ended. As the doctor started examining Megan, Carlos told her, "Recuperate well. Study hard after you leave the hospital. You will have to study abroad too after your graduation." Megan wanted to give it another try to win over Carlos. Uncle Carlos. Sadly for her, Carlos walked out of the ward without hearing her out. Wesley fell into a deep thought as he watched the doctor examine Megan. The doctor concluded eventually that Megan was perfectly fine. Wesley made sure she didn't need else and said, "Get some rest, I'll drop by some other time." He strode out of the hospital. Once she was alone, Megan removed her masks of emotions and stared at the ceiling. "Debbie Nian is a handful, more than I thought. But only because Carlos loved her too much. Carlos promised that he would protect and take care of me for the rest of my life, but why didn't he stop Debbie when she was bullying me? He said that he would ask her to apologize to me, but when she forced me to apologize to her, he didn't even try to stop her," Megan thought. She knew it was not that he couldn't stop her, but that he didn't want to. If Carlos wanted to prevent something from happening, he could. Be it Debbie or anyone else, it didn't matter. What mattered was whether he really wanted to or not. So on the surface it seemed like he was protecting Megan, but actually he was on Debbie's side. In the end, neither Wesley nor Damon stopped Debbie from attacking her. Debbie called those three men idiots. They aren't. Maybe they already know what I did and what I have always been doing. Huh. Men are such liars. Megan thought resentfully. Wesley drove around on the streets aimlessly. He couldn't stop thinking about that woman. When his mind finally came back to the present, his car had already come to a stop at the entrance of a rundown housing estate. This was where her fiancé lived. Wesley had heard that she was pregnant. She was only 20 years old, but she was willing to have a baby. The man she was going to marry was several years older than her, and had no money or power. Why was she willing to marry him? Was she happy with him? Wesley parked the car across the street and killed the engine. He rolled down the window, lit his cigarette and took a drag on it. Several people came and went through the entrance. After a long while, a cab came to a halt at the entrance. A man in his late 20s walked out. A woman of the same age got out of the cab, following him. They walked into the housing estate together intimately. Wesley squinted his eyes at the sight. The man looked like her fiancé, but in his arms was another woman. "I thought she was living a happy life after she left me. Looks like that is coming to a shattering end." A sad smile crept over Wesley's lips. He took out his phone and called someone. Find a way to make her come to her fiancé's place right away. 20 minutes later, a bus stopped near the entrance of the housing estate. As the bus left, a flustered girl sprinted towards the entrance. Wesley frowned. Isn't she pregnant? How is she able to run like that? Does she have a death wish? Or is she trying to kill the baby? Without giving it much thought, he got out of his car and followed her inside. She dashed through a door and took the stairs to the second floor. From the first floor, Wesley could hear her insert the key and open the door to her fiancé's apartment. Soon enough, angry voices came from inside. The man said, "She came here for work. Can you stop being so paranoid?" Then Wesley heard a familiar female voice. "Work? Who does their work in the bedroom? I can see how messy the bed is. Do you think I am blind or do you take me for a fool?" she retorted furiously. The apartment was quiet for a few minutes. Next thing, the door was slammed shut, and hasty footsteps were heard rushing downstairs. When she reached the first floor, Blair Jing put her 7-decimeter-long suitcase on the floor and tried to drag it out of the building. A hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Ah!" she gasped in surprise. But she quickly regained her composure when she saw the familiar army uniform. Her eyes were red and swollen. Clearly she had been crying. Without asking her, Wesley took her suitcase and walked ahead. For a moment she was in a daze. When she came to her senses, she trotted to catch up with him. Why are you here? She asked. Give me back my suitcase. Without a word, Wesley walked out of the housing estate and stopped next to the military vehicle. He put the suitcase in the trunk and opened the passenger door for her. When she didn't move, he walked to her silently and scooped her up in his arms. He gently placed her in the passenger seat and buckled her up. Wesley, why are you here? What is this? Where are you taking me? It had been a while since their last meeting. Looking at him, Blair Jing bit her lips and tried her best not to let her tears fall. Wesley didn't answer. He sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Scenes from their last meeting came flooding back to him. It was 2 months ago. With her arm wrapped in her fiancé's, she had told Wesley happily, "We're engaged. This is my fiancé." But now the engagement ring on her finger was gone. She had taken it off and thrown it at her bastard fiancé's face. He was the one who had cheated on her. Yet she was the one who had to pack everything and leave the apartment. She had been living there for several months. The vehicle finally came to a stop in front of an upscale block of flats. Wesley pulled up into the parking lot and took her to an apartment that was much larger and fancier than her ex-fiancé's. You're pregnant. You need a quiet and serene place to take care of yourself and the baby. Blair Jing waited a moment to calm herself down. Then she gave him a puzzled look and asked, Pregnant? When was I ever pregnant? What made you think that? And whose baby am I carrying? Yours. Her voice was laced with sarcasm. We never slept together. He said in a low voice. Right, I never slept with you. But I bet that woman did, she said casually. Wesley gave her a long look but didn't bother to explain anything. You know the entry password. You can stay here. I won't disturb you unless there is something important. Bye. He turned to leave. Blair Jing said hurriedly, Of course you won't disturb me. You hate me after all. I was wrong all along. I shouldn't have disturbed you and your previous Megan in the past. Wesley paused, but he didn't look back. He opened the door and strode out without a word. Looking around the empty apartment, she slumped into the couch and buried her teary face into her hands. Every time he saw her, she was in some kind of embarrassing situation. When she had gotten engaged, she had thought that finally she had something to be proud of in front of him. But now, even that was gone, and he had seen her leave her fiancé's place in defeat. Wesley, you idiot. Why did you leave so soon? I didn't even get a good look at you, Blair Jing thought. When Carlos came out of the hospital entrance once again, Debbie was nowhere to be found. He closed his eyes in frustration and thought that maybe one day his wife would set a new Guinness record in running. He called her. To his surprise, the call was answered only on the third ring. Yes, Mr. Huo? How may I help you? Where are you? In a cab. Where to? Going home to pack and get the hell out of your life. Wait for me at home. He said that much and hung up. Carlos was always quick to act. Before they had headed for the hospital, Debbie had heard Carlos telling Wesley on the phone that he was going back to the manor. But when she and Wesley reached the hospital, Carlos was already there waiting for them. And now, when the cab arrived at the manor, Carlos Emperor was already parked at the entrance. The man was leaning against the car door smoking. Once the cab stopped, Carlos walked over to it with cigarette in his mouth. He opened the door for Debbie, who was paying the fare. As soon as Debbie left the cab, the smoke filled her nostrils. She could taste the acrid vapors, stale with a hint of bitterness. Carlos. She coughed violently, tears threatening to come out. She hated the smell, hated the taste, and most of all hated not being able to breathe. Carlos did this deliberately. He knew she hated the habit, yet he exacerbated the problem. He couldn't stop playing pranks on her, and she walked into them all the time. Carlos smiled mischievously. The cab didn't leave immediately. The driver rolled down the window and stared at Carlos. After a while he asked, You look familiar. Are you Mr. Huo? Carlos nodded indifferently, at which the driver pushed the door open excitedly and rushed over to Carlos. He stammered out a request, nervous at finally meeting the man. My daughter. My daughter worships you very much. Can I get an autograph for her? Her birthday's coming up. It would make an awesome present. It was a request from a loving father. Hard to refuse. Carlos wanted kids, and his heart softened around them indeed at the very mention. Carlos held Debbie tight in his arms and said, "Okay." The driver ran back to the cab and rooted around in there for a long while, but he found nothing that Carlos could write with or on. He turned back and looked at Carlos, eyes full of disappointment. "Never mind. I don't have a pen or paper." "Thank you, Mr. Huo." Carlos raised his eyebrows and released Debbie. He motioned the security guard to bring him some paper and a pen. Then Carlos wrote, "Happy birthday, Carlos Huo." The driver was moved. While Carlos was writing, he took out his old phone and snapped a pic. Carlos saw that, but he decided not to take it seriously. He was a fan after all. What was the harm? After handing the paper to the driver, he put his arm around Debbie's waist and walked back to the Emperor with her. "Thank you, Mr. Huo." "Bye, Mr. Huo," the driver said. He watched the car drive into the manor. When the car couldn't be seen anymore, he spent a few minutes standing there to admire the grand house. There was a lot of square footage to be impressed with. He drank it all in with his eyes. Inside the manor, Debbie complained in the car. "You blew the smoke in my face as soon as I got out of the cab. What were you thinking? If you hate me, just tell me. I can handle it." Carlos leaned against the seat and looked at her silently while she threw her tantrum. The longer he looked at her, the cuter he found her. If he thought she was beautiful normally, he hadn't seen anything yet. This took her loveliness to a whole new level. "What? Not saying anything? You don't want to talk to me, do you? Okay. Then get out and go back to your precious queen of manipulation." "Queen of manipulation?" Carlos wondered. Debbie sneered. "See? You're interested as soon as I bring her up. I can't stand it anymore. Give me the ring back. I want a divorce. I want a divorce." With that, she started to grab for the ring Carlos was wearing. He grabbed her hands and said, "You're not getting this back. You already gave it to me." "I will." "Got a problem with that?" Debbie glared at him stubbornly.
Ido.
"Why did you say you couldn't stand it anymore?" "Stand what? Besides, you think we can get a divorce if you get the ring back." Carlos wanted to laugh. How naive. Debbie slipped her hands out of his grip and sat up straight. "Of course. I'll give it to another guy. Then off you go. Out of the picture." Once she finished her sentence, the Emperor came to a sudden stop, and the driver killed the engine. Carlos grabbed her wrist tightly and dragged her out of the car. The smile on his face was replaced by a look of intense gloom. He dragged her into the manor and then upstairs. He didn't stop to make sure she was all right. Even though she stumbled, he simply lifted her up and continued his climb. He had been so tender to her before, but right now, the fierce man holding her wrist so tightly seemed a different person entirely. Debbie wanted to cry, but didn't have time as he wasn't done yet. How did it come to this? She thought sadly. The door of the bedroom was thrown open violently, banging the wall on the opposite side. Debbie was tossed onto the bed. Luckily, the bed was soft. She sat up. Before she could say anything, Carlos demanded, "Another guy? You already have someone in mind, don't you? Who is he?" Debbie was shocked. She raised her head to look at the man standing over her. "Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Listen, I did some thinking when I was in the cab. Aren't you going to send me abroad to study after my junior year? I don't want to wait till then. I want to go now." A new environment was what she needed right now. New faces, new places. She needed to stay away from Carlos, away from Megan. If she had to wait a few more months, it would drive her crazy. Hearing what she said, Carlos stepped forward and stood right in front of her. Awkwardly, if she looked straight on, her eyes fell right on his crotch. That was uncomfortable to say the least. Debbie turned her head away immediately. However, as if he hadn't even noticed her embarrassment, Carlos turned her head back to make her look at him. Debbie's eyes wandered to avoid looking straight ahead. He suddenly spoke. "Okay. The anger Debbie had felt a moment before turned swiftly to sadness. This was crazy. Though it was her idea, she hadn't expected him to agree to it so quickly. It sounded like he wouldn't feel sad that they weren't together. If that was the case, then what was she doing hanging around here? Oh, okay then. So that's it. It's all settled. I'll go pack, Debbie said, still in a daze. She couldn't believe this was happening. It was all too fast, all too real. She pushed Carlos away and stood up. Carlos grabbed her wrist and demanded, "Can't wait to leave me, huh?" Leave him? Why does he think I want to leave him? Debbie turned to look Carlos right in the eyes. She wanted him to know that she loved him, and he needed to hear this. Carlos, I love you. I don't want a divorce. But we've been fighting a lot lately.
I'm tired.
Sick and tired. I think we need some space. She loved him. Divorce was never really an option for her, no matter how bad the fight was. And she knew she belonged at his side. It was the only place she belonged in. His grip on her wrist tightened. It hurt, but she didn't say anything. Eventually, without a word, he let go of Debbie and left the room, slamming the door behind him. Quiet spread across the room. Debbie sat back on the bed. Blankly, she looked out the window. But she really didn't see anything. She was exhausted and wanted nothing more than sleep. Slowly, she lay down and drifted off. To her surprise, for the next 3 days, she didn't even see Carlos once. The sun rose and set just like it always did. But she endured. She prepared her meals robotically, not having much of an appetite. She would have thought he had gone missing if Emmett hadn't reposted a news article saying that Carlos had negotiated a contract with an overseas-funded enterprise. This was the longest game of the silent treatment they had ever played. In New York, Carlos' car sped into the Huo's residence. He got out of the car gloomily and went straight to the study on the second floor. On his way, he saw Tabitha, but he only greeted her flatly. The grimness on his face told her that something was wrong. Her heart tightened. She followed him all the way up the stairs. She knew something was going to happen. Everyone could feel it. A tension in the air. Sure enough, as soon as he saw James in the study, Carlos dashed over and greeted him with his fist. Covering the side of his face that Carlos had struck, James glared at him and shouted, "Have you lost your mind? I'm your father." Carlos grabbed James' collar and stared at him fiercely. "How are you a father? Did you earn respect from your family? What kind of father would hurt his own daughter-in-law?" Tabitha screamed and ran towards Carlos. She tried to hold him back. Carlos, what's this about? Listen to me, son. Calm down." Carlos gave his mother a cold look and asked, "How could you do this to my wife?" He gritted his teeth in anger and added, "Debbie has always respected you. Is this what she deserved from my parents?" James still didn't think he did anything wrong. "I never accepted her as my daughter-in-law. I won't allow her to give birth to your child." "So you told the servants to put crushed birth control pills in her food?" asked Carlos, grinding his teeth to suppress his growing anger. His eyes blazed and seemed to stare deep into James' black rotting soul. James attempted to wrench free, but compared to his son, he was too weak. Pretending to be composed, he said, "They were just birth control pills, not poison. Did you have to fly all the way from Y City for this? Just birth control pills?" Within Carlos' heart, his father's image sank to a new low. "Yes, they were poison. You've been feeding her cumulative poison." Saying that, he swung a second fist towards James' face. Only Tabitha and James were home at that moment. There was no time for Tabitha to rush downstairs to ask the servants for help. She had to stand in front of James to stop Carlos from hitting him again. This family was never happy while she was here. And she even tried to kill Megan in Y City. Why are you still protecting her? Can't you see how vicious she is? Divorce her already. Carlos closed his eyes to hide the misery he felt from those words. He let go of James and straightened his own clothes. Regaining his composure, he told his parents, "From today, I will not enter this house anymore, unless Grandpa wakes up or you accept Debbie as a member of this family." Tabitha panicked. There was no sign of Douglas waking up yet. Did this mean that Carlos would never come back if his grandpa didn't wake up?
No.
Tabitha couldn't accept it. Carlos, listen to me. Carlos glanced coldly at the weeping woman and said, "There's nothing more to say here. If my wife has a baby someday, our child will have nothing to do with any of you." He turned to leave. Tabitha shouted desperately, "Carlos, are you willing to turn your family and friends against you for that woman?" Carlos said, "Just my family. Unlike you, none of my friends did anything heartless to Debbie even when they found out that she had pushed Megan into the river. Debbie had had to bear all the mistreatment and insults from Valerie and James just because she had married Carlos. Now they had even set her up to take birth control pills without her knowledge. She had suffered too much for him. She is a murderer. Why are you still protecting her?" Tabitha yelled at her son's cold back, heartbroken. Carlos turned around and looked his mother in the eye. "Debbie is not a murderer. We all know what kind of person Megan is. We just choose to ignore some things about her out of gratitude towards her parents. Debbie fell into the river because of what Megan told her on the phone. She only pushed Megan into the river for revenge. And she has been merciful in the act. Besides, Megan didn't die. That only served to prove that however angry Debbie had been at the time, she had never intended to take Megan's life. Let me warn you one last time, Father. If you dare hurt my wife again, I will make sure you suffer." Without waiting for his parents' response, he left the study. There was a loud bang from the room. As soon as he walked out of the study, an ashtray was smashed against the door. Then James was heard roaring, "Bastard! This is what I get for keeping him. If I had known that he would be so ungrateful, I would have." Carlos couldn't hear the rest of his words clearly, nor did he want to. Fists clenched, he left the house. Back in Y City, it was the 7th day that Carlos had been away from the manor. Debbie sat in the music studio and read the lyrics which she had revised 100 times. In the dim street lights in each other's arms we expressed our feelings. Snowflakes swirled around us and fell on our hair. Would this moment last forever? You kissed my hair and told me that you loved me. That was all she had written. Should I also write down what Carlos said to me? She wondered. Her phone rang, breaking her thoughts. It was Casey. "Debbie, bad news. Guess what I saw just now?" Debbie was confused. "What is it?" "I came to Orchid Private Club to find Emmett. And I saw your husband, Mr. Lou Damon, and Wesley walk into a booth. They were not alone. Each of them had a woman alongside them. Megan was with your husband." Bam! Debbie slammed the pen on the table. "Did you see it for yourself?" "Yes. I checked with Emmett too. He gave me the room number. Are you coming?" Casey knew that Carlos had crossed the line. He was fooling around with another woman while her friend had been staying at the manor all alone for 7 days. Debbie's friend would have thought that Carlos had forgotten about her if Emmett hadn't gone to the manor to get Debbie's ID card for her overseas study papers. Should I go? Debbie asked herself. After giving it some consideration, she said, "I'm not coming. He's in room 888, isn't he? That was his exclusive booth." "Right. What are you going to do about it?" "I'll go with you if you like."
No.
"Let him be. I have to go." Debbie hung up and immediately called someone else with gritted teeth. In Orchid Private Club, after entering the exclusive booth, the 4 men sat down around the automatic mahjong table, with their women sitting next to them. Beside Carlos was Megan. Colleen looked at him with a raised brow. "Mr. Huo, where is my good friend, Debbie?" This was supposed to be a get-together of Carlos and his closest friends. However, instead of Debbie, he brought Megan along. Colleen was pissed. Carlos lit a cigarette and took a drag. After exhaling the smoke, he said, "She's home." Colleen knew that Carlos and Debbie had a huge fight after Debbie had pushed Megan into the river. Things were complicated between the couple right now. So, Colleen didn't feel the need to pretend to be cordial with Megan anymore. "Mr. Huo, I have to say, you are in the wrong here. This is an occasion for the people closest to you. Why didn't you bring Debbie? You should learn from Wesley. He brought his girlfriend. As for Damon, he gets a free pass. He has always been a playboy. Even when his wife is about to give birth to their baby, he is here messing around instead of taking care of her at home. He has made his own bed and he will have to lie in it. Damon snorted and replied defensively, "Don't get me wrong now. Your man said that we were having a get-together, so my wife gave me permission to have some fun. Since they all had a woman with them, how could I come alone?" Eyes fixed on Colleen and one hand propped against her chin, the girl sitting next to Wesley explained in a low voice, "You misunderstood my relationship with Wesley. I'm not his girlfriend." Demanding an explanation from Wesley, Colleen was irritated by his silence and the way he avoided her unblinking eyes. At long last, obviously running out of patience, she asked, "How can that be possible? You know, you're the first girl Wesley has ever brought to." Colleen. Finally Wesley interrupted her. "Weren't you asking about Debbie?" he snapped, eager to change the subject.
Okay.
"All right. Mr. Huo, you haven't answered my question yet." At Wesley's hint, Colleen pretended to realize she was off the topic. Promptly, she tuned her gaze to Carlos, the look in her eyes unrelenting, waiting for him to answer her earlier question. "She's at home expecting all the papers to be ready so that she can go abroad," said Carlos, determined to keep everything as laconic as possible. As he spoke, Curtis could see the gloom on his face. Of course, he knew Carlos and Debbie were still not reconciled yet. So in an attempt to broach the subject with caution, he said, "I've heard that ZL Group's business has been booming lately. The employees have been working extra hours. I hope you haven't been sleeping in your office." He added that last bit with slight emphasis. The gist of his question was to find out why Carlos had not been sleeping at home. Then he added his piece of advice. "You don't have to burst a nerve working overtime, man. If it's for money, do you think it's wise of you to drive yourself so hard at work that you don't even have time to return home?" Hearing his question, the others exchanged a look. Damon drew a tile and chipped in sullenly, "It's not like Carlos was short of money."
No.
"That's ridiculous. I suspect the person driving him hard is his wife. You know how demanding some ladies can be." The tongue-in-cheek way he phrased his words left everyone in stitches. But Damon ignored the giggles and carried on. Only she can throw him into a vortex of emotions. Although Damon was known for his wisecracks, Curtis took him seriously on what he had just said. He discarded 2 dots and with a curious gaze at Carlos inquired, "What did Debbie do to get on your nerves this time?" Carlos took a puff on his cigarette and blew the smoke forcefully, betraying his inner tension. Amid the fumes, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but no words escaped his mouth. Noticing that mood around the place, Megan, somewhat embarrassed, excused herself. "Uncle Carlos, maybe I should go home. You have fun with your friends," she said in a shaky voice. In her pockets where nobody could see, her hands had been balled into fists. "These people, now they are all on Debbie's side. It looks like that woman is taking my place in their hearts.
No.
I won't have any of that bullcrap." But while she cursed inside and was about to leave, Carlos ordered her to sit down. Without saying it, he thought to himself, "I have ignored Debbie for 7 days, and now she knows that I brought Megan with me to this place. I don't believe she will take it well and won't do anything about it. For all I care, I'd silently stand by and watch her level this booth to the ground if she broke in here right now. I just want to know she cares." Just then, someone started to kick the door of the booth from outside. "Hell no," he murmured, fearing Debbie had indeed come to fulfill his silent wishes. But when the door finally burst open, a group of men noisily stormed in. The women in the booth were scared stiff. Policemen. Colleen wondered loudly. The men playing mahjong only paused for a second at the commotion. Then, ignoring the intruders, they calmly went on with their activity. A young policeman, feeling insulted by the way his team's arrival was casually ignored, raised his gun and shouted, "Police! Stop what you are doing right now. Someone reported that you were gambling." Gambling? The 4 mahjong players were amused. Damon looked at Wesley, who was wearing casual clothes. Then he gave a wicked smile. "Which of you has the surname Huo?" The young policeman roared. "Huo. All of Carlos' friends shifted their eyes to look at the shameless intruder. The enthusiastic cop continued. Someone reported under their real name that the person with the surname Huo was doing an illegal transaction and activity here. Please come with us. And the lady beside you. The young policeman turned to Megan and asked, Miss, what do you do? Where do you go to work? How did you two meet? How long have you known each other? Megan's face turned pale with embarrassment. Everyone could tell that the policeman thought she was a prostitute. PLBBT. Ah! Damon burst into laughter. Even Curtis and Wesley, who were much more unflappable, found it hard to stifle their laughter. Clearly the police were there for Carlos, reporting him for doing illegal activity, and Megan for prostitution. In Y City there was only one person daring to do that. Among the 8 of the party, everyone knew who it was except Blair. Stop laughing. This is as serious as your lives. The young policeman reprimanded with a red face, pointing his gun at Damon, who seemed to be having a good time. Obviously, the moment wasn't quite enjoyable for Damon. He didn't like it when his authority was challenged. Stone-faced, Carlos tossed the tile in his hand away and looked at the young policeman. You said the report was done under the person's real name? Who was it? The young policeman looked very serious. Carlos Huo's wife, Debbie Nian. Now stop stalling. Come with us. At this point, the policeman next to the overzealous young chap pulled his sleeve and cautioned, Boss, we're in trouble. This is the very Mr. Carlos Huo. The young policeman was barely in his 20s, but already made the team leader. The young are fearless. Learning that the man he had been talking to was Carlos Huo, he was only a tad bit surprised. But then he carried on. We have to do our job. All of you have to come with us. Carlos took out his phone and asked casually, Which police branch are you with? The young man presented his badge and replied, The City Bureau. Carlos patted Wesley on the shoulder. He had great potential. You can consider transferring him to the army so that you can groom him. Meanwhile, he dialed a number on his phone. It was connected soon. Uncle Noel, I'm sorry to disturb you at this late hour, but your men here are trying to take me to the station. Uncle Noel? The UG policeman wondered. The name of the cop of the city bureau was also Noel, and he was old enough to be Carlos' uncle. Could it be? Not half a minute later Carlos hung up the call. The young policeman's phone rang. With shaking hands he answered, to which Noel Lee went straight into a dressing down. You are an idiot. Get your men back here as fast as your legs can carry you. Do you have any idea what and whom you're messing with? I know who he is, but someone reported that he organized gambling. Also, there is a prostitute with him. Shut the fuck up. Do I have to explain to you whoever Mr. Huo is with? You're stupid enough to him into action without even confirming the report you get? Who the hell came up with the idea of raising such an asshole to your position? Get the hell out of there now. Now with a mixture of panic and embarrassment, the young policeman looked at the 4 men in the booth. Resignedly, he put his gun away and replied on the phone, Yes, Chief Lee. Before he left with his men, he looked at Wesley. Confusion was written over his tan face. You look very much familiar. Do you know Colonel Lee, the Gods of Warriors? Blair laughed. Handsome, this is Colonel Lee. This woman called another man handsome right before my eyes. Wesley's face darkened. The young policeman's eyes glistened with excitement the minute he realized he had met the God of Warriors. Instantly, he stood at attention and saluted Wesley. It's a great honor to meet you, Colonel Lee. Wesley nodded in response. The excited young cop wanted to get an autograph, but afraid that he might cause more trouble, 2 of his co-workers got him out of there quickly. The booth finally regained its quiet. Carlos tossed the chip on the table and stood up. Damon, you'll have to drive Megan home later. Damon stared at the man who was putting on his coat. We've just started. Where are you going? After glancing at him, Carlos replied flatly, It seems my wife has become unbridled. I'm going home right away to deal with her. Deal with Debbie? Damon rolled his eyes at Carlos and snapped, Come on, Carlos. Just admit it. You're a slave to your wife. You do whatever she wants. I guess Debbie will get you to stand barefoot on a porcupine. I'd like to come with you. See how you're going to deal with her." Carlos was about to snap back at him when his phone started to ring. The small rectangular phone buzzed insistently on the desk. Damon looked at the caller ID. It was Emmett. Before Carlos could pick it up, Damon answered and put it on speakerphone. Emmett's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "Bad news, Mr. Huo. Mrs. Huo went to a nightclub. She is going to buy a rent boy." Silence reigned in the private booth. Everyone turned to look at Carlos. Gloom clouded his expression but soon disappeared. He picked up his phone and asked calmly, "Which nightclub?" "The one opposite Orchid Private Club," Emmett answered honestly. "Okay, got it." Carlos disconnected the call and put his phone back in his pocket. He looked at the group. "You guys have fun." Then he strode towards the door in a hurry. Everyone looked at one another in stunned disbelief. Curtis stood up from the couch and said, "I'd better go along, keep him out of trouble." He was afraid that Carlos might lose his head and hurt Debbie. He knew Carlos quite well and knew that when it came to Debbie, he did lose his head quite often. Carlos was insanely jealous and wouldn't abide a man so much as casting a lustful glance in her direction. Having a pretty wife was both a blessing and a curse for him. Colleen, of course, stuck by her boyfriend. This was fun to Damon. He was a pleasure seeker and decided to come with them. Wesley was not interested in this kind of thing, and all he wanted to do was just go back home. But when he turned to Blair and saw her excited expression, he sighed inwardly and followed after his buddies. He guessed she wanted to see blood. In the end, all of them walked towards the nightclub across the street. Of course, Debbie had a plan. She called Casey after phoning the police with a tip-off, and they decided to meet at the number 1 nightclub. Carlos once promised her that he would always have her back, but he broke that promise and hurt her, so she decided to get back at him. She had deliberately chosen the tight black dress that Carlos loved so much, and put on thick makeup. Every man's eyes were glued to her as they admired her pretty face and hot body. After entering the largest private booth, Debbie threw a bank card on the table and told the manager indifferently, "Call some handsome guys over." Casey grabbed her hand and whispered in her ear, "I thought you were just kidding, tomboy. Sure you want to do this? Your hubby's across the street." 100% sure, Debbie nodded. She turned to the manager and said, "I just saw some guys with blonde hair and light blue eyes walk in. I like them." She had warned Carlos before about this. If he hurt her, she would leave him and play with other men. She kept her word. The manager recognized the card on the table. It was the diamond black card issued by the bank under the ZL Group. Only 3 of those cards had been made. That meant she was super important and needed to be treated with the utmost respect. Whatever she asked for, he had to provide it. Not only that, but that card provided a near limitless line of credit. She could rack up the biggest bill ever seen in that nightclub and she'd still be good for it. He bowed respectfully and said, "No problem. They'll be here before you know it." After leaving the booth, he told his men over the intercom, "Outfit room 206 with the best snacks, a fruit plate with imported fruits and a bottle of vintage wine." Within 3 minutes, the manager came back to the booth, followed by several tall, handsome men with blonde hair and light blue eyes. Debbie looked at those men, eyes wide open. She just wanted to make Carlos jealous. That seemed like a good idea. But now that they were right there, she got cold feet. "Ladies, these are the guys who our guests have enjoyed the most. Like what you see. I'm sure any of them will measure up," the manager offered. Debbie gulped and poked Casey. "Casey, which one do you like?" Casey rolled her eyes and answered, "It was your bright idea. Why ask me?" "No thanks." Debbie forced a smile and said, "We're best friends. We should do things together. Go ahead. Knock yourself out." Then she nudged Casey and pointed at the men. Helpless, Casey looked at her friend and said resignedly, "Fine. Just wait here." She decided to do as Debbie asked. Standing in front of a row of handsome men, she gestured for 3 of them to go to Debbie. "Serve her." Before Debbie could say anything, The three men sat beside her. They had plastic grins as they were paid to smile. They also had thirsty eyes, which disconcerted her somewhat. She was hoping this wouldn't go too far. One of them with pale skin opened his mouth saying, "Hey pretty girl.
I'm David.
First time here? You look a bit nervous." Nervous? Is it that obvious? Debbie was not used to the perfume they were wearing and tried to move away from David so that she could take a deeper breath. But she forgot that there were two more men sitting next to her.
Yeah, Debbie answered.
Casey had two men to herself, holding their arms. Her fingers wouldn't even fit around their biceps. She gave Debbie a dirty smile. "Tomboy, don't be so shy. We came here to enjoy ourselves." Debbie was speechless. "I'm not here to have fun. I just want to piss Carlos off. He should be here by now. After all, Orchid Private Club is just across the street," she thought. Coming back to reality, Debbie said to Casey, "I've never been here. What do I do?" Casey and her two companions sat on the couch, and she was about to answer when someone opened the door to the booth from outside. A group of people stormed in. Unlike the handsome men in the booth, these people had a strong aura. The manager could tell from their dresses and demeanor that they were rich and powerful. He asked a dozen people to stand outside, in case these guests needed anything. He himself followed them so that he could give them split-second service if necessary. Carlos' eyes swept over the people in the booth. They narrowed when he caught sight of the woman leaning against a man and sipping her wine. Despite the cold winter, the booth was quite warm. The investment in the heating system paid off. The woman was dressed in a tight black dress and wore heavy makeup. She was a sexy, spicy siren. "Throw them out," he demanded coldly. Emmett gestured for the bodyguards to throw the rent boys out of the booth. Debbie grew bolder when she saw her husband. She grabbed David's arm tightly and snapped at Carlos. "What are you doing? You have your mistress and I have my guy. Fair's fair." Although David didn't recognize Carlos, he was intimidated by his menacing aura. He told Debbie in fluent Chinese, "Miss, this man is pretty scary. I think I should jet. Hit me up later." Debbie rolled her eyes and snapped, "I'm not scared. You're a man. Act like it." Carlos was fuming mad as he thought they were flirting. That wasn't acceptable. That was his wife David was talking to. He came up to them, grabbed David by his collar and punched him in the face. His head lolled. "Ark!" David yelled at the top of his lungs. "Help me! Help!" Debbie immediately grabbed Carlos' arm to stop him. "Why are you hitting him? Let him go." The manager was frightened. He rushed over to David and said, "Don't struggle, David. Let Mr. Huo beat you. I'll pay you double your hourly rate." Everyone in the booth was struck speechless. Carlos cast a sidelong glance at the woman holding his arm, and then let go of David. He shook off Debbie's hands, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Uncle Noel, it's me, Carlos. You may have to inspect the number 1 nightclub. I suspect they are engaging in organized prostitution." The manager was shocked to hear his words. "Damn it. We're so screwed," he thought. Putting on a pitiful look, he pleaded, "Mr. Huo, David was wrong. Please don't be mad at him." Carlos gave him a cold glare and said, "Get out." The manager didn't dare disobey his orders. He shut his mouth and quickly left the private booth with David. Only Debbie, Casey, Carlos and his friends were left behind in the booth. Curtis was aware that Carlos was about to teach Debbie a good lesson. To protect her, he pulled Debbie to his side and stood between her and Carlos. "Carlos, why not let Debbie stay with Colleen for a couple of days? Her visa has been issued already, right? How about we drive her to the airport then?" Curtis offered. Debbie was amused by the current scenario in the booth. She was now standing behind Curtis. Everyone else except Carlos stood behind her. Damon's date was long gone. There were 9 people in the booth, and Carlos was confronting 8 of them. But strength wasn't always the solution for victory. Carlos straightened his suit and looked at Debbie, who was standing behind Curtis. "Come here." Debbie was not afraid of him. She was boiling over with rage. She wanted to ask him whether he had been with Megan the past week. What do you want with me now? You can do whatever you want, but you deprive me of my lawful rights. Don't you think it's unfair? Carlos looked her in the eye and retorted. It is not your lawful right to hang around with other men. Staring defiantly at him, Debbie snapped back. My husband is cheating on me, while I am left to stay alone at home. I can't live like that. Stop your nonsense. When did I cheat on you? I was just hanging out with my friends. Hanging out with your friends? Debbie sneered. Mr. Liu has brought his fiancée along. Wesley is with his girlfriend. Damon has come alone. You are the only one who is here with your mistress. Shame on you. The rest of them were at a loss for words. Even Damon, who was hostile to Debbie most of the time, had nothing to say to her now. He wasn't stupid enough to correct Debbie at the moment to tell her that he had also brought a woman with him. What if she snitched on him to his wife? So he chose to ignore her comment. Both Wesley and Blair were embarrassed by Debbie's words. Their faces had gone tomato red. Wesley really liked Blair. He felt a tingle when Debbie mentioned that Blair was his girlfriend, and didn't want to refute her. Curtis and Colleen always had Debbie's back. But the man whom Debbie cared for the most only had time to lecture her. It's Megan, not my mistress. Stop making trouble out of nothing, he snapped. Megan was the apple of Wesley's eye. He pretended to be ignorant of the fact that Debbie was referring to Megan as Carlos' mistress, and chipped in calmly, Debbie, there's obviously been a misunderstanding. Carlos didn't bring any mistress. He came with Megan. Debbie, however, turned around to face Wesley and said in a cold tone, Colonel Lee, you are the one who has misunderstood. I am talking about Megan. I've underestimated this girl. I didn't expect that she would be able to keep my husband to herself for 7 whole days. She is really something. I shouldn't have taken her lightly. People in the booth were dumbstruck. They admired Debbie's guts. She not only dared to argue with Carlos and Wesley, but also had no qualms in speaking ill of their beloved Megan. Colleen and Blair were thrilled. Megan's true colors were finally being exposed. Blair looked at Debbie with admiration. Debbie is my idol from now on, she swore to herself. Wesley looked at Blair and saw the look in her eyes. He didn't understand why she was staring so intently at Debbie. I really know next to nothing about women, he thought with a sigh. Megan was fuming inside. But she was a good actress, and so she quickly managed to squeeze out a few drops of tears and explained weakly, Aunt Debbie, that's not true. I didn't know that Uncle Carlos hadn't been back home in a week. Emmett put in a good word for his boss as well. Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo has been staying in the company for the last week. Emmett was telling the truth. Carlos hadn't seen Megan in the past week at all. It was Damon who had decided to take her to their gathering to cheer her up. But then he met one of his old classmates and had asked Carlos, who didn't have a date, to take care of Megan. Carlos didn't refuse. After all, in his eyes, Megan was his niece. Also, he wanted to use this opportunity to make Debbie jealous. When it came to his hot-headed wife, the smart CEO tended to lose his sense. But he hadn't expected that he would be at the receiving end of this jealousy pang. Debbie cast a stern glance at Emmett. Her sharp black eyeliner made her look like a strong woman. Did you sleep in the company last week? What if he had slept with other women in the middle of the night? Emmett stepped backwards and shook his head. I don't know. Mrs. Huo, please go on with your reprimanding. I better shut up now. He was immediately freaked out by Debbie's question. Carlos didn't know how to explain himself. Debbie always found a way to retort. Even Damon was defeated by Debbie's chopping logic. I'm really lucky that Adriana is not hard to deal with like Debbie. Otherwise, it would have been such a headache. Adriana is such a good wife. I need to treat her well, he mused. Go on reprimanding Carlos? The others were amused by Emmett's frightened reaction. Carlos was short-tempered, and they had never dared to offend him. But Debbie was not afraid of him at all. She was clearly throwing a tantrum in front of him. Although he tried to threaten her, she didn't give a damn. Everyone looked at them with sheer excitement. Reprimand Carlos? Debbie rolled her eyes. In a mocking tone, she told Emmett. No, no, no. I wouldn't dare reprimand the great Mr. Huo. Why would I even try to? He always chooses other people over me. Did you know that he even filled my favorite swimming pool? Unbelievable, right? And what's more, he knew I was mad at him, yet he banged me again and again while I was completely drunk. He is an asshole. A pervert. Carlos sighed with profound resignation. Debbie, can you stop this nonsense? It was you who had wanted to fill the swimming pool. Debbie was confused. You are lying. I never said that, she snapped back. Carlos was too tired to argue with her. He said coldly, let's go back home and talk. He grabbed her wrist and tried to drag her to the door. Debbie was startled by his sudden move.
No.
I'm not going anywhere with you. Let go of me. I'm staying with Colleen, she yelled at the top of her lungs. She broke herself free and hid behind Colleen's back. The livid look on Carlos' face scared Colleen stiff. If anything, she knew Carlos well enough not to cross his line. She immediately clutched at Curtis' arm and huddled for cover behind him. With profound resignation, Curtis patted Carlos' shoulder and tried to appease him. Man, we both know Debbie well. She deliberately chose this club just to piss you off. Come on. She's just acting like any other woman in a situation like this. As a man, you should try and understand. Although Debbie was embarrassed at how her scheme plan had been so easily exposed, she still stubbornly refused to admit her fault. Instead, she tried to downplay her mistake with a joke. Mr. Liu, you took it wrong. I came here because I knew there would be handsome rent boys around. Lately, Carlos has been drab, boring. I wanted to try someone new. Arg. Carlos Huo, what are you doing? Let me go. In the twinkling of an eye, Carlos pounced on Debbie, forcefully pulling her over from behind Colleen's back, his face dark and threatening. The look on his face alone scared the bejesus out of Debbie. Damn it. Why did I have to piss him off? Help. Help. Mr. Liu, Damon, Wesley. Please somebody help me out. Shut the hell up. Carlos wondered what had come over Debbie. Leaning against the wall, Damon shook his hand and said casually, for all the trouble you have caused everyone, we'll leave Carlos to deal with you whichever way he sees best. So you two had better sort out your differences without involving any of us. Why would anyone want to have a girlfriend as bold and reckless as Debbie? He wondered. Looking deeply thoughtful, Wesley spoke his thoughts out. I can only imagine what it would be like if she had fooled any of us into her mischief. Adjusting his glasses, Curtis chimed in with a smile. The disagreements you two are having only prove how deeply you love each other. Colleen and I can only sincerely wish you well after this is over. Now Debbie realized she was alone in dealing with her own mess, and no one was willing to intervene on her behalf. In desperation, she turned to Emmett. Perhaps he would be her last hope. Emmett, please help. If you can, please. She paused, not knowing what to say next. But Emmett too was careful to not meddle in the private issues of his boss. Pretending not to care about Debbie's request, he turned to Casey instead and held her close in his arms. Mrs. Huo, Mr. Liu is right. You and Mr. Huo are just getting to know each other. It's part and parcel of love. The only challenge is that it takes time and lots of patience in how you deal with each other. By now, Carlos had already dragged Debbie to the door. Not willing to give up, she clung onto the door frame and yelled, Why do you leave me in the lurch? You should at least allow me the little courtesy to invite the girls to the manor. Colleen, Casey, Wesley's girlfriend. Why don't you guys come have a drink at my place? Surprised at the way Debbie had addressed her, Blair smiled sweetly and declined the invitation politely. Thank you, Debbie, but today is not the right time. We'll visit you next time. In Emmett's arms, Casey waved her hand at Debbie and said, Tomboy, it's very late now. Just go back home with Mr. Huo. See you tomorrow. Oh, Casey, you have always gotten my back in times like this. Why don't you put in a good word for me when Carlos is about to bite my head off? Tomboy, I'm sorry for letting you down. Don't worry. Mr. Huo won't beat you. Oh, by the way, you may want to stay at home tomorrow because of your hickeys. That wisecrack form Casey immediately diffused the tension in the air. While everyone giggled, Debbie rolled her eyes and turned to Colleen, who burst out laughing the moment their eyes met. Well, I guess Casey's right. Just be girly and see how Carlos will quickly forget about your disagreements. Be girly?
Hell no.
I don't think I can, Colleen. Debbie was still holding on to the doorframe, struggling to wriggle herself from Carlos' arms. You know how to do it. Good luck, said Colleen. Oh, please, I really can't, protested Debbie, obviously still mad at Carlos. Girl, you can. Not unless you underestimate yourself, Colleen kept urging. Of course, Colleen knew how a little charm and flattery could disarm a man. Even an impatient, forceful man like Carlos would easily fall for such tenderness. But since Debbie was bent on maintaining her hardcore stance, Carlos finally ran out of patience. He scooped her up into his arms and carried her to the parking lot. No matter how much she kicked and flailed, he wasn't going to let her break free. Feeling tipsy after having one too many, Debbie was nauseated from the struggle. Finally, Carlos put her in the back seat and closed the door. At once, he got into the driver's seat, locked the car doors and started the engine. Carlos Huo, drop me off, Debbie shouted, leaning against the car door. But Carlos didn't respond. Leave me alone. I don't want to go back to the manor. Carlos slowed down, put on the Bluetooth and dialed Emmett's number. Book a hotel room for me and buy me a few items for the night. Get a pen and write down the following list. I need. The moment Debbie heard the very first item of what Carlos asked Emmett to buy, she sprung to her feet. Forgetting she was in a small space, she bumped her head into the roof of the car. Her face turning red, she snapped, "Why did you ask Emmett to buy them?" After hanging up, Carlos said indifferently, "Let's try something new." Are you kidding me, Carlos? Debbie was totally freaked out. What the heck was Carlos up to, ordering for sex toys? Listen. If that's your idea of fun, you'd better not involve me, she sneered. And I mean it. Call Emmett and explain away your silly joke. Nope, Carlos curtly replied. Not in the mood to argue, Debbie took out her phone, dialed Emmett's number and told him in a hurry. Emmett, I think your boss has had one too many. He's completely sloshed. Don't listen to him. You may go back home now. Emmett, who was on his way to the sex toy shop, answered the call with some hesitation. On hearing Debbie's anxious voice, he put in, "But Mr. Huo told me to. I don't think it would be wise of me to take instructions contrary to what my boss has told me. Besides, what is the harm in trying something different?" This was driving Debbie crazy. Shut the hell up and listen to what I'm saying. If you want to try, then well and okay, that's up to you and Casey. But don't lecture me on what I want. At her suggestion, Emmett looked at Casey, who was even more excited than him, and answered, I haven't gotten to second base yet. After we get married, we will give it a try. Mrs. Huo, don't worry. They are not scary at all. What's Carlos thinking of to order for things that he and Debbie couldn't agree on? He wondered. I hope my instructions are clear, Emmett, Debbie said when she realized the other end of the line had gone silent for a moment. How about I just buy some candles, he offered. Candles? What for? This is getting weird. Debbie thought. Are you high on something, Emmett? Okay. Whatever you're on, I hope you have gotten me clear. Mrs. Huo, I'm Mr. Huo's secretary, Emmett stammered. Judging from the way the party had ended, he knew Carlos was mad, and there was no wisdom in trying to side with Debbie when everyone knew she was the cause of trouble. Meanwhile, Debbie waited, taking time in the hope that Emmett would relent. But just when she wanted to say something, Carlos snatched her phone away. She hadn't even noticed the car stopping at a red light. That was when Carlos took the chance to stretch his hand and take the phone from her. In frustration, Debbie slumped back into her seat and pursed her lips. She was lost for words. Eventually, Carlos stopped the car at the underground parking lot of the hotel. Debbie, however, refused to get out. Carlos got in the back seat, pressed himself against her and looked her in the eye. In a cold voice he asked, Hayden Gu Gregory's song and now 3 rent boys. Debbie Nian, are you that horny? No, I'm not. She shook her head vigorously. On the contrary, she couldn't even stand Carlos' sexual needs. With a mocking smile, Carlos raised her chin and ordered, "Wipe your lipstick off." To which Debbie simply waved her hand in dismissal. She knew he was a clean freak and that lipstick alone was enough to turn him off. She thinks I won't kiss her if she refuses to wipe the lipstick off? Humph! How naive, Carlos thought. He lowered his head slowly and kissed her on the lips. An hour later, with the lipstick mark still on the corner of his mouth, Carlos scooped Debbie up in his arms and went to the room which Emmett had booked for them earlier. She was exhausted. There were different kinds of sex toys on the nightstand. Carlos put Debbie onto the bed and began to study the toys. Debbie turned over and got in between the sheets. She covered herself with the quilt, not wanting to look at the man. But when she heard one of the toys buzzing, she couldn't keep her cool anymore. She held out her head from under the quilt and pleaded, "Carlos, I already apologized to you. Please don't torture me anymore, okay?" He already forced me to apologize to him back in the car, but he wants to torture me even more. What an asshole! She cursed inwardly. Carlos cast a cold glance at her and continued to read the manual of the toy in his hand. Debbie was angry again. She turned her back to him and swore to herself that she would never beg him for mercy again. When Carlos finally began to use the toys on her, she clenched her teeth, not letting out a sound. However, after a while, she couldn't bear it any longer. She cried out and begged, "Arg!
I'm sorry, Carlos.
Please, please forgive me. Carlos. Don't." Carlos didn't stop, so she continued to beg, "Honey, I'm really sorry. Please let me go." Carlos was really mad at Debbie this time. He had no plans of going soft on her just because of her pleas. He thrust his finger inside her and she cried out. He did it again and again and enjoyed her cries of please and pleasure. He palmed her clitoris and she yelled out once more. He pushed inside her harder and harder. "Don't provoke me ever again, okay?" "Okay. I won't." Deep inside she cursed. Pervert. Sex freak. When she woke up again, she felt like she had slept for an eternity. The strong rays of the sun hit her eyes. It seemed like it was already afternoon. She turned over to reach for her phone on the nightstand. It was 3:10. "Okay. That's all right." Carlos' voice suddenly broke the silence and startled Debbie. She had thought that she was alone in the room. She looked around and saw Carlos standing by the window in his suit. He was on the phone, but his eyes were fixed on her. Debbie looked away. She didn't want to look at the man. She hadn't gotten out of bed for 2 days and 1 night because of him, and didn't even know when and how she had gotten back home. Seeing Debbie awake, Carlos walked towards the bed and looked at her sleepy eyes. His call was still connected. "Okay. She'll be there in 3 days. No need to arrange a dorm for her. A house has been bought for her near the college. Okay, bye." So, he has already gone through the enrollment procedures for me. He wants me to leave as soon as possible, doesn't he? He hates me so much. I said I wanted to go abroad ahead of time, and he agreed without hesitation. Doesn't he know that when women say yes, they actually mean no? Debbie thought, her heart aching. Then he sat on the side of the bed and threw back the covers. Looking her in the eye, he said casually, "Go to an expo with me this evening."
No.
She turned him down without a second's hesitation. Carlos' face darkened. "Why not? Why not? When I told you I wanted to go abroad ahead of time, you should have coaxed me into staying instead of agreeing with it. And you tortured me mercilessly at the hotel." She thought angrily. "I'm not feeling well." She made an excuse. Concern crowded his face. He held her waist gently and said, "Let me take you to the hospital." He sort of regretted having all that wild sex with her. "No, thank you. You go to work." Debbie shook off his arm and turned her back to him. Carlos bent over and whispered in her ear, "Honey, do not provoke me again." Bitterness flooded Debbie's heart. She gave him a mocking smile and taunted, "Seriously? It was. Never mind. I don't want to argue with him any longer." She took a deep breath and said, "Rest assured, Mr. President, I'm leaving this country soon. I won't have the chance to provoke you again." Sure, you will be going abroad ahead of me. But don't worry, I'll be there with you soon enough. I'm not gonna leave you alone, he coaxed her. He had already laid out his plans for dealing with some of the major issues at hand. He would then leave the rest of his work to his trusted subordinates before going abroad to keep his wife company. There will be no Hayden, no Gregory, and no more Megan. We won't have to continue these stupid arguments with each other over there. He thought with a small smile. No need for that, Mr. Huo. I'm good on my own. Just keep your niece company. She's a delicate girl and needs you the most. I'm different. I've been practicing martial arts for more than 10 years now. I can protect myself, she said sarcastically. Carlos closed his eyes to calm himself down. Ignoring her taunts, he said, I found out who and where your brother is. He's in Z country. If you want to visit him, I'll take you there. He successfully shifted her attention to a more delicate subject. Debbie hesitated for a long time. Do you know who my mom is? She asked, her voice shaking. Now that Carlos knew her brother's information, he should have found out who her mother was as well. Yes. If you want to know. No. Debbie interrupted him quickly. I don't want to know who she is. Don't tell me anything. She was not mentally prepared for that information yet. Carlos sighed. I have your brother's information in my office. If you want to take a look at it, I'll ask Emmett to fetch it for you. Debbie didn't respond. Her lunch arrived. She washed her face and brushed her teeth before having her lunch quietly. Before he headed to work, Carlos gave her a set of high-end skincare products. These were specially made for your skin. Try them to see if you like them. Is this his way of apologizing? She wondered. She accepted the gift. After all, she would be leaving soon. She might not be able to receive gifts from Carlos in the future. After having a warm bath, Debbie put on her pajamas and threw herself onto the bed. She just wanted to stay at home and play on her phone. About 10 minutes passed, and she received a call from an unfamiliar number. She answered it. Hello. Debbie. It's me, Gregory.
Gregory.
What's up? After a moment's pause, he asked. Are you busy now? No, I'm not. What is it? There's a jewelry and watch exposition at the new District Exhibition Center. I happen to have 2 invitations. Would you like to come with me? He offered, holding the invitations tightly in his hand. He was so nervous that his palms became sweaty. A jewelry and watch exposition? Debbie already had many jewelry and watches in her walk-in closet. They were all sent to her by Carlos, and most of them were brand new. I'm sorry, Gregory, but I don't feel like going out today. Debbie's sudden refusal made Gregory's heart ache, but he was reluctant to give up. Debbie, this expo is being held by the ZL Group, and many international celebrities will be attending. Invitations are hard to come by. Emmett, Casey, and Jared will be there as well. You'll be going abroad soon, right? Why not take this opportunity to have some fun? After a pause, he added while feigning indifference. If you really don't want to go, it's fine. I'll go with Colleen and her boyfriend. I hope they don't give me the cold shoulder for ruining their date. Debbie was confused. I thought you didn't like these kinds of activities. Why are you mad keen to go this time? Oh, here's the thing. I collect watches, and this is a worldwide expo. There will be many limited edition watches. I really need to see them in person. Debbie began to wonder. It's held by ZL Group. Carlos just asked me to go to an expo with him. Is it the same? Will Carlos be there? She asked. After some hesitation, Gregory murmured. He will be there, but... He didn't know if he should tell her the truth. He didn't want to drive a wedge between the couple. Debbie's heart skipped a beat when he said but, and she asked, but what? Nothing. Didn't he tell you about the expo? He asked curiously. The whole world would have its attention turned to the expo, and Carlos should be taking his wife to it. He told me, but I refused to go with him, she said honestly. Now, for some reason, she regretted having turned Carlos down. Since Debbie had already declined Carlos' offer, Gregory didn't think she would accept his invitation. Well, since you want to stay home, I better leave you be. Bye, Debbie. Wait. Debbie stopped him. Gregory, did Carlos do something to you after he had seen us together at that restaurant? On one hand, she was afraid that her petty husband would have done something to hurt Gregory. On the other hand, she sort of knew that he wouldn't because Gregory was Colleen's brother. No, he didn't. Carlos is always nice to me, he replied. The truth was, when the new semester began, most of the teachers began to pay more attention to him. They left him with more homework, and made him the class monitor and commissary in charge of literature and art. He was much busier than before. They had said that they were doing this for his own good, but he didn't like it at all. Great. Debbie heaved a long sigh of relief. By the way, you said but what? What did you want to tell me? Gregory hesitated for a while before answering honestly. I heard from someone that Carlos was attending the expo with Portia Gu. Debbie couldn't believe her ears. What? Portia Gu? That woman again? She is everywhere. She gulped and asked, why Portia Gu? She hated that woman. Sorry, Debbie, but I don't know why either. I'm curious too. After all, Carlos had shut her out from the entertainment circle before. And now he is attending the expo with her. It is really confusing. Portia was a college student, and was not related to Carlos in any way. But he had taken her out as his date a couple of times recently. Gregory wondered. Is it because Portia is pretty? But Debbie is more beautiful than her. Debbie frowned at his words. Carlos had shut her out before? Why didn't he tell me about this? Why did he do it? Was it for me? Gregory, I'll go with you, she said all of a sudden. She wanted to keep an eye on Portia in case she seduced her husband. She had already rejected Carlos, and the latter had decided to attend it with Portia, so she had to go to the expo with Gregory. After hanging up, Debbie went to the walk-in closet to pick out her dress. She left her phone in the bedroom. In the meantime, Carlos kept calling her. He had earlier switched her phone to mute mode while she was asleep. She was only able to answer Gregory's call because she happened to be playing on her phone at the time. Carlos called her several times, but she wasn't aware of it. At ZL Group, Carlos stood by the French window, his phone in his hand. Zelda stood before his desk, holding her breath. After a long time, Zelda swallowed hard and broke the silence. Mr. Huo, Miss Gu has been waiting for you for 35 minutes now, she said nervously. Since Debbie wasn't answering his call, Carlos had no other choice. Fine, I'll go with her. Zelda nodded and was about to leave when he added, let my wife know. She couldn't believe her ears, so she had to confirm. Let Mrs. Huo know that you are attending the expo with Miss Gu, sir? She really couldn't believe that the intelligent CEO would be so childish sometimes. Well, Emmett and Tristan had already gotten used to their boss's abnormal behaviors when it came to his wife. However, it was Zelda's first time dealing with this. Carlos put his phone on the desk and walked towards the lounge. He knew what was on Zelda's mind, but didn't bother to explain. I have a possessive wife and I have to play along, he thought. He didn't realize that he was the same as well. Last time when he had gone to the fashion show with Portia, Debbie saw it on TV and smashed it into pieces. He didn't want to piss her off this time, so he tried calling her many times, but she didn't answer. Zelda would have to tell her on his behalf. If Debbie calls me after learning about this, I'll pick her up and declare something important to the public using this opportunity. If she acts as if nothing happened,
No.
that won't happen. I know her well, he thought with a smirk. At the new district exhibition center, most of the rich and powerful people in Y City had gathered at the venue. The place was flowing with all kinds of people. The jewelry and watch exposition was being held by ZL Group. The company had been preparing for this event for months. Vintage jewelry and limited edition watches produced by the ZL Group were to be displayed at this event. The two spokesmen at the exposition were popular international stars. Hundreds of security guards were responsible for the security of the venue. The parking lot was occupied by luxurious cars. Some people had to park their cars about 2 kilometers away from the venue because of the immense crowd. Prominent figures from various industries were pouring in: officers, businessmen, and celebrities. Men were in their best suits, and women in beautiful dresses. When Debbie and Gregory arrived at the venue, they had to park their car a kilometer away and walk to the building. Debbie had chosen a pair of 5-centimeter stilettos to match her evening dress, which rubbed her heels all the while she walked. Many who didn't have invitations stood outside the building. They were mostly fans of celebrities and had come a long way to support their idols. Gregory showed the guards their invitations and led Debbie inside. The place was decorated extravagantly. The jewelry and watches were separated from each other by individual glass cases. There were thousands of people in the building already. Some people were giving interviews while some were still checking in. Everyone wore a broad smile. Debbie was excited. You could hear it in her voice. Holy cow! Would you check out all the star power? Look, isn't that Lady Jasmine from The Story of Yenshi Palace? Wait! She pointed at another handsome guest dressed from head to toe in elegant formal attire. That's the guy from The Wandering Earth. She couldn't remember who he was, but he certainly looked like a leading man. Gregory was amused. Come on, Debbie. You're the most important guest today, wife of the CEO of ZL Group. It's my honor to be here with you, he joked. Debbie gave him an embarrassed smile. The main reason she came here was to keep an eye on Carlos and his date. Let's go find Jared and Casey, she suggested. She had called them before she came here. She found Jared soon enough. The girl on his arm was none other than her cousin. Sasha, she exclaimed. Sasha was thrilled to see Debbie. She jumped to her and took her arm. Deb, I knew you'd be here. I'm here with Jared. Sasha and Jared? Debbie was confused. She turned to Jared, who seemed a little impatient, and asked, I had no clue you knew each other. When did this happen? Jared rolled his eyes and answered, It's all thanks to you. Me? Why? Debbie was more confused. Sasha beamed. He was on a phone call back then and I heard him say Debbie, so I went to him and asked about it. Then we realized that we both knew you. He's a great guy. Saying that, she squeezed his hand. Wow, such a coincidence. Debbie was amazed. Jared cast a casual glance at Gregory and asked, Why are you guys here together? Gregory reached out his hand and greeted him politely. Hi, Jared. Jared reached out, shook his hand and nodded. Then he said to Debbie, I thought you'd be here with your hubby. Where is he? Before she could answer, the host on the stage announced, And now to give the opening speech, here's Mr. Carlos Huo. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to look at Carlos, applauding enthusiastically. Our hero was in a tailored black suit and dark brown leather shoes. His pace was steady, his bearing confident and unhurried. He was the picture of poise, handsome and cold all at once. Many noticed that Portia stood by him off stage. In a beige evening dress, Portia fixed her affectionate eyes upon Carlos. The guests began to talk about her, gossiping about whether she and Carlos were an item. Some even ventured a guess she might be Mrs. Huo. After all, Carlos had kept his wife a secret from the public. Debbie wanted it that way, but she was starting to regret her decision. She didn't want the attention, but he had no small amount of female admirers. He spent his time with too many of them, and far too few people knew Debbie was his wife. Standing in the middle of the stage, lights bearing down on him casting long shadows, Carlos began his speech. Every eye in the room was glued to the figure on that stage. But Carlos' eyes rested on another figure, intimately familiar to him. When their eyes met, Carlos gave her a smile, and Debbie's heart skipped a beat. Blushing, she grumbled, Why the smile? Don't look at me. You have your own date. Soon the speech was done. When he strode off the stage, Portia immediately took his arm. She felt like a queen, others looking at her with admiration and envy. She could get used to that. Out of nowhere, Casey appeared and grabbed Debbie's wrist. Debbie, what's going on? Why is Portia with your hubby? Why are you just standing here? Go and take his arm. Look at Portia. It's like she thinks she's Mrs. Huo. I don't care. He can date anyone he likes. It's not my business. But deep down inside, she regretted having turned Carlos down. She loved the man, and it did hurt to see him with another woman. First it was Megan, now Portia. He was taking Portia to public events like this one and she was showing off. But she had every right to. Debbie pushed him away and he was too proud to go stag. He had an image to maintain. Casey poked Tomboy's forehead with her index finger and complained, "Are you nuts? Look at these people. Why let Portia get away with this? You've changed. Where's the Debbie I used to know and love?" Debbie was enraged and pinched Casey's cheek hard. "Some friend you are. I'll find Emmett a new girlfriend." After saying that, she looked around to look for Emmett. But to her surprise she saw Wesley. She also noted that he was not with Blair but Megan. Why was Megan everywhere? Where's Blair? Why isn't she here with Wesley? Debbie wondered. She also saw Olga smiling from ear to ear. Then she spotted Gus with a petite girl with short hair. They were staring at a watch. So Gus isn't gay. Meanwhile, Casey held Debbie's arm and said in a whisper, "Really? Great. When Emmett finds someone new, I can start dating younger guys." Debbie rolled her eyes and snapped, "Hot for younger guys, huh? How about Jared? He's in his 20s.
No.
Stop. I'd rather be with Emmett." "Ha!" Debbie laughed at Casey's reaction. Gregory stood there, listening to the girls' banter. To him, Debbie's laugh was so magical that it lifted his mood and warmed his heart. "Deb!" a familiar voice said, interrupting Casey and Debbie. Debbie turned her head to see Hayden, a woman in a gorgeous yellow gown at his side. She was the daughter of the Chin family, and Hayden's fiancée. Debbie greeted him in a polite yet distant manner. "Hi, Mr. Gu, Miss Chin." Hayden cast a sidelong glance at Carlos, who was surrounded by a group of people, and then looked at Gregory. "You're here with Mr. Song?" he asked Debbie. Debbie wanted to nod, but Gregory opened his mouth before she could reply. "You've got to be kidding, Mr. Gu. I could never have the honor to be Debbie's date on such an important occasion. We're old friends from school. Why is he lying?" Debbie was confused. Why not just tell Hayden the truth? Hayden gave him a smile and clinked glasses with him. No one knew whether he believed what Gregory said or not. Despite his fiancée's presence, he told Debbie softly, "I was going to ask you to the expo, but something happened. Please choose whatever you like." "It's on me." Hayden's fiancée cast a burning glance at Debbie. Debbie cried inwardly, "What's he trying to pull? Is he trying to get her to hate me?" When Debbie and the woman had last met at a party, she had destroyed her evening dress with a glass of wine. So she didn't need a reason to dislike Debbie. And now her date was trying to make nice with Debbie. It would come as no surprise to Debbie if she woke up to find this woman holding a knife to her throat. Debbie took a deep breath and tried to ease the tension. "Thank you, Mr. Gu, but I'm good. My husband is here. He's got this." Hayden, however, acted as if he heard nothing. He looked around and offered, "I saw a set of jewelry and you'd look dazzling in it. How about we go have a look?" Debbie's smile froze as she insisted, "No thanks. Save your money. In fact, why don't you see how it looks on Miss Chin?" Hayden stood still with a calm face and swirled the red wine gently in his glass. As Debbie was hesitating to leave, a man swiftly walked onto the stage, a microphone in his hand. He started, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to take up more of your shopping time." Carlos' voice boomed through the microphone. Again, it proved how influential he was in the city. As soon as he had started speaking, the noisy crowd turned pin-drop silent, with their eyes glued to him. With his eyes fixed on a certain individual, Carlos flashed a smile and continued, "I would like to take this opportunity to pick a unique wristwatch for my wife, as an apology to her." This time the hall erupted in an uproar. Finally, it was time to meet the mysterious Mrs. Huo. The crowd cheered and exclaimed as they scanned the hall to look for a lady who would most likely be Mrs. Huo. Debbie's heart skipped a beat. She clutched her wine glass tightly, holding her breath. What in the world is he trying to do? She wondered nervously. She shifted her gaze towards the stage, only to find that he had been looking at her all this time. Their eyes met. The affection in his eyes was so evident. Debbie was completely mesmerized. But she was nervous and worried. Why did he mention me all of a sudden? Is he planning to really apologize to me in front of so many people? He is a CEO. Doesn't he care about his self-esteem? Isn't this going to be a disgrace for him? She wondered with a frown. Tomboy, Mr. Huo is going to profess his love for you in public. Casey exclaimed excitedly as she shook Debbie's shoulders. However, Debbie didn't take in any of her words. She wondered what Carlos was up to. Ignoring the commotion among the guests, Carlos spoke again. But my wife has. He paused and smirked before continuing. A very short temper. I'm afraid she won't forgive me even if I give her all the priceless valuables here. The guests grew restless. More and more spectators began to whisper to each other. Inevitably, Debbie heard the people next to her talking. Oh my God! Who on earth is his wife? She's so daring that she would show her anger towards Mr. Huo. A guest wondered loudly. Is Mrs. Huo that tough? I was wondering the same. If I were his wife, I would try my best to make him happy around the clock. How could I possibly get angry at him? The chatter continued fervently. As Carlos' eyes were fixed on Debbie the whole time, some people began to crane their necks and look in the direction where he was looking. On the stage, Carlos continued. So, I want to give my wife a small gift today which I hope will please her. And it would be great if you guys could do me a favor and put in a good word for me. The hall erupted in laughter and screams at his romantic words. Arg! Mr. Huo, I am sure she will be utterly pleased. You're so romantic. Even I can't resist your charm. My goodness! Who on earth is this Mrs. Huo? She's so lucky to be loved so deeply by this stoic man. Mrs. Huo, where are you? Come on. Show yourself, please. Jesus! I'm dying to see her now. Debbie felt her heart jump to her throat as she listened to the crazy screams around her. Wearing a pair of white gloves, Emmett climbed onto the stage with a brocade box and passed it to Carlos. As he carefully picked up the luxury watch from the box, the big screen on the stage began to display the high-resolution pictures and details of the watch in his hand. The watch was mechanical, collaborated by 101 outstanding designers of the ZL Group. It contained a total of 520 dazzling VVS diamonds, and it was equipped with an epicyclic gear system timer. Tian. The number 520 sounds like, I love you, in Chinese. The watch featured a classic track-type dial. A capsule containing a Martian meteorite fragment sat upon the brass dial. The date was shown in a window at the 3 o'clock subdial, and a moon phase indicator was displayed at the aperture of the dial. Most importantly, this watch was unique, and was the only one available in the whole world. To the guests' exclamation and cheers, Carlos descended the stage with the watch in his hand. As he walked through the crowd, everyone spontaneously moved aside and made way for him to pass through uninterrupted. As they witnessed, Carlos stopped in front of a woman. But to everyone's shock, this woman was neither Portia nor Olga. At that very moment, the two women widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched Carlos walk up to Debbie, the woman they despised so much. At this point, the two shocked women had become a laughingstock in the crowd's eyes. Debbie was wearing a blue evening dress with a fluffy bottom. It was embroidered with baby blue floral patterns. A layer of thin blue chiffon was draped from her shoulders to her ankles. From a distance, she looked like a fairy in a blue gauze dress. Her black hair shone with the little brownish color under the light. It was tied back in a simple style. She had put on some light makeup with a red shade on her plump lips. She looked lovelier than ever with her big eyes popped out in shock. Although she was dressed in a simple, low-key manner, she was charming enough to attract people's attention. Carlos found it hard to take his eyes off her. Portia was stunned and muttered in a shaky voice. Why? Why her? How? Wasn't she married to Emmett? Portia and her mother had been so excited when Carlos' assistant had contacted Portia. inviting her to attend the event with him. They had even celebrated, hoping that she would be Mrs. Huo in the near future. But now her blood was boiling with jealousy. Recalling the scenes where she had deliberately taunted Debbie made Portia blush out of embarrassment. She balled up her fists and gritted her teeth in rage. She seemed ugly as she turned green with envy. Debbie Nian, that annoying woman. Why can't she just go to hell? Why is she married to Mr. Huo? And moreover, Mr. Huo spoils her so much. My brother had dumped her in the past. How did she become Mrs. Huo now? Why? This is so absurd. Portia cursed in her mind, unconvinced by the sudden turn of events. As everyone watched on, Carlos pulled Debbie into his arms and kissed her gently. This caused a rumble of excitement in the hall. A round of thunderous applause, screams and whistles arose from among the guests. Carlos broke his embrace and looked at the stunned woman. With a thin smile, he grabbed her left hand and put the watch on her wrist as he apologized. Honey, I'm sorry. Forgive me, please. The watch fit Debbie's wrist perfectly because Carlos knew her size already. Casey pinched Debbie's arm to remind her excitedly. Debbie, wake up. Forgive him. Come on. Jared had already been squeezed a few meters away from them by the cheering crowd. But thanks to his height, he was still able to see everything clearly. He exclaimed, Debbie, forgive him. Say you love him. Hayden clenched his fist tightly and snapped. What are you so excited for? She's not your wife. Hey! Jared yelled angrily. He really wanted to pop Hayden in the face, but seeing the happy couple amidst the crowd, he suddenly understood why Hayden was so pissed. Jared grinned. He casually rested his arm on Hayden's shoulder and mocked. Pal, you're only playing a walk-on part in Debbie's love story. Quit being jealous. Hayden responded with silence. The dumbstruck Debbie finally came back to her senses after being pinched by Casey several times. She lowered her head to look at the watch on her wrist. It was beautiful and dazzling. But Debbie wasn't intending on forgiving Carlos so easily just because he had given her a luxury watch. After all, he had been so cruel to her for the past few days. She raised her head to look into his eyes and said in a clear voice, I do hope I can forgive you, but you have been so insufferable lately. But since you've spent so much money to make this watch for me, I'll accept it. But whether I'll forgive you or not depends on how you behave hereafter. Some of the people around them who had heard Debbie's words were amused and burst into laughter. Some were shocked, exclaiming loudly, and the others were just plain jealous and criticized her for being arrogant. Carlos didn't mind at all. He kissed her hand affectionately and turned around to announce to the crowd, This is my wife, Debbie Nian. From today, anyone in Y City who dares to go against her will become my enemy as well. I will not let anyone who hurts her off the hook. He revealed Debbie's identity in such a high-profile way that it made everyone understand how much he loved her. He obviously doted on her to the hilt. And with his announcement, no one would dare offend Debbie anymore. And a lot of people would even try to butter her up. Mr. Huo, it seems that you've irritated Mrs. Huo yourself. So, are you going to let yourself off the hook? A voice from the crowd asked. There was a second's silence and then the hall erupted in laughter. Debbie recognized Colleen's voice and looked in the direction from which it had come. She spotted Colleen, who was holding Curtis' arm, a little far away from where she was. Their eyes met. The two women smiled at each other with an air of quiet understanding between them. Carlos raised his eyebrows at Colleen. He replied with a smile, That's why I'm very sincerely apologizing to her in front of everyone here. Again, the guests were dumbstruck by Carlos' attitude towards his wife. What he did and said today had subverted his usual cold public image. From now on, people would begin to see more sides of his personality. A good man, a slave to his wife, a loving husband. The laughter and cheering came wave after wave. Embarrassed, Debbie blushed red and stared at the man beside her. Stop it. Aren't you embarrassed? Carlos flashed a wide smile. Are you still angry with me? To make her forgive him. He had put away all of his pride and self-esteem. If she still couldn't let the past go, then he wouldn't know what to do next. He might need to consider offering a humbler apology. Of course I'm still angry. Debbie said with a pout. I'm not that easy to be coaxed, you know, she thought. Another familiar female voice came from the crowd. A couple's quarrel can be mended in a heartbeat. Young girl, Mr. Huo has apologized to you so spectacularly. Please forgive him. Debbie tilted her head towards her right. Awkwardly, she looked at Lucinda, who had just spoken. Standing next to her was Sebastian, who was smiling happily. She greeted them in a hushed voice. Hello, Uncle Sebastian, Aunt Lucinda. The crowd nearby heard her address the middle-aged couple and realized that Sebastian, the chairman of Mu Group, was Debbie's relative and by law, he would be Carlos' relative too. The smart businessmen of Y City had already begun to mull over how they should fawn on Sebastian, so that they could get close to him and attain more business resources from Carlos. Carlos wrapped his arm around Debbie's slim waist and greeted the two elders with respect. Nice to meet you, Uncle Sebastian, Aunt Lucinda. The two of them nodded to him with a smile. Sebastian drew closer to Debbie and said in a low voice so that only she could hear him, Debbie, your aunt is right. Mr. Huo has already apologized to you in front of all these people. Don't be headstrong now. Give your answer. As arrogant and mighty as Carlos was, he had eaten the humble pie and publicly apologized to Debbie. Sebastian didn't understand why she was still being so stubborn. Debbie was rendered speechless. She rolled her eyes at Carlos. She wondered if this crafty man had done it on purpose, using the public to force her to forgive him. He was the famous and respectful Mr. Huo. How could she not forgive him now after he had publicly made his apology? It would disgrace him if she were to be rude to him. Left with no choice, she nodded and said, Since Uncle Sebastian and Aunt Lucinda put in a good word for you, I forgive you. For now. Then she leaned closer to Carlos and whispered in his ear bashfully, Only because I love you too much. She made sure that her last sentence was only heard by him. She wasn't as shameless as Carlos. Although the others couldn't hear what Debbie had whispered in his ear, they all noticed the big, happy smile on Carlos' face. He kissed his wife once again and said, Thank you. Sasha shouted loudly from behind. Wow, you are such a sweet couple. I'm so jealous. A lot of women echoed her words and began to compliment them. Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Huo are so in love with each other. You're a match made in heaven. One of the guests asked jokingly. Mrs. Huo is so charming and beautiful. Mr. Huo, is that why you didn't want to reveal her identity to us before now? Were you afraid of her being snatched away by someone else? Those words reminded Carlos of someone. He didn't deny it. Instead, he casually shifted his eyes to the man standing some distance away from him and declared in an aggressive voice, Indeed. My wife is so beautiful that I have to make one thing absolutely clear to every man here. This is my woman. No one is allowed to covet her anymore. Caught off guard, Hayden had no choice but to return a thin smile. He realized that Carlos was unbelievably possessive of Debbie. Some weeks ago, Carlos had taken some serious measures to put the Gu Group deep in crisis. It was meant as a warning to Hayden for pestering Debbie. Hayden had just managed to get his company through the crisis and now, he was being provoked by Carlos blatantly. No matter how much he refused to accept the reality, the fact was that they were a couple now. He could do nothing at the moment except force a bitter smile. As everyone cheered, Debbie pulled the corner of Carlos' clothes and hissed, Hey! My uncle and aunt are still here. And there are so many people here too. Stop saying these things. Carlos whispered in her ear. You're my wife. Did I say something wrong? The show was finally over when the couple began whispering to each other without minding the people around them. The security guards came and dispersed the crowd quickly. I wouldn't know. Debbie made a funny face at him. Carlos chuckled. Do you like it? What? Debbie was confused when he changed the subject abruptly. Carlos threw a glance at her wrist. Debbie got the hint and answered with a fake frown. It's not too bad. I love this fragment of Martian meteorite. And for that alone, I would say I like this watch. Her answer was nothing like he had expected. He had to admit that Debbie was really special. Most women would have focused on the diamonds, but Debbie was attracted by the Martian meteorite. Later that night, thanks to Debbie's comment on the watch, the designer who had put forward the idea of adding the element of the meteorite in the design was praised by Carlos and was promoted to vice design director. In fact, this designer's idea was initially disapproved by many other designers. But Carlos had liked the idea just like Debbie had. For the rest of the night, Carlos kept Debbie company and showed her around the exposition to appreciate the jewelry and designer watches. Each time someone approached Carlos to talk business, he would refuse them, saying that it was his private time. He enjoyed spending time bantering with his dear wife. That was far more interesting than any business deal. Looking at a men's watch in one of the counters, Debbie faked a smile and whispered between gritted teeth, "Carlos, don't think that I've forgiven you yet. It's not that simple." Meanwhile, she was battling with herself. Should I buy a watch for Carlos? But these are so expensive. Carlos had gotten addicted to showing off their love in public. Even though there were people watching them, he still intimately rested his lips on Debbie's earlobe and whispered, "You won't forgive me? That's not what you said in bed last night. Don't you remember how you begged me to spare you? Who was apologizing to whom?" Debbie was embarrassed into silence. Thanks to Carlos, some X-rated scenes flashed through her mind, making her blush bright red. In a huff, she silently tried to pinch him, but to no avail. The man was so slender that there was nowhere to pinch, only solid muscle. Frustrated, Debbie faked a smile and warned him, "Get your hand off me or I'll give you hell." In contrast to her anger and frustration, he felt really good after finally going public with his wife's identity. He'd been waiting for this moment for months. He'd wanted to do it long before. But Debbie didn't want all the paparazzi following her every move. She didn't want to worry about going out in public or attending school. She didn't want to worry who was pretending to be her friend, only trying to get close to Carlos and his money. For every piece of jewelry or watch that Debbie had looked at with keen interest, he would secretly signal his assistant, instructing him to buy and pack up the item. In the meantime, he kept bantering with his wife. "I'll let go if you kiss me," he teased playfully. Debbie took a deep breath to contain her anger. She felt like a pot about to boil over, and all Carlos was doing was increasing the heat. She closed her eyes, kept the feigned smile on her face and muttered between gritted teeth, "Carlos, I'm serious. Let go of me now. My foot hurts. Do you want a high heel in the face? Imagine what a scar might do to your popularity with the girls." When what she said sank in, Carlos frowned and loosened his grip. The next second, he squatted down in front of her and asked with concern, "Which foot? My wife is hurting. Who cares about everyone else?" He thought, not in the mood to carry on with the joke now. He reached out his hand to touch Debbie's ankles, trying to check for a wound. In the process, he kept his back straight. It wasn't hard to tell he used to be a soldier. His sudden gesture startled Debbie. She hastily tried to pull him up. "Hey, not here. Everyone's staring." Seeing Carlos obediently stand up, Debbie heaved a sigh of relief. Yet he scooped her up all of a sudden. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Carlos strode towards the lounge, carrying Debbie in his arms. No one expected the gesture, so they stared in rapt fascination as he left. On their way, Debbie noted the crowd's reactions. When she saw some of the women glare at her with resentment, she wanted to cry. "You're doing this on purpose, old man," she complained. Carlos lowered his head to look at her. "What do you mean?" "Well, you told everyone who I was. I don't remember telling you that was okay. Then you tried to make out with me in front of all the guests. And now? You carry me in your arms. In front of everyone. You have a lot of fans. Don't make them hate me out of jealousy." Debbie was well aware of Carlos' popularity. If she guessed right, they might have already hit the headlines. Unfortunately, Debbie's guess was right. Moments ago, someone uploaded photos. The news went viral. The news headlines read, "Mrs. Huo's identity. Carlos Huo apologizes to his wife in public," and the Huos showed off their love at the exposition. And what was more, some netizens even dug into Debbie's past and found out more about her past. Like how her ex-boyfriend was Hayden Gu, the CEO of Gu Group, and her best friends were Jared, the second son of the Han family in Y City, Casey, the daughter of the Zheng family, Dixon Xu, the straight-A student of economics and management school, and Christina Lin, Dixon's girlfriend. On top of that, a lot of Debbie's personal info was also leaked. Everyone wanted to know more about the recently revealed Mrs. Huo. But since Debbie didn't have a chance to do anything with phone at the moment, she still had no idea of what kind of uproar they had caused on the internet. In the lounge, Carlos gently put Debbie on a sofa and squatted down again. This time he didn't draw curious stares. He took off her high heels and found that her right heel was chafed raw by the shoe. If she had walked any longer, the shoe might have caused nasty, painful blisters on her right heel or even scraped off her skin. Seeing that, Carlos furrowed his eyebrows and stood up. He pulled out his phone and called Emmett. "Get me a pair of comfortable sneakers and some band-aids. Quickly," he ordered. Debbie didn't want to bother him. "Hey, cut it out. I'll be okay after a little rest here. Or I can go back home early," she thought. But Carlos didn't listen to her. After ending the call, he sat down next to Debbie and asked, "Hungry?"
No.
"Look, people are lining up just to talk to you. You have to go talk with them. Leave me alone here." "I'll be okay," Debbie urged again. She had been trying to drive this man away mainly because she didn't want any more attention than she'd gotten already. Carlos was a walking attention magnet, drawing stares wherever he went. So to stop any more curious glances, she desperately wanted this man to go away now. Besides, Carlos was in charge of this exposition. He needed to be there to smooth out the kinks. Since Debbie had insisted, Carlos had no choice but to agree. "Okay, but don't go anywhere. Just stay here. I'll be back later when Emmett arrives." Before he left, he gestured to the waiter near them and ordered some desserts and beverages for Debbie. Just as Carlos exited the lounge, a group of ladies immediately came and crowded around Debbie. Not asking if Debbie wanted to chat or not, they began to spit out a barrage of questions one after another. "He left you alone here? Wow, I never imagined Mrs. Huo would be so beautiful. But Mrs. Huo, what happened to you? I saw Mr. Huo carry you the whole way. How long have you been Mrs. Huo? Which family are you from? What do your parents do?" Debbie felt a surge of dizziness due to the never-ending questions. This was exactly what she was trying to avoid. What was Carlos thinking? And why didn't he ask her before he did it? And she had no interest in answering any of them. Nonetheless, known as Mrs. Huo now, she had to keep a polite smile on her face. She grabbed a plate of desserts that the waiter had brought to her and apologized. "Ladies, I'm sorry.
I'm starving."
Ta-ta for now." She was obviously saying goodbye to them, a quick way to end the conversation. But strangely enough, they didn't get the hint. Or maybe they feigned ignorance so they could stay longer. The questions stopped and the nagging began. "It's too late for you to be eating anything, Mrs. Huo. Oh, that looks sinful. You should watch your figure. Are you trying to put on the pounds? You're in such good shape. Why would you want to be fat? Careful, Mr. Huo may not like you if you put on weight. You definitely need to watch your weight. A rich handsome man like Mr. Huo has a lot of girls to choose from. Is Mr. Gu really your ex-boyfriend?" Debbie's head started to pound. She needed to either flee or get rid of them, otherwise she might go mad. This evening was not going well, certainly not the way she envisioned. What were these women doing here? Why weren't they at least window shopping for all the jewelry and watches at the exposition? Why were they poking their nose into her business? Why couldn't they just leave her alone? All these women were such a pain in wait. Maybe Carlos revealed her identity, so that she wouldn't be able to keep tabs on him. In the end, Debbie put down the desserts, deliberately clattering the plates on the counter. She was loud, trying to get their attention. She ran her eyes over the group and asked, "How's the jewelry?" Confused, the women answered in chorus, "The jewelry is amazing." Everything on display was beautiful and luxurious. From sparkling tiaras to gem-encrusted hairpins, from necklaces, chokers, and earrings to diamond-studded bracelets. A dizzying array of gems, rubies, emeralds, opals, pearls, and polished pieces of jade. Even rings and cuff links. and some of the finest timepieces expertly crafted by Swiss watchmakers. But the prices were too high. If their husbands were as rich as Carlos, they would have already bought all of the jewelry here and brought their favorites home with them. And what about the watches? Debbie continued to ask. Again, the women replied in confusion. The watches are great. Since everything looks awesome, maybe you should spend more of your precious time appreciating them. I'm not as interesting as all that ice out there. I shouldn't be the focus here. Please. Debbie waved at them with a smile. You're being modest, Mrs. Huo. You're more attractive than those jewelry and watches. Yes, I think so. Mrs. Huo, are you still a student? Where do you go to university? Meanwhile, more and more spectators arrived, adding to the group gathered around Debbie. Debbie was on the brink of a meltdown. Jesus, save me from idiots. Please, she exclaimed in her head. She knew it. That was why she didn't want to expose her identity. Now where was the bad man who had let the whole world know about it? Couldn't he see that she was surrounded by a large group of people? Why didn't he come back and save her? Left with no choice, Debbie put on her high heels again and squeezed through the crowd that had gathered in the lounge. I'm sorry. I need to look for my friends. Please enjoy yourselves. She broke free of the hangers-on, practically pushing her way through the crowd. Debbie limped through the hall to look for Carlos, Casey, or her other friends. But she didn't see any of them. Instead, she spotted Wesley and Megan. She had no interest in talking to those two, so she walked in the opposite direction. Good evening, Mrs. Huo. A guest greeted her. Hello, Mrs. Huo. A guest greeted Debbie. Wherever she went, people greeted her politely. Wearing a rigid smile on her face, she nodded to each of them. Finally, Debbie found Casey and Sasha in front of one of the watch counters. They were happily selecting their favorite watches. Hey, you too. Mrs. Huo, good evening. Before Debbie could call out to Casey and Sasha, people started gathering around her once again. Even the saleswoman at the watch counter stared at Debbie with sparkly eyes. Debbie felt so helpless. She wanted to leave the place as quickly as possible and go back home. She didn't want to stay there any longer. Debbie, perfect timing. Come here. I need your opinion on something, Casey said excitedly as she pulled Debbie closer to her. She and Sasha were confused as to which watch to buy. Sasha looked at her cousin with so much admiration and marveled at her popularity. Debbie, you're living an amazing life. You know, I was really interested in some of these watches, but Mr. Huo had already bought them for you before I could even get to them. I'm super jealous of you right now. Oh, when will I meet such a wonderful husband? Debbie was a little taken aback. Carlos bought me more watches? When? I didn't see him buy any, she wondered. Confused, she asked, what are you saying? He didn't buy any more watches except the one on my wrist. They had been together the whole time. But she never saw him buy any other watch. Sasha nodded firmly. He did. I saw it with my own eyes. Every item you looked at for more than a few seconds was immediately bought for you by his assistant. Debbie's jaw dropped. She hadn't noticed it at all. It was such a waste of money. How could Carlos squander money like it was nothing? In an instant, Debbie turned around and ran her eyes around the hall. She was going to look for Carlos and lecture him about the importance of money. But Casey grabbed hold of her arm to stop her from going away. Don't leave yet. Tell me which of these to buy first. Debbie quickly looked between the two watches Casey was pointing at and chose the one on the right. This. It fits your image and temperament. Casey sighed helplessly. She said, yeah, I thought so. Prefer this one too. But it's really expensive. My mom gave me $500,000, but this watch is worth $700,000. Although she had saved some money in secret, it was still not enough to buy the limited edition. Debbie turned to the saleswoman and inquired, Hi there. Do you think you can give us a discount on this watch? Before the woman could speak, Casey answered for her. No, I already asked her. Please wait for a moment, Mrs. Huo. I will consult my manager, the saleswoman said quickly and then picked up her intercom to call her senior. Casey and Debbie exchanged curious glances with each other. Soon, the saleswoman returned and said, Mrs. Huo, ladies. The manager said that you could just sign the bill first and pick whichever watch you like. We will apply the discount later. Casey rested her arm on Debbie's shoulder and sighed happily. Oh, Mrs. Huo. It's my honor to be your friend. Debbie didn't expect that the title of Mrs. Huo was this powerful. They could even get discounts for luxurious commodities at an exposition such as this. When Emmett found Debbie, he saw Casey signing her name on a bill. But she didn't make the payment after signing it. Perplexed, he approached her and asked, "You are not paying for it?" It wasn't like her. He had gone shopping with her a few times and generally, whenever she liked something, she would pay for it without hesitation. Without taking her eyes off the beautiful watch, she said cheerfully, "Thanks to Tomboy, the manager promised to give me a discount later." A discount? Emmett thought, confused. All the commodities at the exposition are limited editions. How could she possibly get a discount? Since the manager said that he would give her a discount, it probably meant that someone must have paid the bill for Casey, as a way of showing respect to Mrs. Huo. At the thought of that, Emmett was determined to pay the bill for Casey himself. He was her boyfriend. He should make the payment for her purchases rather than let some stranger pay for it. He handed the sneakers to Casey. "Walk Tomboy to the lounge. Mr. Huo is waiting there." "Why? Debbie, what's wrong?" Casey asked with concern as she looked at the shoebox in her hands. "It's nothing much. My heels are rubbing against my feet. Give the sneakers to me. I'll go find Carlos myself," Debbie said. Her right heel was a lit red, but she wasn't fragile enough to need others' help to walk. She reached out for the shoebox, but Casey refused to give it to her. "Emmett has asked me to help you, so it would be better if I walk you to your husband," she said, smiling. "Cut it out. I suggest you turn your attention to your Emmett. See what he's doing." She snatched the box from Casey's hands swiftly. Debbie had been in the spotlight the whole evening, and if people saw Casey hold her arm and walk her to the lounge, they would gather around her again, asking her this and that to show their concern, even though they would just be doing it to gain Carlos' favor. To avoid being surrounded by the mob again, Debbie refused Emmett's and Casey's kindness. Meanwhile, Emmett was swiping his credit card to make the payment. He had with him the bill with Casey's signature on it. "Hey, Emmett." "Emmett." Casey finally noticed what Emmett was doing. Ignoring Debbie completely, she hastily ran up to Emmett to stop him. He had already bought her a lot of things. She couldn't let him pay the bill for her any more than this. But it was too late. The payment was done and the receipt was printed. Frustrated, Casey took out her phone in an attempt to send him the money. She said gloomily, "You're just an assistant. How much money do you earn every month? I'm transferring you the money right away. My dad is rich anyway. If I don't spend his money, it'll all go to his mistresses or some bastards." Emmett took her phone away, closed the payment app and locked the phone screen. "I don't get many chances to spend my money. Besides, Mr. Huo gives me a ton of money. It's more than enough to open a supermarket. So if I don't spend the money on you, I might end up taking it all to my grave when I die." Casey paused, blinking. "But this watch is $700,000, not $700 or $70. If the person spending that much money like water was someone like Carlos, she wouldn't have given a damn about it. But Emmett was just his assistant." Casey felt sorry for him. Seeing the gloomy look on her face, Emmett drew closer to her and whispered, "Honestly, I have only dated one girl in the past, but I never bought her anything. So I've saved up quite a lot after working for Carlos all these years. If you promise to marry me now, I can even buy a new house in the neighborhood next to your home." "Marry him? Buy a house in the neighborhood next to my home? If I remember right, the price of that property is at least $50,000 per square meter." Casey burst into laughter at the thought. She held his arm and teased, "Emmett, are you proposing to me? That was not formal at all. I will not say yes to such a flimsy proposal." Emmett put his wallet back. "You have to promise that you'll marry me first. If I formally propose to you and you say no, then I'll be so humiliated." "You've got that backwards. If you don't propose to me first, how can I promise you anything?" So you should make a formal proposal first. Fine, I'll do it. I'll propose and you have to marry me. Deal. Deal. You do it and then I'll maybe say yes. Emmett smiled and threw a glance at Debbie, who was some distance away. Carlos was helping her put on the sneakers. He looked back at Casey and said, Mr. Huo is taking care of Debbie now. You come with me. Where are we going? Casey asked. Emmett held her hand and led her to a jewelry counter. There were a few dazzling diamond rings inside the glass case. He raised an eyebrow and told the stunned Casey, Go on, pick your favorite. Carlos apologizing to Debbie had already become the focus of that night's event. But Emmett wouldn't mind stealing Carlos' thunder and proposing to Casey as long as she chose a diamond ring right away. Casey felt a warm feeling course throughout her body. She tried to stay calm and pulled Emmett closer to her, who was seriously looking at the diamond rings. I was just kidding, Emmett. I haven't even graduated yet. I don't want to spend my school life with a baby in my belly. Don't propose to me now. Emmett shook his head helplessly. Casey, you fool. We can get engaged now and we'll get married after you graduate. His words touched Casey. Tears threatened to fall from her reddened eyes. But she pretended to be angry and chided. Be honest. Are you rushing your proposal just to save a meal? Our parents haven't met each other yet. Do you think I'll be taken in so easily? Humph, no way. The truth was that she wanted to marry Emmett as soon as possible too. But on second thoughts, she didn't want to rush things because they had only been together for a short period. After all, marriage was a huge event in a person's life, especially for a woman. She wanted to thoroughly consider this before making a final decision. Emmett nodded understandingly. You have a point there. I'll wait until you graduate. And then, I'll ask my parents to speak to your parents about our marriage. Through her tear-filled eyes, Casey saw a beautiful future unfolding in front of her. She said with a fake pout, Then it's settled. If you don't officially propose when I graduate, you'll be a cheating dog. And if I don't say yes when you do, I'll be the cheating dog. Emmett considered her words for a few seconds. As if waking up from a confusion, he corrected himself immediately. You got me wrong, Casey. What I meant was that I proposed to you after your junior year, not your senior year. You will not be taking the postgraduate entrance exam, right? So let's make it earlier. I'll propose to you at the end of this semester and ask for your parents' blessing. What? So soon? There's only one semester left in that case. Although she wanted to marry him soon, she felt a semester's time was too short. Yeah, I need to ask Mr. Huo for leave a few months in advance. I may need at least a month off to prepare for our engagement and wedding. That's to say, I won't be working in July, and I'll start earning for our family from August. Emmett kept mumbling about their plan with a serious look on his face. Casey glowed with happiness as she watched her man carefully plan their future. He was obviously serious about their marriage. She had missed out on Louis, but now she had Emmett, a much more reliable man. I'm so lucky that I found him, she thought to herself, feeling blessed. In the lounge, Carlos carefully put a band-aid on Debbie's scratched skin, and then helped her put on the sneakers. Try this and see if it's better, he said gently. Debbie stood up from the sofa and walked a few steps. Better. It doesn't hurt. But the sneakers look so weird with her evening dress. She felt awkward. Carlos asked a person nearby to throw her high heels away. He turned to her and instructed, Get some rest. I still have some things to handle. After a pause, Debbie said hesitantly, You go ahead with your work. Since you came here with Portia and I came with Gregory, I think we should go back home separately. I'll leave with him. Carlos's face fell abruptly. He looked intently into her eyes and requested sternly, No way. Wait for me here. Don't go anywhere or with anyone else. Debbie pouted and said in an unconvinced tone, Yes, sir. As you wish. I'm gonna listen to you since there are so many people here. I don't want to make you look bad in front of them. Be good. Carlos drew closer to her and whispered, Wait for me and we'll go back home together, okay? Debbie nodded slowly. At that moment, She suddenly caught a glimpse of a woman standing a short distance away. In an instant, she drew closer to Carlos and wrapped her arms around his neck as she planted a kiss on his cheek. "Okay," she said sweetly. Confused by her initiative kiss and the sweet smile on her face, Carlos discreetly scanned the hall out of the corner of his eye. As expected, he noticed some women and understood her little trick at once. Portia and Olga were among the women who were watching them from a short distance away. He dotingly pinched her nose. "How dare you make use of me? You better pay me back when we're home." Pretending innocence, she shrugged her shoulders and said in a helpless voice, "I have no choice. My husband is good at attracting all kinds of women. I have to drive them away, right?" Carlos smiled lovingly. "Yeah, whatever you say. Wait for me here. I'll be back as soon as possible." They pulled away from each other and Carlos walked away. As soon as he disappeared into the crowd, the women who had been watching them came up to Debbie. Portia had returned to her normal self. With a glass of cocktail in her hand, she sat opposite Debbie. Olga did the same. A few other wealthy ladies from Y City followed suit. Most of these women had fought with Debbie at the last party, and she had spilled blood-red wine all over their dresses. Debbie didn't want anything to do with those women. She stood up to leave. Pretending to be nonchalant, Portia collected herself and said in a cool tone, "Debbie Nian, you've concealed yourself well." Debbie smirked. "Concealed what? I never hid anything from you." "Then why did you tell everyone that you were married to Emmett?" Portia asked between gritted teeth. "Damn it. I was fooled by this bitch all along," she cursed in her mind. Debbie was amused. She turned to Portia and taunted, "You're as ridiculous as your brother. It's you who were stupid enough to think that I was married to Emmett. Why are you blaming me for your idiocy? Did I ever say that Emmett was my husband? Did you hear it from me any time?" "Huh." Portia was dumbfounded, her face deadpan. She suddenly realized that Debbie had never once said it herself that she was married to Emmett. When Portia remained silent, Olga chipped in. "When did you marry Mr. Huo? And now that you are married, why do you still keep an ambiguous relationship with Mr. Gu? Do you still love Mr. Gu? Does Mr. Huo know about this?" Debbie answered outright, "Yes, he knows. So what? What does it have to do with you?" Her answer was way out of Olga's expectation. Dumbstruck, she couldn't find a reasonable thing to say, so she just cursed, "Shame on you. Shame on me." Debbie raised her brows at Olga with a cunning smile. Seeing her grin, Olga recalled some scenes in her mind. Last time, when Carlos had invited her to dinner, they had met Debbie and Gregory at the restaurant. At that time, Debbie said that her husband had run away with an old woman. So, by old woman she actually meant me, she thought angrily. Olga had believed that Carlos had invited her to insult Debbie and laugh at her. But now she realized that she had been the one who was being laughed at by the couple. Olga was ticked off, her face contorted in anger. As she was about to throw a tantrum, Carlos' warning came to her mind. He had earlier warned her not to offend Debbie. Olga shuddered and held back her anger. She tried her hardest to adjust her emotion and steady her breathing. As Olga was wondering whether she should apologize or go away at once, Debbie asked again, "Miss Me, who is shameless here? How about I call my husband and ask him for his opinion?" Debbie thought that it was the right time to exercise her right as Mrs. Huo and get rid of her love rivals. It was now or never. "You dare threaten me using Mr. Huo's name?" Olga flared up. She hadn't had the chance to humiliate Debbie yet, and the arrogant woman was already Mrs. Huo. How could she ever get the chance to stamp on her now? "Carlos is my husband. Why can't I do it? I should make good use of Carlos' power right now," she thought mischievously. Debbie sat back on the sofa and continued with a broad smile. "I don't want to see any of you here. Get lost or I'll call Carlos." "Aunt Debbie," a voice called out. Before those women could stand up to leave, another appeared in the lounge. Debbie felt her head pound. She had dealt with a lot of women tonight, but now she had to handle a more troublesome, disgusting woman. "Oh Jesus! I'd better get up and leave," she thought, sighing helplessly. Megan grabbed Debbie's wrist to stop her. Aunt Debbie, are you still mad at me? She asked with a pitiful look on her face. She saw a group of women gather around Debbie, and she thought this was the ideal time to mess with her. She wasn't going to approach Debbie privately. Debbie was no pushover, and Carlos would back her up if she tried anything. He had backed Megan over Debbie once, but it might not always go so well. Now Debbie was surrounded by quite a few different women, and they were all fans of Carlos. Megan decided to join them to deal with Debbie. Debbie shook Megan's hand off and snapped at her angrily. Yes, I am. I'm mad because you guys are like flies buzzing around me all the time. That's really annoying. The women were quite taken aback by Debbie's insult. You could see it from the looks on their faces. Megan knew how to piss Debbie off, and our heroine would rise to the bait. These women were from well-off families and had been spoiled by their parents. Naturally, they wouldn't bear the humiliation quietly. The first one to snap back was Portia. She looked down at Debbie and reprimanded her in a harsh voice. You really think you're somebody after marrying Mr. Huo, don't you? You need to learn how to be Mrs. Huo. A Huo would have more grace and elegance. Ha! Debbie laughed mirthlessly, thoroughly amused. Who the hell do you think you are, Portia Gu? I need to learn how to be Mrs. Huo? You're dying to claim that title, aren't you? Sorry to burst your bubble. Carlos wouldn't marry you even if you were the last woman on earth. After saying that, she carefully put the glass on the tray of a nearby waiter and stalked out of the room, leaving the furious women behind. She believed she was showing them the right mix of contempt and disdain. Wearing an evening dress and a pair of sneakers, she was too embarrassed to wander through the crowds. The less people saw her mismatched outfit, the better. Carlos had asked her to wait for him, so she was forced to go to the garden. That was an area that had next to no one in it. The indoor heating system worked very well. When Debbie left the building, cold air pressed against her skin. The chill raised goosebumps, and she was immediately uncomfortable. She pulled her cloak around her with shivering hands. She let the wool do its work and keep her warm. Emilio Pucci had designed this one well. Debbie stopped to take a deep breath of fresh air, then sat on a swing, pulled her phone out of her purse and began to play on it. Before she could open WeChat, a familiar voice broke the silence. Deb. Sighing in defeat, she raised her head to see Hayden making his way over to her. Without responding, she lowered her head again to play with her phone. She wasn't in the mood for a conversation. Hayden didn't mind her indifference at all. He was used to the cold shoulder. He stood before her, took something out of his pocket and held it out to her. In the palm of his hand was a pair of delicate and exquisitely crafted ear studs, dazzling in the afternoon sun. Debbie was stunned. Okay, what is this? She asked. I can't forget the time we'd spent together. You used to wear earrings like these. When I saw them at the expo, I had to buy them. Go ahead. Try them on, he suggested. Debbie kicked the ground and the swing began to sway. Thank you, Mr. Gu, but I'm good. I can't take these, but your fiancé might really need them. Had she worn ear studs like these? She couldn't remember, but Hayden could. Does that mean he really loved me? She mused. Hayden grabbed the rope of the swing to stop it from moving, which snapped Debbie out of her reverie. Despite her reluctance, he offered, I can put them on for you. They'll look really good. After he had reunited with Debbie, he had longed to buy her a gift, but hadn't found anything appropriate. Now he had found the perfect gift and the perfect time to give it to her. Are you deaf, Hayden Gu? I said no. Debbie decided that sticking around was the last thing she wanted. She got to her feet and started towards the building. Hayden heaved a sigh, contemplating the ear studs in his hand. Finally, he put them back in his pocket. He grabbed for her wrist and guided her back to the swing. Okay. Don't get mad. Why don't you play on the swing? Hand me your purse and I'll push you. Come on, you know you want to. No. Debbie cried. But Hayden snatched her purse anyway and pushed her hard. The swing flew forward. She had to hold on to the ropes tightly to avoid falling off. Damn it. If you push me again, I'll jump off, she threatened. Now everyone knew she was Carlos' wife. If she were seen with Hayden, Carlos would be a laughingstock. She didn't want that to happen. Hayden closed Debbie's purse quickly, grabbed the swing and stopped it. My fault. I'm sorry, Deb, he said softly. Debbie was more than a little startled. Her heart hammered in her chest. Why's he acting so weird? First the ear studs and then the swing. But now he gives in that easily. What's he playing at? She shook off her thoughts, took her purse back and walked towards the entrance. On the way she called Gregory. Hey Gregory. I'm taking off. You stay and have fun. Thanks for the ride, she said. She had lost her patience. She needed to leave before she lost her mind. Since Carlos was still busy playing the social butterfly, she decided to take a taxi home. Gregory was no fool. He looked across the room and saw Carlos still mingling. You're not leaving with Carlos, are you? Nope.
No biggie.
I'll hail a taxi. Bye. Actually, Gregory wanted to let Debbie know she might have trouble finding a taxi. After all, thousands of people were expected to attend, and not all at once. They would be taking taxis to and from their hotels and houses. And Carlos' sudden confession to his wife had already gone viral. Debbie was now as famous as any A-list celebrity. But Debbie had already hung up on him. Gregory went to the cashier's desk first, and quickly plunked down the money for a watch that caught his eye. Then he sprinted for the entrance, hoping to catch up to her. When he saw her, she was already surrounded by a gaggle of fans. Even the security guards were at a loss. They controlled the chaos as best they could. Debbie didn't know she had become the talk of the town. She was going to boot up Weibo or something in the garden, but Hayden had stopped her. When she left the gates, many people immediately recognized her. Piercing screams split the air. Look! Hey! It's Mrs. Huo. That's Debbie Nian, the girl who married Carlos Huo. Some took out their phones to compare this woman to the pictures posted by reporters at the expo. Blue dress with petals, check. Updo, check. Round eyes. Yeah. She is Mrs. Huo. She's so pretty. Mrs. Huo, such an honor. Can I get your autograph? They all went on like that. The noise had reached a fever pitch, and Debbie had no problem hearing them, but she had trouble making out anything coherent. She looked around to see her husband's crazy fans holding a giant luminous board with letters Carlos Huo printed on it. It was the first time that Debbie had been in a situation like this. She didn't know how to respond. All she could do was smile. She desperately wanted to leave, but Carlos' fans gathered around her and even broke through the cordon. The guards were unable to stop them as the human wave surged around them. Debbie was instantly caught in the middle of the crowd. People took out their phones and cameras to take pictures, or set up selfies with her. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Debbie took a girl's pen and notebook, and signed her name on it in a serious manner. This was the first time she'd ever signed an autograph. The girl was one of Carlos' fans, so Debbie signed his name as well, right next to hers. She also drew a heart between their names. Looking at her work, she flashed a broad smile and handed the pen and notebook back to the girl. Done. I hope it's okay. My writing's a mess. Thank you, Mrs. Huo. Can I call you Debbie? You're so down to earth. Thanks for the autograph. Before Debbie could answer, more pens and notebooks were put in front of her for her to sign. She wondered if she would get cramp in her hand before she finished. Actually, Debbie felt a lot more comfortable and happier with these young girls. Compared to those fake women at the expo, these girls were cheerful and real. Coming from a noble family didn't guarantee that a person had a noble personality. In fact, it was often the opposite. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Debbie's head. With a cunning smile, she told Carlos' fans, "Well, my husband looks cold and uncaring, but he's actually a nice guy. If you ask him for autographs, I'm sure he'll do it." Really? If he says no, can you help us out, Mrs. Huo? No problem. But he's busy right now. Not sure when he'll be done, said Debbie. In stunned disbelief, the security guards looked at Debbie, who was busy chatting with the girls. She was so nice and unpretentious. She sounded like she was happy to be there, and they got the sense that it wasn't an act. They'd never been assigned to guard a celebrity who was so amiable and easy to approach. And she was not just some actress or pop star, but Carlos Huo's wife. At the expo, a security guard sprinted into the main hall and found Carlos, who was discussing business with a few guests. Mr. Huo, your wife's being mobbed by fans. Carlos set his glass on a nearby table. Thanks. I'll check it out. He then turned to Tristan. Take your men and find 2 popular stars. Make it obvious they're around. Then split them up. That should keep the fans busy chasing them rather than my wife. Yes, Mr. Huo. Debbie's right hand became shaky after so many signatures. All of a sudden, people around her began to scream. Embark! It's Mr. Huo. Look, Carlos Huo. A dozen bodyguards led the way, and Carlos walked towards Debbie, the picture of poise. Another 2 popular celebrities left the building in 2 different directions, just as Carlos had ordered, and their fans followed after them in a hurry. This effectively dispersed the crowd that had formed around Debbie. With his bodyguards clearing the way, Carlos managed to get close to Debbie quite easily. He pulled her into his arms and said, I thought I told you to wait for me. What happened? His eyes were full of affection. The fans yelled and screamed at the top of their lungs as if Carlos were talking to them. Debbie felt like she was in a club where they played the dance music so loud she had to scream to be heard. She stood on tiptoe to get close enough to his ear. The expo is so boring. I'm going home. I'll come with you. At that moment, the girl whom Debbie had talked with asked excitedly, Mrs. Huo, you promised you'd get Mr. Huo to sign autographs. I've been a fan for years. The girl was practically in tears because she was so excited. Another girl piped up. We're all fans. I've followed you since you were in the military. We need your autographs. However, Carlos' bodyguards intervened. They stood between Carlos and the fans, making them stand 2 meters away from their boss. Debbie stared at the scene from Carlos' arms mouth agape. Wow, these are really intense fans. They've liked him longer than I have, she thought. Mr. Huo. Mr. Huo. I've liked you for 10 years. A fan was so overwhelmed that she couldn't breathe. She passed out and fell to the ground. The crowd began to panic. Someone passed out. Help! Help her! Debbie was also startled. She grabbed Carlos' sleeve and then had a better idea. Someone call an ambulance, she yelled at the fans. Carlos patted her back reassuringly, and then walked past his bodyguards to the unconscious girl. When he verified she was breathing, he commanded one of his men to call an ambulance. Then he unbuttoned his suit and got down on a knee to check on her. He looked at the girls around him. Step back. She needs fresh air. And that was when he began in earnest. He carefully positioned her limbs so that she lay on her back. Her chest rose and fell slowly, so he knew she was okay. He rolled up his suit jacket and used that to elevate the fan's legs above her heart level to avoid swelling. Debbie fell in love with him all over again. His quick thinking had really saved the day. Soon, the girl slowly opened her eyes, blinking from the sudden influx of light, but they eventually fluttered open normally. When he saw that, Carlos stood up, grabbed a wet napkin from a bodyguard and began to wipe his hands. Embark! Mr. Huo is so handsome. What a great guy. He's a hero. Carlos heard the girl say that Debbie had promised them she would have him sign autographs for them. He took a notebook from a nearby fan and signed his name. When he received the 3rd notebook, he saw Debbie's handwriting. She not only signed both their names, but also drew a heart between them. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. Her tiny gesture put him in a good mood. That spurred him on, and he signed many more notebooks. But there were too many fans there, and he didn't have enough time to sign autographs for everyone. He was busy and time was money. After signing for 10 more fans, he and Debbie said their goodbyes as the mob got louder. Shielded by his bodyguards, they both got into a Bentley. The car slowly rolled away, and the fans continued to make noise. In the car, Debbie and Carlos could finally enjoy peace thanks to the soundproof windows. Debbie heaved a long sigh of relief. She was exhausted physically and mentally. She leaned in the back seat and closed her eyes. Seeing her sleepy face, Carlos pulled her into his arms. Get some rest, he suggested. Debbie didn't refuse him. Smelling his cologne, she leaned on his shoulder and asked casually, "Why did you suddenly out us?" With a smile, he stroked her hair and asked in reply, "Why ask that? You're not happy, are you?" Debbie made herself more comfortable and grumbled, "That little scene back there is what I was trying to avoid. I'm still mad at you. I remember everything you did to me." Stifling a giggle, he pinched her cheek and asked, "Really? So how do I make you happy?" Deep inside, he chuckled, "Deb is so cute. We'll talk tomorrow." All she wanted right now was to sleep. She was tired. That was a fact. The way she talked and the pale color of her face stung Carlos' heart. He decided to be still and let his wife sleep. Thinking of Debbie's need for privacy, Carlos pulled out his phone and sent Emmett a text message saying, "Delete all news related to my wife." He had gotten what he wanted. People now knew Debbie was his wife. He didn't think it necessary to make her life hell by having fans watch her every move. "Yes, Mr. Huo." Emmett's reply came soon. Carlos' phone was not on mute, so the notification sound woke Debbie up. She raised her eyes, looking at Carlos' jaw, and murmured, "Just to let you know, I canceled our trip to the Maldives." Carlos frowned at Debbie's words. "Looks like she is really mad at me. It was her dream to go to the Maldives, yet she canceled the trip." He stroked her cheeks gently and said in a soft voice, "Well, if you say so. When we both settle down abroad, I'll take you anywhere you want." Debbie didn't respond. She thought, "I'll give you one more chance. If we don't fight over Megan again, I'll go anywhere with you." Soon after, she dozed off again. When the car arrived at the manor, Carlos scooped Debbie up in his arms, not wanting to wake her up from her nap. But she blinked her eyes and rubbed her cheek against his chest. She murmured, "Where are we? We are home." He walked towards the villa with Debbie in his arms. Her eyes widened and she looked around. They were indeed home. She struggled in his arms. "I'm awake now. Put me down." Carlos obliged, and they walked to the villa together. When they entered the living room, Debbie saw several shopping bags on the couch and asked casually, "What is this?" A housemaid answered respectfully, "Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo had them delivered from the expo." Carlos took off his suit and gave it to the maid. He loosened his tie and said to Debbie, "Watches and jewelry. Why not undo the wrappings yourself and put them in your jewelry cabinet?" It was Debbie who had once told him that women enjoyed the process of unwrapping presents. For this reason, Carlos had even asked his men to pack all those things. Debbie immediately remembered what Sasha had told her at the expo, so she turned to Carlos. "You bought all the things that I took a fancy to, didn't you?" She had planned to corner Carlos at the expo, but Casey had stopped her at that time. Then she had totally forgotten about the matter. Carlos replied shortly. He turned to the maid and said, "Put them in her closet." "Yes, Mr. Huo." "Wait." Debbie stopped the maid. She asked Carlos in a serious tone, "Can I have them returned?"
No.
Carlos caught her waist and led her up the stairs. "They are all limited editions. Once they leave the store, they cannot be returned." Debbie was shocked. "Carlos, you are such a squanderer. Why did you buy all of these? Are we having some sort of collection?" she asked. Instead of answering her question, he said, "I'll send them over to our house abroad." "Fine, whatever. Since they cannot be returned, there's no point in arguing with him," she thought. She pulled out her phone from her purse as soon as she entered her bedroom and began to inspect her messages. Not until then did she realize that she had become the talk of the town. So many people had followed her on Weibo and Facebook. Many had sent her messages on WeChat too. Her phone was full. She had only had about 1,000 followers on Weibo earlier. But now there were more than 1 million people following her. And it was all because her identity as Carlos' wife had been exposed. Debbie's attention was wholly on her phone, and she accidentally pushed her purse down from the bed. It fell to the floor, and the contents scattered all over the place. She squatted down to pick them up one by one. That was when she saw the ear studs. Before she could pick them up, Carlos scooped them up and looked at them carefully. Debbie was confused and shocked. When did Hayden put them in my purse? Carlos' face soured. He recognized them. He had seen Hayden's secretary buy them at the expo. It looked like Hayden had bought them for Debbie. He looked at his wife and said coldly, "I need an explanation." Debbie put her phone aside and tried to figure out how Hayden had put them in her purse. Then she realized that he had snatched her purse from her when she was on the swing. Carlos looks pissed. He must already know that Hayden bought the ear studs, she thought to herself. Damn it! Why is Hayden stirring up trouble between me and Carlos all the time? She gulped and answered honestly, "They were bought by someone else. I said I didn't need them, but I didn't know that he had put them in my purse." "Who bought it?" he insisted. "Hayden," Debbie stammered nervously. "I did turn him down. I don't know when he put them in my purse," she repeated anxiously. "You don't know." Carlos held the ear studs tightly in one hand and raised her chin with the other to make her look him in the eye. "Don't lie to me." Frustrated, Debbie explained, "I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, I can call Hayden and ask him to explain." "You haven't deleted his number from your phone yet?" he asked. "Seriously? We are talking about the ear studs. It has nothing to do with Hayden's phone number." She cursed inwardly. "Don't you have Megan's number in your phone? Olga's? And Portia's?" she retorted in a loud voice. "I don't have Portia's and Olga's numbers. I do have Megan's, but she's different. Portia and Olga mean nothing to me, but Megan is my niece," he thought angrily. "Megan's different? You mean she's your one and only?" she taunted. "Oh? Then what about Hayden? Is he your one and only? He bought you ear studs worth more than $1 million. Don't tell me he buys this kind of expensive gift for everyone. Debbie, throw them away." Carlos didn't want to argue with her over Hayden. He opened his palm and gave her the ear studs. More than $1 million? Hayden is crazy, she thought. Debbie took them from Carlos' hand and was about to throw them in the trash. But she suddenly realized that they were still in a fight and that she hadn't forgiven him yet. To get back at him, she took off the studs on her ears instead and said, "I'm not throwing them away. I'll put them on, and I'll have you watch with your own eyes as I wear them." She put one of them on and complained, "Men are all two-timers. Hypocrites. You were apologizing to me only a while ago, and you start arguing with me already. I shouldn't have trusted you." Carlos couldn't believe his ears. Who is the one throwing a tantrum here? He grabbed her arm and demanded, "Take it off." "Fine." "I'll take it off," she yelled. Instead of taking the ear stud off, she removed the watch which Carlos had put on her wrist and gave it back to him. Looking at the watch in disbelief, Carlos asked in a cold voice, "You prefer the studs to this watch, don't you? Or is it because you'll love anything as long as it is from him? You didn't even put on the diamond ring I gave you on such an important occasion. Why?" The very thought broke Carlos' heart. Debbie didn't know how to respond. She was a bit taken aback by his question about the ring. She calmed down and lowered her voice, saying, "You've gotten it wrong. The ring is just too valuable for me. Give me the watch. I'll wear it every day." She reached out to take it back, but Carlos dodged. He put it in his pocket and turned around to leave, without saying another word. Debbie got flustered. "Carlos," she called out. He paused for a second but then kept walking towards the door. Debbie caught up to Carlos and grabbed his arm. "Give me my watch back. I'll put it and the diamond ring on every day. You don't need to say anything more," he said nonchalantly. Debbie took a deep breath and said, "I'll return the ear studs to Hayden tomorrow. Believe me, I did turn him down. He put them in my purse without my knowledge. Hayden is such a troublesome man. I swear I'm gonna beat him to a pulp," she thought. Carlos shook her hands off and walked towards the door. Debbie was taken aback by his indifference. In a faint choking voice she said, "Honey, I'm afraid of sleeping alone." Carlos opened the door. But before leaving he said, "I'll be in the study." Debbie heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank God. I thought he was leaving the manor. But it's almost time for bed." He must be mad and probably doesn't want to spend the night with me. I must do something to appease him. Instead of going after Carlos right away, she took off the stud she had put on to piss him off, removed her evening dress and walked into the bathroom. After about half an hour, she got out of her room in her pajamas. She went to the kitchen and retrieved a cake from the refrigerator. She sliced a big piece and put it on a plate. With the cake in her hand, she went straight to the study. Without knocking, she pushed the door open and strode in. She used to knock before, but Carlos had told her that it was unnecessary. So now she was used to just walking in casually. Carlos was on the phone. His expression changed when he saw her, but he looked away quickly. Biting her lower lip, she put the plate on the desk. Slowly, she cut a small piece of the cake with the fork and brought it to his lips. Carlos ignored it and spun his chair around to face his back towards her. The call was still connected. Curtis, who was at the other end of the line, was telling Carlos that he would be going to a country and staying there for about a year. Surprised, Carlos asked, "What for?" "We're opening a branch in a country. I have to deal with the administration there." Curtis was not sure how long he was going to stay in a country. Frustrated about being ignored completely, Debbie looked at the cake in her hand and gobbled it up herself in her anger. Her eyes widened. "Wow, this is really yummy." She took several more bites before turning Carlos' chair back towards her, and then brought another piece to his lips. As if she were invisible, Carlos said into his phone, "When will the wedding be held?" "Okay, we'll be there." Debbie tugged at Carlos' clothes, gesturing for him to eat the cake. But he didn't respond. She grew impatient. But soon she had this crazy idea forming in her head. She reached out to his leather belt. Click. The belt was unbuckled swiftly. Carlos looked at her, his eyes dark and tempted. She removed his belt and threw it onto the desk. "I'll come after I finish my work here. The business here is rather tricky, and I'm unable to finish it quickly," he said. In order to separate Carlos from Debbie, James had been working with several shareholders to deal him a heavy blow. Carlos had to let her go abroad alone for now, and join her after everything was settled. Debbie paid no attention to the phone call, but concentrated on what she was doing. She put her hand into his pant pocket and found her watch. She pulled it out quickly and put it on her wrist. "Yes," she exclaimed inwardly and was about to retreat from the study. Carlos immediately bade Curtis goodbye and hung up in a flash. He grabbed Debbie by her waist and pressed her against the windowsill. "I had no intention of sleeping with you this evening, but since you started it..." His voice trailed off. Debbie immediately regretted her actions. She struggled against his strong body, but to no avail. Carlos was completely turned on. Since she was soon going abroad to study, he was even more frustrated. That night he had sex with her like a stallion on steroids. Even though she pleaded with him to give her a break, he went at it again and again and enjoyed her cries of please and pleasure. The next day, Debbie struggled out of bed despite her tired limbs. She had called the courier guy over to send back the ear studs to Hayden. After he left the manor, she gave the tracking number to Hayden on WeChat and added, "Hayden, we are done. Don't contact me again." She blacklisted his number. Although Debbie and Carlos had wild sex the whole night, he left for work as usual before she even woke up. He hadn't forgiven her. Neither of them was in a good mood. After lunch, Debbie stared blankly at a stack of documents on the table. The first page was blank, but she was aware of what it was, her mysterious background. She would know who her brother and mom were, and she would find out about her mom's family background if she decided to turn over that page. Unable to resist the temptation, she picked the documents up from the desk. Half an hour later she called Curtis. He was working in his office. When he saw the caller ID, he smiled and answered the phone.
Dap.
"What's up?" Debbie didn't respond. It was a weird situation. Curtis could tell something was not right. He pried. "Did you see the documents?" "Yes," was her short reply. It turned out that Curtis was her. "You may call me Uncle from now on." Debbie didn't know how to respond to that. "Yes, According to the documents, Curtis was Debbie's uncle. Her mother was Ramona, the popular singer whom she used to like a lot. Ramona and Curtis had the same father, but different mothers. After a long pause, she said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Liu, thank you for taking care of me all this time. But let's just be strangers from now on." Curtis' smile disappeared. He couldn't believe it. He had thought that Debbie would be thrilled after learning about their true relationship, but she had chosen to break off all relations with him instead. "Debbie, I know that I shouldn't have kept this from you. But trust me, I bear no ill will." "I know," she said in a low voice. "I know that he did everything for my own good, but I really can't accept anyone from that family." "Debbie, your mom didn't abandon you on purpose," he said softly. "Ramona had her own reasons for doing that." "I have no mom," Debbie yelled into the phone at the top of her lungs. She lost it when Curtis mentioned her mother. Bitterness flooded Curtis. He never thought that Debbie hated Ramona so much. He tried to coax her. Okay, please don't be mad. Listen to me. Let's just pretend that none of this happened and live happily like always." "Okay. Live happily like always? I see that woman on TV every day. How can I pretend like nothing has changed? It's lucky that I'm leaving this country." An idea suddenly popped into her mind. She wanted to call Carlos and tell him that she never wanted to come back to Y City ever again. Without answering Curtis' question, she hung up abruptly. After a few moments' consideration, she called Emmett. "Is everything ready for my departure?" she asked. "Yes, Mrs. Huo. Everything is ready. Zelda is booking a ticket for you to England for the day after tomorrow," he replied. Closing her eyes, she said, "I want to get on a flight to England tomorrow." "What? Mrs. Huo, is something wrong?" he asked in disbelief. "Nope. Just book the ticket for me." "Oh, and don't tell Carlos," Debbie said into her phone. She was now in a thoroughly bad mood, and her mind flashed back to the scenes of the painful memories of her and Carlos bickering over Megan. All these scenes were on repeat in her brain, all the times they clashed over one woman. And that wasn't all. Hayden had been bugging her, practically stalking her, and the Huo family members hated her on top of all that. She needed a break from the hate, the fighting, the bad feelings. All of it. All she wanted to do was fly to England alone. Words failed Emmett. He knew Carlos would beat him to a pulp if he honored Debbie's request. Carlos was often busy at work, but he was going to take the morning off and drive Debbie to the airport. She was supposed to leave the day after tomorrow, but Emmett had a hard time turning Debbie down. She was always nice to him, and he found himself liking her. So he decided to do as she said. When Carlos got home in the evening, Debbie wasn't there. He called her, but he got Casey instead. When he asked her to put his wife on the phone, she replied, "No can do, Mr. Huo. Debbie's in the ladies' room." "Okay. Where are you?" We're at the restaurant. You know, Debbie's taking off soon. We're giving her a farewell dinner," Casey answered with the utmost care. "Which restaurant?" "A hot pot restaurant on 10th Street, she said honestly. After hanging up, Carlos descended the stairs, got into his car and drove towards the restaurant. Something didn't feel right. Something bugged him. There was a tickling in the back of his brain. When Debbie came back to their private booth, Casey had just hung up on Carlos. "Hey tomboy, your husband just called. Why not call him back?" She held out Debbie's phone. Debbie took it and unlocked the screen. Carlos called. She checked the time on her phone. It's only 7 p.m. Why's he off so early? She sat back in her seat, chatting with her friends, but her thoughts were far away. She kept wondering what Carlos had called her for. She thought about it for a half hour, and finally it bothered her enough. She called Carlos. He answered it quite quickly. It had barely rung once on her end. "Hey old man," she said. He answered shortly, his voice devoid of emotion. Both of them were silent for a while. They were both frustrated as they had to part with each other soon. Sadness was palpable. Knowing he was a man of few words, Debbie decided to break the silence. I'm eating outside. What's up? You see the documents? Curtis had come to his office this afternoon. He told him Debbie was in a bad mood and asked him to pay more attention to her. Carlos was busy, but nothing was more important than his wife. Originally, he had 3 dinner appointments this evening, but he canceled 2 of them and drove back home as soon as possible. Yeah, Debbie answered in a low voice. She feigned calm and added, Is that why you called? Nope. Have fun with your friends. I'll pick you up when you're done.
No.
That's cool. I'll take a cab home, she said. Casey had come to the manor to pick her up this afternoon. They had been drinking this evening, so Casey couldn't get her back home. Debbie planned to grab a taxi later. At this hour? That's not safe. Just call me when you're done. I'll be there, he said firmly. Apparently, he didn't take no for an answer. Staring at the night scene, she was at a loss whether to laugh or to cry. Her husband was so bossy. That was why she had a love-hate relationship. See you, she finally said obediently. His heart softened, as she gave in without too much of a fight. He just wanted to see her safe and didn't think it was too much to ask. Debbie went back to her seat like nothing happened. Jared and Sasha were bantering back and forth. Sasha turned to Debbie. Was he calling to check on you? Debbie was amused by her words. She then pretended to be serious and said, Yeah. He heard I was with Jared and Dixon, and he said he'd send them to the South Pole to breed penguins. Jared was boiling with rage at her words. Tomboy, you have to talk him down. You're the one who invited me, remember? Call him now. I've been to the South Pole before, and it's freezing there. Never again. Sasha, however, burst out laughing. Yeah, the South Pole. Sounds interesting. Don't worry, Jared. I'll go with you. Seriousness was written all over her face. However, Jared was too freaked out to think clearly. Ignoring Sasha, he went on pleading. Come on, Tomboy. Give him a ring before he asks his secretary to book a flight. Casey picked up a piece of mutton and put it into her mouth. After swallowing it, she teased. A flight? You wish. It's not a vacation. You might have to take a bus there. Ever since the trip to Southern Village, Jared hated buses so much that he swore to himself he would never take a bus again. Bus? God, no. Jared's face went pale. Dixon chipped in calmly. You should feel lucky you don't have to take a walking tractor there. Shut up, Dixon. You're going with me. Didn't you hear, Tomboy? Jared didn't understand why Dixon was so calm and nonchalant about it. With a smug smile, Dixon explained, Sorry, dude, I should have told you earlier. You're going there alone. Mr. Huo is paying for my college abroad. What? Everyone except Christina was taken aback by the sudden news. Even Debbie was clueless. What? Where? England, maybe? What are you studying? So do you have a job lined up with ZL Group at the end? Casey asked. Christina sighed and explained for her boyfriend. Do you think the uber-possessive Mr. Huo would let Debbie study abroad with another man? She's going to England while Dixon is going to America. Dixon nodded and told them everything. Carlos saw a lot of potential in him, so he decided to send him to some college in America. As his sponsor, he had a lot of influence. Carlos was a smart businessman, and he wouldn't gamble on a losing proposition. So he offered Dixon a long-term contract. After Dixon graduated, he would go to work for ZL Group. They'd haggle over exactly where later on. His contract was for 15 years, but at least he wouldn't be job hunting after college. Casey looked at Debbie, her mouth agape. 15 years? That's a long time, Tomboy. Your husband had him sign a slave contract. After a moment's consideration, Debbie asked Dixon, What about the salary? If they didn't agree on the salary, Dixon might be in for it. After all, Carlos is a shrewd businessman, she thought. Like he could read Debbie's mind, Dixon gave her a smile and nodded. We've already talked about it. If I do well, Mr. Huo will start me off as his personal assistant. That's thanks to our friendship. He took a drink and continued. If I don't do well, I'll start at the bottom and try to work my way up. Then my salary will be the same as everyone else's. It was not easy to get on with ZL Group. Their starting wages were double anyone else's. To Dixon, Carlos did him a huge favor. Personal assistant? That's Emmett's job. Dixon, you should be careful. Carlos is hot-tempered and hard to deal with, warned Debbie. She didn't mind speaking ill of her husband at all. Dixon gave her a friendly smile and said, I will do my best. I believe Mr. Huo won't lose his temper for no reason. Don't worry about me, tomboy. Casey patted Debbie's shoulder and joked, How dare you speak ill of your husband? If he finds out, he'll teach you a good lesson. Debbie cast a sideways glance at her and laughed out loud. He wouldn't dare. I can knock him down with just one punch. She was a little tipsy and hence the bragging. The rest of them chuckled. Christina exposed her boast. Stop bragging, tomboy. We still remember you complaining about Mr. Huo's mastery of martial arts. Before Debbie and Carlos got together, she had always complained to her friends saying that she would have thrown him into the ocean 100 times over if she were stronger than him. With an embarrassed smile, Debbie said, Christina, you really don't love me anymore. All you care for is Dixon. You've betrayed me. With a pout, she lay in Casey's arms, staring at Christina with reproachful eyes. Christina picked up a piece of beef au mesum and put it onto Debbie's plate. Honey, stop talking nonsense. I love you. Eat this. It's so crunchy. The instant boiled beef au mesum was Christina's favorite food. Debbie loved it as well. She flashed a broad smile and ate it in a gulp. She felt much happier after laughing and talking with her friends. However, the topic was somehow brought back to her studying abroad again. Jared grabbed Debbie's hand and told her in a serious tone, Tomboy, we've been friends for so many years. I really can't accept that you're going away. How about this? I'll tell my dad that I want to study in England as well. We can be together again. Debbie's heart sank at his words. She wasn't willing to leave her friends behind either. Stifling her sobs, she picked up a piece of beef for him and said, Just eat your food and stop joking. If you go to England with me, Carlos will beat you to a pulp. Jared's face darkened. Then what will I do? Are you so cruel that you dump me here? We used to fight against others, play truant and drink together. Without you, everything will be so boring. Dixon is leaving too. Casey has a boyfriend. Christina and I will be left behind. It had never occurred to Jared that they would part ways with each other so soon. Yes, he had long known that they would eventually graduate, work and have a family, and that they would have less time to spend with each other. But he had thought that they would all stay in Y City together. But now, 2 of them were going abroad already. Debbie's eyes reddened. She forced a smile and said in a feigned cheerful voice, Come on, Jared. Don't act like a little girl. You sound like I'm never coming back. My husband is here. I will be returning to Y City quite often to keep an eye on him. Although Carlos had promised her that he would keep her company in England, she knew that it would be difficult for him to leave Y City in such a short time because of his hectic work schedule. Seeing Jared's long face, Sasha suggested in a low voice, Why not find a girlfriend to keep you company? Jared snapped back impatiently. A girlfriend is no comparison to my friends. I will always value Tomboy, Dixon, Casey and Christina over any girl. Little did he know that what he had just said would be a slap in his face in the future. Jared's harsh voice made Sasha feel embarrassed. She lowered her head in dejection. The reason why she was here dining with Debbie and her friends was that she had called Debbie and told her that she wanted to join them too. Debbie was pissed off by Jared's tone towards her cousin. Jared, Sasha was just trying to console you. Don't yell at her. Jared, who was also in a horrid mood, was instantly provoked. He cast a burning glance at Sasha and snapped again. Don't follow me around ever again. You're a real pest. No one had ever called Sasha a pest before. She was hurt beyond belief. Her eyes brimming with tears, she moved towards Debbie to stay away from Jared. Debbie banged her chopsticks on the table and shouted, Jared Han, have you completely lost it? I know you are not happy right now, but that's no excuse for treating Sasha this way. I'll have you know that she has many admirers. You think she's pestering you? Ha! You've got to be kidding. Seeing that the two were about to have a fight, the rest of them stepped in. Casey picked up some food for Jared and coaxed them. Jared, tomboy, the food is ready. Let's eat. Christina picked up a slice of pork for Debbie. Tomboy, hurry up and eat. The meat is overcooked already. Dixon poured Jared a glass of beer. Let's drink, man. I'll call a cab for you later. I have no appetite now. Jared yelled angrily. He wasn't going to be coaxed easily. Debbie was enraged by his attitude. Glaring at him with fury, she reprimanded. Are you insane? They are trying to appease you, yet you are so ungrateful. Jared stood up from his seat abruptly and cursed. I'm ungrateful? Debbie, Nian, this is all your fault. It's all because you got married to Carlos Huo. If it weren't for that, you and Dixon wouldn't have to go abroad. Debbie couldn't believe it. Why is he involving Carlos now? This is ridiculous. She was boiling over with rage. Although she sometimes spoke ill of Carlos, she wasn't going to allow anyone else to do it, even if it was her best friend. What was wrong with me marrying Carlos? I love him and he loves me. He has me studying abroad for my own good. You have no right to judge him. Ha! You love him and he loves you. I'm so touched by your dreamy love story. You can't be more excited to go abroad, can you? His voice was dripping with so much sarcasm that Debbie couldn't bear it any longer. Debbie and Jared were about to exchange real blows. Their friends immediately pulled them away from each other. Luckily, the private booth was soundproofed. The other guests had no idea what was happening inside the booth. Debbie shook Casey's hands away and grabbed Jared by his collar. You want me to leave as soon as possible, right? You were only lying when you said you didn't want me to leave. Jared didn't deny what she had said. Instead, he yelled, oh yes, leave soon. You better go to your dear husband. I don't want to see your face right now. Let go of me. You want to fight? I'm no match for you, but I won't let you off so easily either. Unable to hold back her anger anymore, Debbie raised her fist and threw it at Jared's shoulder. Jared was about to fight back, but Dixon dragged him backwards so that he wouldn't make contact with Debbie. Sasha thought that they were fighting over her and burst into tears.
Deb, I'm sorry.
This is all my fault. I shouldn't have come with you. They are best friends, yet they are fighting because of me. Sasha, don't cry. This has nothing to do with you. He is an ass. I need to teach him a lesson today, Debbie said. She shook Casey and Sasha off again and pounced on Jared. Dixon, let go of me, Jared yelled. Dixon released Jared immediately. Debbie and Jared started exchanging heavy punches. Casey, Christina, Dixon, and Sasha watched helplessly as Debbie pressed Jared against the floor and beat him mercilessly. Jared cursed. Tomboy, I'm breaking off all ties with you. We're not friends anymore. Oh really? That's exactly what I was thinking. I better beat you to a pulp today so that I don't have to see your dumb face again. Debbie snapped back. She hit him blow after blow. Jared could only cover his face and tried to dodge her punches. Wiping off her tears, Sasha grabbed Debbie's wrist and pleaded. Deb, don't hit him. His face is already black and blue. Debbie grabbed Jared's collar with her other hand and said through gritted teeth, I am not done yet. No one is allowed to bully my cousin. Jared, you are no exception. Jared's face was killing him. He shouted at Dixon. Bro, why are you standing still there? Pull this woman off me. He and Debbie used to fight against others all the time and he thought she was pretty cool. But today he was the one at the receiving end of her anger, and it hurt like hell. Dixon said casually, You asked me to let go of you and I did. Words failed Jared. Debbie still refused to let him go. At that moment her phone rang. Casey picked it up from the table and saw the caller ID. She heaved a sigh of relief. Tomboy, it's your husband. Answer it, she said anxiously.
Debbie yelled, No.
Because of him, Dixon and I have to go abroad, and Jared and I are fighting against each other. Saying that, she gave Jared another punch in his face. Jared cried bitterly. Tomboy, if it's your husband's fault, then why are you still hitting me? Sighing in defeat, Casey answered Debbie's phone. In a low voice she said into the phone, Mr. Huo, we're in room 2203. Debbie and Jared got into a fight, and we are unable to stop them. Please come quickly. The phone was disconnected immediately, and within 2 minutes, the door to the private booth was pushed open from the outside. Carlos' tall figure came into view. He felt much relieved when he saw it was Jared who got beaten. Hello, Mr. Huo. Mr. Huo, good evening. Everyone except Debbie and Jared greeted Carlos respectfully. Seeing her husband, Debbie wheezed. Carlos, you are right on time. Beat the hell out of him.
I'm tired.
The rest of them gaped at her. Carlos pulled his wife away from Jared and stroked her hand. Your hand must be hurting, he said softly. Yeah, she nodded honestly. Jared was tall and thin. He had so little fat that it hurt to hit him. I knew it, Carlos thought. He led Debbie to the table and gave her an empty beer bottle. Here, hit him with this. Your hand won't hurt this way. Go on. Seriously. The rest of them looked at Carlos in stunned disbelief. Is Mr. Huo really here to stop them from fighting? Debbie was amused, and her anger evaporated. She put the bottle back on the table and grabbed Carlos' hand. Never mind. I'm not angry anymore. If I break his head with the bottle, I will end up in jail. Dixon and Sasha helped Jared to his feet. His nose was bleeding and his face was swollen. Sasha asked anxiously, Does it hurt? Let me take you to the hospital. Ignoring her, Jared looked angrily at Debbie and said, Humph, you made the right choice. If you beat me to death, then there will be no one to back you up when you fight against other people. Rubbing Debbie's hand, Carlos said coldly, I'll back her up after your death. Jared's jaw dropped. His anger rose again. Tomboy, listen to your husband. He's so cold-blooded that he wants me dead. Debbie rolled her eyes and snorted. You deserve it. I deserve it? Jared pointed to his bleeding nose in disbelief. Debbie shrugged. Jared stroked his aching cheek and immediately got an idea to get back at Debbie. Mr. Huo, Tomboy said that she could knock you down with a single punch. Is that true? Debbie didn't want to stay at the booth any longer because Jared was snitching on her to Carlos. Jared, shut your mouth. I'm leaving. You pay. Then she grabbed her bag and pulled Carlos to the door before he could ask anything. Your husband is the richest man in the city, yet you want a poor kid like me to pay the bill. This is unbelievable. Jared stared at their retreating figures, mouth agape. Debbie turned her head and made a face. You heard me. Tonight's on you. Sasha, let's go. We'll drive you back home. Sasha, however, shook her head and murmured, Deb, you go back with Carlos. I'll stay. Debbie looked back and forth between her and Jared, and immediately realized that something was off. Jared, take Sasha back home, she ordered.
No.
She's your cousin, not mine, he snapped. Sasha's heart ached at his refusal. She forced a smile and said, Deb, it's all right. I'll ask my driver to pick me up. Debbie was really worried about her cousin. Does Sasha have a thing for Jared? Oh hell no. He's a playboy. I should have a talk with Sasha later, she thought. When they exited the hot pot restaurant, a current of cool air blew on their faces. Debbie shivered and threw herself into Carlos' arms. Get in the car, he said. After they got into the car, Carlos looked at her. Are you still hungry? He asked. He had noticed that about half their food was still on the table. Yes, I am. I want to eat some durian pizza. Carlos paused and then pulled out his phone. He asked, Anything else? Hot pot. They had seldom eaten hot pot together. Carlos was not a fan, but Debbie loved it. She was not even full. Yet the dinner was ruined by her fight with Jared. Durian pizza, hot pot, and... He looked Debbie in the eye. Stumped, she propped her hand against her chin and murmured, There would be no pizza in hot pot restaurants. And pizza shops don't serve hot pot. I like hot pot more, so I'll go with that. Carlos hated food with durian, and that was why she chose hot pot. It didn't matter what to eat. She just wanted Carlos' company. Carlos dialed a number. Prepare a hot pot and some durian pizza. And make some snacks and desserts too. I'm on the way. Really? A restaurant which has both hot pot and pizza? Debbie wondered. When they arrived at their destination, Debbie saw that the restaurant was called Home Cuisine. Staring at the old-fashioned plaque and dimly lit courtyard before the restaurant, Debbie asked curiously, "This restaurant serves both hot pot and pizza?" Carlos grabbed her hand and led her in. "Yeah, the owner is my friend." As soon as they entered the yard, someone came over to greet them. Debbie turned around to leave when she saw Curtis walking towards them. But Carlos stopped her. "Don't avoid him. He did nothing wrong." Seeing that Debbie wanted to leave, Curtis smiled with resignation. "Debbie, it's just a dinner. Come on." Debbie took a deep breath, but her mind was made up. "I'm not hungry anymore," she said stubbornly to her husband, refusing to look at or talk to Curtis. Carlos turned around and explained to her, "This is Colleen's restaurant, and it's expensive to boot. Let's just eat and let Curtis pay the bill? We can rip him off. It'll be fun." "Since when do you care about money?" Debbie retorted curtly. The VIP card for the 5th floor of Alioth building cost $1 million each. Carlos had given Debbie and each of her closest friends a card like that without blinking. Of course, right now, he wasn't complaining about the cost. He was trying to pull a prank. With a smile, he coaxed, "Hey, I get it. But you're hungry, right? Since we're already here, let's get something to eat." Debbie knew Carlos wouldn't let her leave, so she reluctantly followed the two men inside. Nothing would be gained by continuing to resist, so she decided maybe she was hungry after all. Curtis led them into a booth. Before they walked in, a waiter had already carried a pot of soup stock inside the booth and put it on the stove to heat it. A faint delicious smell filled the air when the three stepped inside. They took their seats. Debbie sat next to Carlos and Curtis was on his other side. Soon the waiter brought in several ingredients so they could finish making the hot pot. There was thinly sliced lamb and goat, beef, egg noodles, bok choy, crown daisy and winter melon, spinach, lettuce, carrots, taro, daikon, and watercress. Not to mention various condiments like soy sauce, garlic, white pepper, and XO sauce. The ingredients here were much more exquisite than those she had eaten at other hot pot restaurants she'd tried. This place looked like it catered to an upscale clientele, which was appropriate since she was here with Carlos. Assuming Curtis and Carlos were going to eat with her, she didn't stop the waiters from bringing in dish after dish. There was enough for a sumptuous feast. When the stock started boiling, Curtis picked up some ingredients and threw them in. Debbie didn't see everything he used, but there was definitely some goat and daikon. When the food was ready, Carlos fished it out of the pot with his chopsticks, putting it on Debbie's plate. She ate without complaint and life was good. At least for now. When there was a lull, she looked around at the two men she ate with, and noticed they hadn't touched their chopsticks. "Why aren't you two eating?" she asked Carlos. Glancing at the greasy beef rolls he had between his chopsticks, he shook his head and replied, "I already ate." "Me too. I ate when Carlos did," said Curtis. Tonight they had gone to the same dinner and left at the same time. Afterwards, Carlos had gone back to the manor, and Curtis had come to this restaurant. "So they're just here to keep me company while I eat?" Debbie suddenly felt embarrassed. Although she didn't want to talk to Curtis, she couldn't let two men spend their evening making sure she ate well. She wasn't that delicate. "Guys, I'm good here. You two must have something to talk about. Go ahead." Curtis smiled. "I came here to apologize." "Apologize? To whom? Why?" Debbie was puzzled. "You tell me," Curtis said. "Why did you get pissed when you learned that I was your uncle?" Debbie swallowed her mouthful of veggies and answered in a low voice, "Because you're my uncle." "Hey, it took a while before I figured out you were my niece." "Never mind. Just eat." Afraid to bring up something that might make her sad, Curtis sat there in silence. Debbie kept eating, and kept a silent vigil at the table. Though the pot was still crammed with food, Curtis stood up and walked out of the booth. When the door was finally closed, Debbie raised her head and stared at it. "Is he mad at me?" she asked Carlos. The expression on her face made Carlos want to laugh. Isn't she angry at him? Why should she give a rat's ass about how he feels? he mused. Probably. He decided to tease her. Debbie looked down at her bowl. Whatever. He's a Liu family member. They're all the same. Being abandoned by her mom was like an ugly scar. Every time she thought about it, it still throbbed. She hated all the Lius. Since Curtis was a member of the Liu family, it jumped right to her head that he was probably just as bad as her mom and her maternal grandfather. No, he's in your corner, Carlos pointed out succinctly, taking care not to upset her. Lord knew she'd been through enough, and he decided that she didn't need to be angry forever. Hopefully this would blow over. But he needed to use kid gloves when handling her for a bit. Debbie sneered. How? I swear, I never met him before economics and management school. She didn't believe a total stranger would take her side. Our hero decided that he really did need to explain. She just refused to see it right now. Tell me, Curtis ever hurt you? Debbie shook her head. Old man, you've come down on me for talking during a meal. Obviously, that wasn't something she wanted to talk about. Carlos sat in stunned silence for a moment. I guess I can drop it, but did she have to use my own words against me? After a while, Curtis was back. He carried a tray with the durian pizza on it. It smelt so good even the thick smell of the hot pot couldn't disguise it. It made Debbie's mouth water and her stomach growl. She stared at the pizza eagerly, but since Curtis was carrying it, it was embarrassing for her to tell him she wanted a piece now. The two men exchanged a look and smiled at each other when they saw the eager look in her eyes. Curtis put the pizza down on the table and sliced it evenly. Then he took a piece out of the pie, put it on a plate, and handed it to Carlos. Carlos set it in front of her and said, Go ahead. Curtis made it himself. Debbie was surprised. Curtis can make pizza. She wasn't sure whether she should eat it at first. She was still mad after all. Nonetheless, after a moment's hesitation, she picked up the pizza slice and took a bite. It tasted divine. Then there was nothing left on her mind but the enticing taste of durian. She wolfed the entire piece in moments. Curtis offered her a second slice. Then he took a small box from the next table and handed it to her. You're going to England the day after tomorrow, right? I bought an apartment for you there. It's close to your university. And he dangled the keys in front of her. Please. It's my way of making it up to you. She was absolutely shocked. This was the last thing she expected. An apartment in England? Near my university? That must have cost a fortune. Mind blown. She looked at Carlos and asked, So why is he paying for all this? Carlos didn't know how to respond. It was not like he was poor. He could probably support a dozen Debbies if it came to that. Why did you allow him to buy me an apartment? Aren't you always jealous? Why didn't you stop him? Both Carlos and Curtis were dumbstruck. This wasn't the reaction they were expecting. Instead of taking the keys, Debbie gulped down another slice of pizza angrily. Carlos comforted her. He's your uncle, he's family. Besides, I don't want you to sleep in the dorm. If you take the keys, we can live there together. He's not my uncle. I didn't say it, you did. So he's your uncle, not mine. Debbie rolled her eyes at Carlos. Well, my uncle is also yours, he retorted. No, he's not. If this gift were from anyone else, then I'd take them. What about Gus? He's family too. Gus was the same age as Debbie, but since he was Curtis' brother legally, he was Carlos' uncle-in-law too. Carlos felt frustrated at the thought. Of course not. Don't even try that, Carlos. You just like Curtis money. Mr. Liu, I appreciate it, really. But I can't. On one hand, the present was too much. On the other hand, she didn't want anything to do with her mom, the woman she had never met. Curtis didn't mind her reaction. He said with a smile, It's okay if you blow off my apology. Take the keys. Consider the apartment a late wedding present for you and Carlos. Hearing this, Carlos took the keys for Debbie and said, Thank you, Mr. Liu. Debbie glanced at her husband and scoffed. Damn it, Carlos, where's your dignity?